In the heart of the mighty Alliope Empire, power isn't measured merely by gold or armies, but by the sacred divine beasts bestowed by the gods themselves. 4 prestigious ducal houses held ultimate dominion over the realm, revered and feared by all due to the colossal mythical creatures bonded to their bloodlines. Each ducal house derived its supreme authority from its respective holy guardian, from blazing phoenixes to majestic spirit foxes. However, 5 centuries after the Empire's founding, calamity struck House Moonrave when they somehow incurred the burning wrath of their own fox divine beast. Then, with a ferocious roar, the creature severed its ancient contract and vanished into thin air. Deprived of its divine guardian, House Moonrave was cast into utter ruin. To appease the Emperor and shoulder the blame for losing their sacred beast, the reigning Duke willingly submitted to eternal imprisonment inside a secluded stone tower, leaving his noble domain in complete turmoil. That heavy burden fell entirely onto the shoulders of his young son, Edinburgh Moonreef. Inheriting a ruined house at such a tender age, the newly appointed young duke stood alone amidst a court full of ruthless vultures waiting for his downfall. Without a divine beast to validate their status, House Moonrave's prestige plummeted daily, while envious nobles openly mocked him. Seriously? Look at these background aristocrats gossiping like high school mean girls, insisting a ducal house without a beast shouldn't even exist. Taking pity on the desperate young boy kneeling before the throne, the emperor extended a final lifeline to save his family line. Edinburgh was granted special court permission to execute a dangerous ancient ritual, giving House Moonrave one last shot at summoning a substitute guardian. Deep within a shadowed sanctuary, an elite group of court mages and armored guards gathered around an ancient arcana circle. The heavy atmosphere dripped with tension as monikers murmured about the extreme dangers of pulling an unverified entity from the unknown void. The high mage stepped onto the glowing sigil, pressing his ceremonial staff firmly against the cold stone floor. Summoning a primordial creature was forbidden for a reason, but House Moonrave had reached the absolute point of no return. The surrounding nobles debated whether the risk was worth taking, acknowledging that while imperial court approval was granted, summoning an entity from another realm could easily summon a world-ending calamity instead of a savior. Turning toward young Edinburgh, the veiled mage confirmed that all preparations were complete and requested the final order. Clenching his fist tightly, the young duke gave his firm approval to begin. Edinburgh swore to himself that every single bit of humiliation his family endured over the years would finally end today. He vowed to subdue whatever ferocious monster emerged from the abyss, force it into a contract, and restore the glorious name of Moonreef. With crisp precision, Edinburgh drew his silver rapier, taking a firm combat stance. Gasp! Look at this young lord's composure. He's only a kid, yet he's stepping up like a true protagonist, ready for battle. Standing behind their young master, the royal knights unsheathed their blades simultaneously, their steel shining under the dim magic lights as they prepared for an immediate clash against a bloodthirsty monster. The heavy infantry braced themselves with spiked flails and broad shields, forming an impenetrable wall of iron to protect the young duke the moment the portal ruptured. Sinking his staff into the center of the arcane circle, the high mage roared the incantation, igniting a blinding surge of violet energy that shattered the room's silence. Violent purple flames and crackling mana whipped through the chamber, casting eerie shadows across the stone pillars as the sheer force of the summoning shook the entire foundation. Shielding his eyes against the howling winds, Edinburgh felt a wave of crushing pressure wash over him. Sweating profusely, he braced himself, convinced that a behemoth of colossal proportions was about to step through the dimensional rift. Suddenly, the blinding light vanished with a soft pop, leaving a tiny, chubby, black baby dragon with a piece of eggshell stuck on its head tumbling onto the floor. Bia! The legendary ancient monster turns out to be a squeaky little creature rubbing its sore forehead. Edinburgh froze in utter disbelief, his eyes wide open as a wave of question marks practically hovered above his head. Wait, the artist's expression work here is peak comedy. He prepared to fight a dragon god and got a pocket-sized potato instead. The armored knights stood completely stunned, staring down in absolute confusion. Sweating under their helmets, they muttered among themselves, wondering if this tiny, fragile little thing was actually the ancient beast. Looking up from between the towering greaves of the guards, the tiny dragon let out a small pee, looking completely lost in the grand stone hall. Refusing to drop his guard, Edinburgh narrowed his eyes and pointed his rapier forward, suspecting that this innocent appearance might just be a devious trick to lure them into dropping their defenses before a surprise attack. Blinking its big, glossy pink eyes, the tiny dragon named Ashiel sat up on its cute tail, completely oblivious to the lethal weapons pointed directly at its face. Ashiel rubbed its tired eyes with a tiny winged arm, letting out a cute pee as it tried to clear its blurry vision. A sudden wave of memories flooded Ashiel's mind, recalling peaceful, sunny afternoons spent napping on a picnic blanket alongside her mother under the warm shade of garden trees. Ashiel scratched behind its small horn, sighs, remembering how comfy those lazy days were before being sucked into this weird, gloomy stone cellar. Still trying to figure out if this was all a strange dream, Ashiel turned around and chomped down on its own fluffy tail with all its little baby teeth. Edinburgh and his elite guard unit just stared in total silence as the supposed ancient monster began gnawing on its own tail. You can literally feel the secondhand embarrassment radiating off the knights right now. Realizing that biting its own tail actually hurt like crazy, tears welled up in Ashiel's eyes as she curled into a ball, whimpering in pain from her self-inflicted bite. Bia, this isn't a dream! Ashiel burst into dramatic, hysterical wails, sending echo waves through the hall. Panicking instantly, the guards shouted in alarm that the monster was launching an acoustic sonic attack. Tightening his grip on his sword hilt until his knuckles turned pale, Edinburgh braced himself against the creature's high-pitched wails. Edinburgh barked orders at his trembling squad to stay calm and maintain formation, determined not to let his men lose control over a potential demonic threat. Meanwhile, Ashiel sniffed the air, confused by the strange magical signatures around her. She couldn't sense any familiar beastkin energy like her mother's, realizing these figures weren't beastkin shifting into human forms at all. Yai, they're real humans! Ashiel's eyes popped out in absolute horror as she realized she was surrounded by actual living humans, the terrifying legendary creatures she had only ever read about in fairy tale books. Ashiel remembered her mother's words back in the garden, warning her that she was destined to be summoned into another world by the story's ruthless male lead, a boy destined to wipe out all beastkin. Ashiel remembered feeling so sleepy while her mother gently stroked her head, barely paying attention to the grave warnings about her doomed fate as a minor extra in the story. Her mother had smiled gently, instructing her that even as an extra fated for death, she could survive if she played her initial role perfectly and followed every step of her survival guide. Her mother laid out the exact formula. First, comfort the traumatized human boy who surely has a tragic backstory to earn his trust. Second, mend the deep rift between him and his strict father, since fantasy protagonists always hate their dads. Ashiel remembered nodding along absently as her mother rambled about terms like husband and father-in-law, totally confusing the complex human relationships with simple titles. Her mother had concluded that after fixing his family issues, Ashiel should gracefully step aside and hand the male lead over to the true human heroine to live out a peaceful life. Right? Her mother had asked, completely unaware that little Ashiel had already drifted off to sleep halfway through the most critical part of the lecture. Back in the cold present, sweat beads rolled down Ashiel's face as she bitterly regretted taking a nap during her mother's life-saving survival class. Talk about failing the most important test of your life. Puffing out her tiny chest, Ashiel stood up on her hind legs with absolute confidence. She didn't remember the whole plan, but she clearly remembered 2 golden rules because Ashiel is super smart. Pointing her little chubby claw directly at Edinburgh standing before the armored guards, Ashiel declared in her mind that the human boy was her husband and his dad was her father-in-law. Edinburgh stared in absolute horror and utter confusion, his face twisting as he tried to comprehend why the summoned entity was glaring at him with such intense, unexplainable passion. "Pee! Husband! Husband!" Ashiel screamed at the top of her lungs, flailing her tiny wings enthusiastically while trying to communicate her total submission. Seeing the tiny dragon crying tears while squeaking hysterically, the hard-boiled knights lowered their swords slightly, admitting that this poor little creature just looked way too pitiful to be an evil monster. Remembering her mother's final secret tip that when words fail, true feelings can still be communicated non-verbally, Ashiel prepared her next brilliant move to charm her new husband. Recalling her survival training back home, Ashiel remembers her wombat beastman teacher holding up a white napkin in class, instructing her that waving a white cloth is the universal sign of peace to show humans you have zero intention to attack. Snapping back to the terrifying present, Ashiel quickly digs through her tiny pouch and pulls out a bright white cloth, waving it frantically in the air while squeaking out a frantic declaration of surrender. Tears stream down her cute, chubby cheeks as she waves the white flag back and forth like her life depends on it, crying out in baby squeaks that Ashiel surrenders completely and wants no trouble. Man, Edinburgh is out here acting like a hardened war veteran expecting a country-destroying demon king, while this pocket-sized potato is literally waving a white flag. Narrowing his eyes, the young duke barks at his knights to keep their swords drawn because he still suspects a massive trap. Unaware of the political drama unfolding around her, little Ashiel continues flailing her white napkin with all her tiny strength, sobbing hysterically in front of the towering line of armored knights. Screaming at the top of her lungs with high-pitched dragon squeaks, she continues fluttering her tiny wings while holding the white cloth high above her head. Look at the guards' faces. These grown men are totally having an existential crisis right now. Sweat beads roll down the knights' helmets as they whisper among themselves, admitting that the creature is undeniably waving a surrender flag. Lowering his rapier slightly, Edinburgh stares down at the weeping baby dragon in sheer disbelief, muttering quietly to himself as he wonders if this bizarre creature can even comprehend human language. Exhausted and trembling from fear, Ashiel slumps onto the cold stone floor, clutching her white cloth tightly while letting out pitiful little whimpers. Unexpectedly, Edinburgh steps forward and gently attaches a clean white handkerchief onto the very tip of his rapier, extending it toward Ashiel with a calm voice, telling her he understands her peace offering so she can stop crying now. Okay, this panel is absolute comedy gold. Instead of accepting the peace gesture like a noble beast, Ashiel grabs the handkerchief and aggressively blows her tiny dragon nose right into it. Turning toward the shrouded high mage standing beside him, Edinburgh asks if it's possible to cast a real-time translation spell on the creature so they can figure out what on earth it's trying to say. Raising his ornate ceremonial staff, the mage channeled glowing purple mana into an intricate spell, wrapping shimmering magical bands around the sniffling baby dragon while the guards assume she's just begging for mercy. Wiping her puffy pink eyes with the soft cloth amid a glowing backdrop of flowers, Ashiel tries her best to look as innocent and harmless as humanly possible. Later inside the grand sunlit ducal palace, a senior retainer strides briskly through the gilded corridors, bowing respectfully as he addresses the young duke. Wheelchairs roll softly against the red velvet carpet as the retainer points toward Ashiel sitting in a luxurious mini-carriage, bluntly arguing that this tiny creature is far too weak and pathetic to serve as the grand divine beast of House Moonrafe. The retainer suggests petitioning the imperial palace for permission to run the ancient summoning ritual a second time, but Edinburgh immediately cuts him off, whispering his advisor of the astronomical fortune they already paid the emperor for this single attempt. You can really feel the financial stress in Edinburgh's voice here. The kid spent his family's entire life savings on a legendary guardian and got a tiny teacup dragon instead. Serious. Edinburgh firmly states that running another ritual would bankrupt their entire duchy completely. Sweating nervously under the young duke's sharp glare, the retainer tries to protest again, desperate to save the family standing among the nobility. Scoop lifting the tiny black dragon off the carriage, Edinburgh holds Ashiel snugly against his chest, declaring that it's far too early to write her off before testing what hidden magical ability she possesses. With a resonant thud, the massive carved golden doors of the private ducal study slam shut, locking the retainer and servants outside. Holding Ashiel under her tiny arms like a squishy plushie, Edinburgh peers down at her with intense violet eyes, while Ashiel panics internally, wondering what horrifying fate awaits her inside this room. Gently placing her down onto his wide mahogany desk, Edinburgh utters a cold "hey," sending a wave of absolute horror through Ashiel's mind as she convinces herself he's about to roast her alive. Leaning over the desk until his face is just inches away from hers, Edinburgh casually mentions that if she dislikes formal titles, she can simply address him directly by his personal name. Looking her dead in the eye with a serious expression, the young duke explicitly confirms his name to her. Ashiel's internal monologues are top-tier comedy. She remembers rumors that humans love roasting young beastmen whole, but reasons that since he gave her his name, he probably won't eat her immediately. Puffing up her chest, she squeaks out her own name via the translation spell, declaring, "Ashiel is Ashiel." Crossing his arms, Edinburgh gets straight to business, demanding to know what specialized powers and magical abilities she brought from her realm. He presses her further, asking if she wields catastrophic destruction magic capable of wiping out an entire duchy in a single strike, or if she possesses divine holy strength like a legendary angel of war. Watching her tilt her head in utter confusion, Edinburgh asks if she at least has the divine gift of foresight to see into the future, but Ashiel aggressively shakes her tiny head no. Clenching his fist against the desk as sweat beads form on his forehead, Edinburgh grows increasingly nervous, desperately asking what useful skills she actually has. Get ready for the absolute worst resume flex in fantasy history. Proudly puffing out her chest, Ashiel boasts that she is an elite tree climber and a fantastic swimmer, visually imagining herself happily splashing in rivers and scaling giant trunks. Supporting his forehead with his hand, Edinburgh falls into a deep state of despair, realizing he just spent his entire family fortune on a pet lizard that climbs trees. Seeing the dark aura surrounding her new husband, Ashiel panics hard, frantically adding that she can also sing super well and tastes absolutely terrible, begging him not to eat her. Hearing a tiny baby dragon call him husband with absolute earnestness, Edinburgh's cheeks instantly flush bright crimson as his brain completely short-circuits. Looking up at him with glossy, tear-filled pink eyes surrounded by soft flowers, Ashiel whimpers pitifully, doing everything in her power to weaponize her cuteness for survival. Rubbing his temples in total exhaustion, the young Duke lets out a heavy sigh, trying to figure out how to handle this incredibly bizarre situation. A sudden polite knock echoes through the study as a butler outside announces that he has brought the meal commanded by His Grace. Telling them to enter, Edinburgh remembers he originally ordered a heavy meal in case the summoned monster went on a bloodthirsty frenzy from hunger. Though looking at Ashiel now, the idea seems completely ridiculous. The servants push a silver food trolley into the study, lifting the polished dome lid off a large serving dish as Ashiel leans over the desk with wide, curious eyes. Wait, hold on a second. What kind of psycho menu is this? Underneath the silver cover sits a live, cute white bunny sitting right on top of a bed of fresh lettuce, tomatoes, and olives. The adorable white rabbit blinks innocently from the salad plate, completely unaware that it was served as live monster feed. Noticing Ashiel freezing in total horror, Edinburgh misunderstands her expression completely, asking if the rabbit is too small for her and offering to bring a massive wild beast instead. Crossing his arms nonchalantly, the young Duke reassures her that no one is going to steal her food, urging her to eat her meal comfortably. Shaking furiously in sheer terror, Ashiel stares at him with wide eyes, screaming in her head that beastmen don't eat their woodland animal friends, while Edinburgh gets impatient, asking why she isn't eating. Yeah, it's time to pull a total prison break. Realizing she's trapped with a psycho who feeds live bunnies, Ashiel leaps off the desk with a frantic screech, while Edinburgh panics, yelling that it's way too high. Hitting the carpeted floor at full speed, Ashiel sprints toward the exit doors like a mini race car, planning to break out of the warded room and cast return magic to escape back home to the Forest of Beastmen. Reaching the massive golden doors, Ashiel skids to a sudden halt, looking up in absolute horror as she realizes the ornate brass doorknob is 10 feet above her head, and she hasn't learned how to fly yet. Refusing to give up, she hops repeatedly against the bottom of the door, reaching her tiny chubby claws as high as she can while squeaking in desperation. Running out of stamina, the little dragon slides down the door in complete defeat, melting into a squishy pile of sadness on the floor with pitiful whimpers. Look at the contrast in this final panel. Edinburgh is standing there with a deadpan expression questioning his entire life, while behind him, all the maids and butler are clutching their hearts, totally swooning over how ridiculously cute Ashiel is. Hearing heavy boots approaching the study, young Edinburgh calls out her name, sending a sudden shockwave of panic through Ashiel as she turns around in terror. Desperate to avoid getting caught by her scary new master, Ashiel scrambles to escape, screaming in her head that she has to return to her mother in the Forest of Beastmen right now. Gathering every ounce of magic inside her tiny body, Ashiel's dragon heart beats frantically as a radiant wave of pink and yellow mana surges around her paws. Unexpectedly, a catastrophic torrent of blazing dragon fire blasts straight out from her mouth, completely blowing the massive doors clean off their hinges. As the heavy smoke clears, Ashiel stands amidst the scorched rubble in sheer confusion, scoffing, utterly baffled as to why the massive door just flew away like paper. Servants and guards stand outside frozen in horror, whispering among themselves in shock as they stare at the shattered remnants of the indestructible orichalcum gate. Stepping through the dust, Edinburgh peers down with wide violet eyes, asking the little creature in total shock if she literally just breathed fire. Look at Ashiel trembling in tears right now. She's so terrified that Edinburgh is going to roast her into a baby dragon barbecue for destroying his ridiculously expensive door. Later that night, palace servants haul a wooden transport cart down the grand gilded corridors, murmuring quietly about the evening's crazy events. The servants are debating in disbelief, trying to process how a tiny, potato-sized dragon managed to obliterate a heavily enchanted orichalcum barrier all by herself. Carrying Ashiel snugly against his chest while his butler holds the white rabbit, Edinburgh walks into a newly prepped guest suite. Looking down at the sniffling dragon, Edinburgh calmly informs her that she'll be staying in this luxury nursery until the study doors are completely rebuilt. He gently places Ashiel down onto the cushioned carpet inside a high-rimmed white wooden playpen. Hugging her knees beside the sleepy white rabbit, Ashiel lets out a tiny sigh of relief, gasp, thankful that she didn't get roasted and her bunny friend survived too. Her little ego instantly inflates back up. Ashiel smugly giggles to herself, assuming the humans got terrified because she's actually a legendary high-tier dragon. But reality quickly hits her like a brick. The ambient mana in the human realm is way too thin, meaning she lacks the power to cast interdimensional return magic. Realizing she has to survive until her mother comes to rescue her, Ashiel reaches into her subspace portal and rummages through her personal items, pulling out ducky, stuffed animals, and cutlery. Searching through her mini portal, she digs around for a specific survival guide she brought all the way from home. She proudly pulls out a colorful picture book titled How to Survive When You Encounter a Human, all in one volume. Flipping open the pages with her chubby paws, Ashiel convinces herself that following this guide will keep her safe from being eaten. Reading the first rule, never fight, run immediately. Reading the next rule, the book advises, even if you fail to make a stand, never cower. Instead, act more ferocious so humans will never look down on beastkin children. Inspired by the guidebook, Ashiel marches determinedly toward the full-length mirror, huffing out fierce little squeaks. Posing in front of her reflection with puffed-up cheeks, Ashiel shouts at the top of her lungs, declaring that she is the most ferocious dragon in the universe. Seriously, this is the least threatening display of aggression in history. She's roaring at her own reflection while the white rabbit blinks in complete confusion. Giving up on understanding the dramatic dragon, the sleepy bunny simply curls up and falls right back to sleep. High-ranking footsteps echo through the grand palace hallway as prominent aristocratic guests arrive unannounced. An aide nervously walks alongside an imposing blonde gentleman, explaining that Duke Edinburgh had strictly ordered them to keep the dragon's arrival secret. Hearing unfamiliar footsteps approaching the nursery, Ashiel twitches in her sleep, waking up beside her fluffy bunny companion. The tall, aristocratic gentleman strides into the nursery with a cold, stern expression, accompanied by his nervous aide. Panicking under the stranger's gaze, Ashiel frantically pokes the sleeping rabbit with her tail, whispering for it to wake up and protect her. Looming over the crib with an intimidating aura, the stern man scoffs at Ashiel, questioning if anyone could possibly consider this tiny thing dangerous, while Ashiel realizes he looks exactly like an older version of her husband. Realizing who he is, Ashiel's brain connects the dots as she stares up at his imposing figure. Hearing the little dragon speak, the grandfather pauses in surprise, confusion asking what she just said under her breath. Desperate to save her life, Ashiel blurts out that eating her won't even fill his stomach, shouting, "Father-in-law, please don't eat me or the bad-tasting bunny." Staring at her with absolute disgust and confusion, the gentleman bluntly responds that he definitely never accepted a baby reptile as his daughter-in-law. Clinging to the crib railing, Ashiel tilts her head in utter confusion, sensing that something is seriously wrong with this family hierarchy. Young Duke Edinburgh enters the nursery room, greeting his grandfather respectfully and apologizing for not welcoming him at the main gates. Turning toward his grandson with a deeply annoyed grimace, the older Duke states that in all his long years of living, he has never heard anything so absurd. Duke Elkai points straight at the tiny dragon hanging from the crib, demanding to know why this little speck is calling him her father-in-law, leaving young Edinburgh completely speechless. The entire room falls into an awkward, silent stare-down as 3 generations of Moonwraith men stare blankly at the sweating baby dragon. The grandfather narrows his violet eyes, radiating an intense pressure that makes Ashiel gulp in total terror. Ashiel recalls her mother's grave warning from back home, remembering that Duke Elkai Moonrath, the former war hero and grandfather of the male lead, is the single most dangerous human in existence. She remembers reading in the original story that Elkai detested Ashiel simply because she resembled a wyvern, though Ashiel insists in her head that she's a majestic dragon, not a lizard. Remembering another critical detail, Ashiel recalls her mother mentioning that Grand Duke Elkai suffers from a severe, incurable mana flow disease. Breaking the silence, Elkai looks down on Ashiel with a cold glare, demanding to know what specialized abilities or powers she actually possesses. He presses her further with a stern voice, asking if she holds superhuman physical strength or mastery over grand high-level elemental magic. Proudly fluttering her tiny pink wings, Ashiel boasts her supreme talents, announcing that she is an expert tree climber, a master swimmer, and can sing super well. Check out Grand Duke Elkai shrugging in utter disbelief. The grand war hero of the Empire just asked for a divine beast and got a toddler who sings nursery rhymes? Stepping forward, young Edinburgh frowns at Ashiel, questioning why she's hiding her true powers after literally blowing up an orichalcum gate last night. Pouting her chubby cheeks with a huff, Ashiel stubbornly insists she wasn't lying, while Grand Duke Elkai quietly mutters her name, realizing this tiny dragon is going to bring absolute chaos to their household. Young Edinburgh deadpans to his grandfather with a completely straight face, bluntly reminding him that just last night, Ashiel literally breathed the catastrophic wave of fire. Inside her head, Ashiel questions if non-fire-breathing dragons even exist, though she secretly admits to herself that it was actually her very first time unleashing a blaze that monstrous. Edinburgh explains how that single burst of dragonfire totally obliterated the mansion's indestructible orichalcum gate, blowing the heavy metal doors clean off their frame. Look at Grand Duke Elkai's deadpan side-eye right now. He turns his head with a cold frown, sounding entirely unamused by his grandson's crazy claim. Clinging to her playpen railing in total panic, Ashiel sweats nervously as she senses the old man's terrifying pressure, convinced he's about to turn her into baby dragon barbecue. Grand Duke Elkai rubs his chin thoughtfully, contemplating the absurd situation while staring down at the tiny beast with a grim expression. Leaning over the crib, Elkai scoffs loudly and dismisses the little creature as a pathetic speck, sending a shockwave of utter offense straight through Ashiel. Her little dragon pride just took a massive hit. Stomping her tiny, chubby paws against the mattress, Ashiel fumes with rage because the human dared to insult dragonkind. Puffing at her cheeks with an intense glare, Ashiel strikes her most intimidating pose to prove she isn't something to be trifled with. She vows to herself that she'll personally show this arrogant old grandfather just how terrifyingly ferocious a real dragon can be. Watching her throw a tiny toddler tantrum, Grand Duke Elkai asks why the little bug is throwing a fit, while Edinburgh casually tells him to just ignore her. Check out her wild imagination panel. Ashiel gets a light bulb moment recalling fairy tales where dark dragons kidnap humans, plotting to abduct grandfather Elkai to teach him a lesson. Flexing her tiny claws, she whispers an ominous warning in her head, telling the old man to prepare himself for her ultimate revenge. Teaming up with her loyal, fluffy rabbit, Ashiel begins her top-secret covert operation, stealthily peeking around the palace corners. Rapidly scurrying across the grand carpet, the little dragon and her bunny companion embark on a reconnaissance mission throughout the estate. Stopping in her tracks, Ashiel perks up her ears as she overhears a pair of palace servants gossiping down the corridor. Two tall servants stroll down the grand hallway, completely unaware that a tiny baby dragon is tailing them from behind. One servant asks if the former duke really made those harsh comments, while Ashiel realizes grandfather Elkai dislikes smaller creatures simply because they look weak and insignificant. The servants chuckle as they recall Elkai calling her a useless little booger, leaving Ashiel completely stunned by the insulting nickname. Seriously, her ego is completely bruised. Huffing with rage, Ashiel realizes she's become the mansion's laughingstock and decides she must punish grandfather immediately. A mischievous grin spreads across her chubby face as she formulates what she believes is a flawless villainous scheme. Overhearing the servants mention that Grand Duke Elkai ordered a massive batch of the freshest strawberries, Ashiel learns a vital piece of intel about his eating habits. Sparkles fill Achille's eyes at the mention of fruit, remembering how amazingly sweet those fresh strawberries tasted when she ate them before. Shaking her chubby head back and forth, she snaps herself out of her food trance to stay focused on her grand evil plan. Sitting on the floor with a mini notepad, she diligently jots down notes about grandfather calling her a booger. Her rabbit accomplice keeps watch nearby, standing on its hind legs to ensure no guards catch them mid-spy operation. Hiding behind the ornate furniture, the little dragon continues gathering intelligence on every member of the household. Look at her smug little face right now. Holding her pad tightly, Achille proudly smiles, convinced she has gathered enough top-secret intel to destroy her enemy. Flashing forward, a dramatic text bubble reveals her internal despair as her perfect scheme hits an unexpected wall. Staring down at her empty claws, Achille suddenly realizes that her precious intelligence notebook is completely missing. She literally melted into a puddle of sadness on the carpet. Collapsing flat on her belly, Achille whimpers that her entire revenge plot is ruined forever. Meanwhile, over in the Duke's private study, a servant respectfully knocks on the door to address young Edinburgh. Presenting a silver tray, the maid explains that a cleaner found a tiny notebook lying on the hallway floor earlier that morning. Looking up from his desk, young Edinburgh asks what it is, while the butler notes that based on its micro size, it definitely belongs to Achille. Gently picking up the tiny notebook with 2 fingers, Edinburgh smiles fondly, asking exactly where in the mansion it was recovered. Bowing politely, the maid answers that it was discovered near the west parlor during morning cleaning. Realizing the west parlor is clear on the opposite side of the estate, Edinburgh wonders if it's okay to sneak a quick peek at what she wrote. Check out the hilarious crayon doodles inside. Flipping open the page, he finds adorable toddler drawings of angry grandfathers, ropes, and fluffy bunnies scattered everywhere. Smiling warmly at her innocent artwork, Edinburgh feels relieved, happy to see that the little dragon seems to be adjusting nicely to living in the palace. That evening, dark storm clouds roll over the empire as heavy rain and roaring thunder shake the grand castle walls. Staring out at the pouring rain, Edinburgh worries that the dreary weather might be making Achille feel lonely and dispirited. But inside her nursery, Achille wriggles her tail with excitement, realizing that grandfather inviting her to dinner is the ultimate chance to spy on him. Waddling alongside Edinburgh with adorable tiny steps, Achille sings about fresh strawberries while Edinburgh chuckles, realizing he worried for nothing. Look at that glorious visual! The mansion staff prepared an incredible feast, filling magical dishes with giant, glistening red strawberries. Gazing at the table stacked with strawberry cakes, parfaits, and whole baskets of fruit, Achille gasps in total awe at the sweet paradise before her eyes. Completely overwhelmed by happiness, the little dragon flops onto her back, squirming around in pure bliss. Holding her up near his chest, Edinburgh deadpans to his grandfather that looking at her closely, she really does resemble a tiny black booger. Instantly snapping back into rage mode, Achille flails her arms and shouts that she is not a booger, while grandfather Elkai coldly tells them not to use gross words at the dinner table. Slamming her chubby paws onto the table repeatedly, Achille throws an absolute toddler fit over the continuous disrespect. Crossing his arms with a stern frown, Grand Duke Elkai scoffs at her lack of etiquette, asking if they really have to endure watching this unruly little reptile eat dinner. Staring thoughtfully into the distance, young Edinburgh contemplates his grandfather's unusually moody behavior, thinking to himself that the old man isn't usually this stubborn, and wondering if the dreary rain is getting to him. Turning around in the grand dining room, Grand Duke Elkai sternly explains that he wants to evaluate the situation carefully before making any final decisions, to which young Edinburgh respectfully nods and agrees to wait. Looking up toward the sparkling crystal chandelier, Elkai quietly expresses his confidence in the young heir, while Edinburgh solemnly promises that he won't disappoint his grandfather. Meanwhile, baby dragon Achille could not care less about serious household politics. Wearing a tiny white scarf around her neck, she happily munches munch on a gigantic slice of strawberry cake, her chubby cheeks stuffed to maximum capacity. Check out Grand Duke Elkai's side-eye right now. Watching the little creature gobble down desserts, he sips his red wine and admits with a sweat drop that the tiny beast certainly possesses an insatiable physical appetite. Puffing out her chubby cheeks as she crams an entire fresh strawberry into her snout, Ashiel continues chewing continuously while Elkai asks how long she intends to keep eating like a ravenous monster. Elkai mentions that he plans to stroll through the palace gardens tomorrow to admire the vibrant autumn leaves, prompting tiny Ashiel to perk up her ears from the bushes as she overhears his schedule. Look at that smug old man smirk. Elkai glances down with a cynical smirk, scoffing that the tiny dragon shouldn't bother trying to impress him or tag along. Settling back at the dinner table, Elkai advises Edinburgh to get a good night's rest, while a literal light bulb pops over Ashiel's head as she formulates another absurd scheme. Welcome to Detective Ashiel's brain panel. Dressed in a full detective outfit with a magnifying glass and pipe, the little dragon proudly boasts to herself about her unmatched deduction talent. Striking a confident pose in her tiny detective cape, she prepares to launch a full-scale covert investigation to track Grandfather Elkai's every move throughout the palace. Stealthily poking her tiny head out from a bright orange hedge in the courtyard, Ashiel keeps her eyes peeled, convinced she's completely invisible to the palace guards. Seriously, her idea of top-secret espionage is hiding her face while her tail sticks out. She continues lurking through the castle grounds, determined to gather incriminating dirt. 10 days later, bright autumn sunshine bathes the castle maze garden as Grand Duke Elkai strolls along the stone pathway alongside his loyal aide, chatting about his recent health. Twitching his mustache with mild amusement, Elkai suddenly brings up the topic of the tiny dragon residing in their household. Recalling his initial impressions, Elkai admits that at first glance, he genuinely assumed the little creature was nothing more than a pathetic, useless baby wyvern. Nodding thoughtfully, the blue-haired aide replies that mistaking the tiny beast for a minor reptile certainly made sense given her small stature. Look at the cold, grand war hero softening up right now. Elkai closes his eyes with a warm, tender smile, fondly recalling how Ashiel nibbles away at strawberries with a face smaller than his palm. Continuing his walk down the leafy path, the Grand Duke softly chuckles, openly admitting that despite her small size, the little dragon is remarkably cheerful and entertaining. Elkai points out how funny it is that even his own grandson calls him Lord Elkai, yet this tiny beast brazenly calls him grandfather, while Ashiel panics in her crib, screaming that dragons aren't soup ingredients. Throwing his head back, Grand Duke Elkai bursts into a loud, booming laugh, completely charmed by the tiny dragon's endless antics. Staring in absolute disbelief, the blue-haired aide sweats nervously, shocked to realize that the stern, terrifying Duke has grown ridiculously attached to the little creature. The aide realizes that after spending half his life in blood-soaked battles, the old Duke has zero immunity to cuteness, forcing Elkai to clear his throat as phantom baby dragons float around him. Walking along the stone courtyard, the aide reports that another noble member of the family promised to arrive as soon as he finishes his business. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Elkai scowls, complaining that the family elder summoned a massive ancient beast, yet hasn't even bothered to greet him. Pausing near the garden fountain, Elkai coldly commands his aide to tell the elder to drop everything and depart immediately. Suddenly, pitter-patter, tiny baby dragon Ashiel comes sprinting across the vast green lawn at full speed, shouting top of her lungs for her grandfather. Trotting happily on her chubby little legs, Ashiel waves her tiny paw and boldly demands that the Grand Duke follow her right this instant. Towering over the tiny dragon on the garden path, Elkai sternly asks why he should follow her, to which Ashiel cheekily responds that he'll find out once he comes along. Look at the aide's jaw dropping right now. He sweats in sheer horror, dumbfounded that a baby lizard is bossing around the most dangerous man in the Empire. Turning around with a grave expression, Elkai commands his aide to stay back, leaving the nervous assistant bowing in compliance. Following the tiny creature down the hallway, Elkai warns Ashiel sternographically that if she dragged him all the way here for a silly joke, punishment awaits. Clinging tightly to his trousers with her tiny claws, Ashiel orders him to stay close, while Elkai deadpans that he isn't sure who's actually leading whom. Watching them waddle away from afar, the aide clenches his chest with gushing hearts in his eyes, internally screaming at how ridiculously cute the dynamic is. Reaching the end of the grand corridor, the heavy double doors slam open, bang, bang, as Ashiel reaches her target location. Reaching up with her tiny dragon paw, Ashiel nudges the heavy latch and peeks through the crack with a sinister, sneaky smirk. Standing inside the lavish chamber with folded arms, Elkai looks down at Ashiel, while she proudly celebrates in her head that her grand kidnapping plot succeeded. Meanwhile, over at the estate of the rival family branch, Furious shouting echoes from the grand marble pillars, demanding to know why anyone cares about Edinburgh's summoned monster. Inside his private office, the bitter, jealous uncle slams his hands onto the wooden desk. Bang, bang! Wishing the summoned beast had killed Edinburgh instead. Grinding his teeth in absolute venom, the uncle scowls with rage, demanding to know why his informant interrupted his busy schedule over a weak monster. Gripping his hair in sheer frustration, the uncle rants about how hard he works to secure political allies, asking if they truly intend to declare that pathetic lizard a divine beast. His freckled assistant respectfully explains that while no decision is final, reports confirm the summoned beast unleashed a terrifying torrent of dragonfire. Leaning closer, the assistant whispers that local rumors even claim the tiny creature destroyed an indestructible orichalcum gate using nothing but its bare claws. Scoffing in complete disbelief, the uncle lets out a cold, mocking laugh, dismissing the crazy rumor as sheer propaganda. The uncle argues that orichalcum doesn't scratch even in massive explosions, but the assistant points out that the Divine Beast Chamber is currently undergoing massive structural repairs after total destruction. Laughing sycophantically, the assistant flatters his boss, declaring that a wise and calculating leader like him ought to be the rightful duke. Slamming his palm onto the desk once more, the uncle boils with jealousy, recalling how his handsome, competent brother was chosen for the ducal throne over him. Look at the sheer villainous hatred on his face. Glaring at a portrait of young Edinburgh, the uncle fumes with dark envy, screaming in his head why that branch of the family always gets top priority, when he is a child of the duke too. Stomping his heavy leather boot onto the red carpet, the uncle decides he cannot sit idly by while his rivals consolidate power. Striding toward the exit, the assistant mentions that the monster reportedly resembles a wyvern, and the bitter uncle sneers that it's nothing more than a pathetic lizard. Picking up inside the private office, the bitter blonde uncle scoffs to his aide that Edinburgh's father refused to draw his sword because he spent his entire life hunting wyverns and gets sick just hearing the word mentioned. Pacing across the room with a wine bottle, the uncle mutters under his breath that the Grand Duke always keeps a wyvern at his side. Just as he expected. He shakes his head in utter disgust, exasperated by the household's bizarre choices. Seeing his master's huge misunderstanding, the freckled aide nervously steps in to clarify that the Grand Duke isn't keeping a war monster, but is literally fond of the tiny creature like a beloved house pet. The uncle violently whips around, nearly dropping his drink as he screams in utter shock that the coldest war hero in the Empire, a man who never gave a single kind word to his own bloodline, is suddenly doting on a little reptile. Trying to regain his composure, the uncle demands reassurance that the Grand Duke won't officially declare the dragon a divine beast. Seriously? Look at this guy throwing a full adult temper tantrum. Slamming his wine bottle onto the desk, the uncle rants that keeping the dragon around is proof enough of their long-term political maneuvering. A sinister gleam flashes across his eyes as he realizes that if the creature is elevated to divine status, it creates a massive political opening for his faction. Whispering insidious ideas, the freckled aide suggests that if their lord slays the creature under the guise of protecting the fortress, it would wipe out Edinburgh's political leverage in one stroke. The uncle frowns, pointing out that outright executing an established divine beast would backfire spectacularly and leave him facing imperial treason charges. A twisted smirk spreads across the villain's face as he hatches a loophole scheme, slaughtering the baby dragon right now before its divine title is officially recognized. Pouring dark red wine into his glass, he orders his aide to send word that a giant fortress guardian beast will be dispatched ahead of them. The uncle's mind visualizes a massive, bloodthirsty guardian bear roaming the forest pathways, ready to execute his dirty work. Swirling his wine glass, he commands his aide to stage a fake escape accident and release the ferocious guardian bear directly onto the trail where Tiny Ashiel plays. When the aide cautiously asks what happens if the Duke simply summons a replacement monster, the uncle sneers that the main branch is far too broke to afford another costly ritual. Holding up his glass in a solitary toast, the uncle gloats that once this tiny dragon dies, Edinburgh's entire faction will crumble into dust. Meanwhile, back at the Grand Duke's luxurious palace, the dark political storm brewing on the outside hasn't reached our adorable tiny protagonist yet. Inside the grand reception room, a pair of chubby black dragon paws works diligently around heavy hemp ropes. The Grand Duke sits quietly on the carpet as Tiny Ashiel tugs at the binding findings, excitedly chirping that she has a grand demonstration to show her beloved grandfather. Look at Grand Duke Elkai right now. The most dangerous war hero in the Empire is sitting cross-legged on the carpet, completely tied up like a holiday roast, while tiny dragon Ashiel stands over him victorious. Rubbing her tiny paws together with evil, cute energy, Ashiel celebrates in her mind that phase 1 of her terrifying dragon villain showcase is complete. The old Duke doesn't even bother breaking the ropes. He just looks down with deadpan confusion, wondering why this little lizard wrapped him up like a parcel. Ashiel freezes in total disbelief as her grand high-stakes hostage plot completely fails to intimidate the stoic old man. In Elkai's mind, a soft flashback plays of the tiny dragon bouncing around the carpet with her pet rabbit, chirping her adorable signature noises. Watching her tiny tail wiggle in rhythm with the bunny's fluffy tail, the old Duke's heart melted long ago. Effortlessly scooping the little dragon onto his lap despite the ropes around his arms, Elkai softly tells her to settle down as she squeaks her little response. Reaching out with his fingers, he gently pats the tip of her smooth dragon tail. Elkai blinks in surprise, feeling her velvety scales and soft wings, completely bewildered that a dragon's hide could feel like plush velvet instead of armored steel. Despite Ashiel sternly commanding her captive hostage to remain motionless, Elkai can't resist softly stroking her chubby body like a precious stuffed toy. Monwo grandfathers losing their minds to cuteness is my absolute favorite trope. Elkai literally starts daydreaming about Ashiel singing opera, playing soccer with their stubby legs, and gathering acorns in the forest like a squirrel. Closing his eyes with a contented sigh, the feared war hero goes totally catatonic from cuteness overload, while Ashiel panics, thinking her hostage has gone completely still. Determined to prove her monstrous villain credentials, Ashiel scrambles across the floor to launch Plan B. Right on cue, the palace maid pushes a golden tea cart into the room carrying fresh refreshments. Ashiel's eyes light up with pure delight as she spots the centerpiece of the snack cart. Hugging a massive basket overflowing with bright red strawberries, Ashiel resists the urge to gobble them all down immediately, telling herself a true dragon mastermind must show patience. She tells her fluffy rabbit friend to wait until after her terrifying demonstration before digging into the sweet treats. But while Ashiel is busy giving orders, Grand Duke Elkai casually leans over and swallows the giant strawberries whole in single bites. Munching through the entire basket at lightning speed, the old Duke vacuums up every single strawberry without leaving a single bite for anyone else. Talk about zero mercy. The grand hero of the Empire just ruthlessly robbed a baby dragon of her entire fruit supply, leaving behind nothing but a tragic mountain of green stems. Ashiel stares down at the empty basket with giant teary eyes, her tiny heart completely shattered into a million pieces. Carrying her broken spirit, the pitiful little dragon waddles down the endless marble corridor, whimpering that she just wants to be left alone in her sorrow. Dragging her heavy tail across the carpet, she staggers forward, completely demoralized by the ruthless strawberry robbery. Tears stream down her chubby cheeks as she snuffles, lamenting that she only got to eat one single strawberry and failed to show off her fearsome dragon power. Suddenly, Ashiel perks up her ears as she overhears two palace maids whispering nervously about the imminent arrival of Count Bionte's dangerous bear envoy. Peeking her tiny snout around the decorative pillar, Ashiel listens intently to the juicy palace gossip. The maids express deep concern that even the Grand Duke won't be able to turn away the Count's menacing beast envoy without starting an all-out diplomatic war. Tilting her head, Ashiel wonders to herself if this mysterious bear friend is truly as terrifying as everyone claims. Dark purple ominous flames erupt around her as a new spark of determination ignites. Ashiel vows that she will become 10 times scarier than any giant dare and finally claim her title as the most terrifying dragon in existence. Soon after, a heavy iron cage on wheels rolls into the palace grounds carrying the sleeping monster bear. Sitting at the tea table, young Edinburgh warns Ashiel to stay close to the guard knights because his uncle's bear is extremely violent. As Edinburgh tenderly wipes a crumb off her snout, Ashiel pouts internally that her handsome young husband treats her way too much like a helpless baby, fully confident she can beat up any bear with her own two paws. Placing a hand over his chest with utmost respect, the handsome brown-haired knight bows deeply, politely introducing himself as Sir Dylan. From across the tea table, tiny Ashiel tilts her head while staring at his back, quietly pouting in her mind that a fearsome dragon mastermind doesn't need an escort knight following her around. Puffing out her chubby chest, Ashiel proudly announces that she can protect herself, but Dylan simply responds with professional formality, stating he looks forward to serving her. Look at this poor guy's internal monologue. In his head, Dylan imagines himself running around the palace, bragging to a crowd of onlookers that he's the official bodyguard of a terrifying mythical beast. But as Ashiel leans closer to inspect him, she notices his hand is trembling like a leaf, wondering if the poor knight is just shivering from the cold. Oh, if only she knew! A dark, gloomy cloud hangs over Dylan as he questions every single decision in his life that led to guarding a little lizard. A quick flashback reveals his traumatic childhood memory, crying his eyes out while a harmless little garden lizard crawled near his feet. Sweating bullets, Daniel winces, realizing that if he quits his prestigious royal guard post over a tiny reptile, his noble family will kick him out onto the streets. Stepping toward the exit, he tries to pump himself up, telling himself this assignment is the ultimate test to overcome his lifelong reptile phobia. Meanwhile, Ashiel stares into space, realizing that if she wants Dylan to spread rumors about her terrifying dragon strength, she needs to win his trust first. Trotting behind him across the polished floor, the chubby black dragon follows every step Dylan takes like a tiny shadow. Turning around in confusion, Dylan stammers to ask where she's going, only for Ashiel to cheerfully chirp that wherever her new bodyguard goes, she goes too. As they arrive near the grand training grounds, the loud, echoing grunts of soldiers practicing sword drills fill the palace courtyard. Feeling a cold sweat trickle down his neck, Dylan glances over his shoulder, desperately asking himself why this little creature is staring at him with such intense pink eyes. Suddenly, memories of her beast kindergarten days spark inside Ashiel's head. Wanting to show off her monstrous strength, she lunges forward and strikes the heavy wooden training dummies. Dylan's eyes pop out of his head, gasp, as a massive wooden pillar is instantly snapped in half by a single strike from the tiny dragon. Splinters fly across the entire arena as Ashiel blitzes through the training grounds like a adorable miniature wrecking ball. Delivering a swift high kick with her stubby legs, she completely obliterates the remaining wooden dummies into toothpicks while squeaking her battle cry. Talk about an absolute disaster zone. The entire training courtyard is left in complete ruins, leaving the stone ground littered with broken timber. A short time later, news of the mysterious destruction spreads rapidly through the barracks as guards wonder what kind of siege weapon hit their yard. Standing amidst the wreckage, the senior guard knights demand to know who destroyed all the training equipment, while Dylan hangs his head in utter embarrassment. Look at his fellow knight holding back his laughter. Teasing Dylan, the guard jokes that while he landed a high-profile escort position, his new boss is a total force of nature. Reaching into his jacket, the friendly knight pulls out a colorful cat wand, suggesting Dylan use it to tame the wild little beast. Dylan stares at the feather toy with complete skepticism, deadpan doubting that an ancient draconic creature would ever fall for a cheap cat trick. But the second he flickers the pink feathers, Ashiel's eyes widen with sheer fascination, squeaking with pure delight. Sitting cross-legged on the carpet, the stern royal knight starts wiggling the cat wand as tiny Ashiel bounces all over the floor, chasing the feathers like an energetic kitten. Waving his arm until it aches, Dylan realizes with a blank expression that playing with the feather wand is actually curing his fear of reptiles. Ashiel rolls on her back with her fluffy bunny friend, completely enthralled by the bouncy pink feathers. Hugging the soft feather toy, Ashiel's heart melts with affection, deciding that such a kind human guard deserves a grand reward from her hoard. With a flick of her paw, a dark swirling dimensional pocket opens up in midair right beside her. Reaching in, Ashiel hands a custom gold coin to Dylan, proudly telling him that it's her personal token of friendship and he must treasure it forever. Look at the detail on this custom gold medal. The surface features adorable hand-drawn engravings of a dragon, a rabbit, and a tiger, signifying their official squad. Smuggling a smug little grin, Ashiel beams with pride, completely satisfied with her regal generosity. Tugging at Dylan's trousers, the little dragon urgently chirps that they have an important mission to execute elsewhere in the castle. Following behind her, Dylan reminds her that as her escort knight, he has a duty to supervise her wherever she wanders. Ashiel abruptly stops, placing a tiny paw against her snout to command absolute silence from her human companion. Getting down on all fours, Ashiel sniffs the carpet intensely, tracking a powerful beastly scent down the corridor. Dylan tilts his head in complete bewilderment, wondering what on earth this tiny dragon is hunting for on the marble floor. He warns her that further down this hallway lies the iron cage holding Count Bionte's dangerous sacred bear, bragging that while he could easily slay it, her safety comes first. But before he can even finish his sentence, Ashiel spots the target and gasps in excitement, rushing straight ahead. Suddenly, a massive, bloodthirsty guardian bear with demonic glowing red eyes breaks free, roaring ferociously as it charges directly at them. Panicked, Dylan unsheaths his steel sword with a crisp ring, shouting for Lord Ashiel to take cover behind him as he prepares to fight for his life. The giant shadow of the ferocious beast looms over the corridor, but Dylan grits his teeth, determined to fulfill his oath to the Duke. Suddenly, vibrant purple dragon flames erupt around Ashiel. Surging with draconic magic, the tiny dragon leaps into the air to save her knight. Flying through the air like a tiny cannonball, Ashiel slams her chubby body straight into the giant bear's snout. The overwhelming kinetic shockwave shatters the archway's stone pillars and floor tiles. As the dust settles, the colossal guardian bear lies knocked out cold on the carpet, with tiny Ashiel sitting victoriously atop its head, squeaking in triumph. Dylan stands completely frozen in shock, his eyes wide as saucers while his jaw drops to the floor in total disbelief. Oh man, check out the crowd's reaction. Servants and royal guards gather at the broken doorway, utterly speechless at what just went down. Grand Duke Elkai, young Edinburgh, and the entire palace staff stand frozen like statues, staring at the tiny baby dragon who just single-handedly flattened a giant fortress beast. Young Edinburgh stares at the tiny dragon in utter disbelief, his eyes wide as he stammers out his shock. He can barely wrap his mind around the fact that this chubby little creature took down a raging monster completely on her own. Sitting fluffily on the ground, tiny Ashiel gives a proud little nod, chirping out a squeak as if destroying a terrifying monster bear was just another casual Tuesday afternoon for a dragon. Overhearing the commotion, the Grand Duke turns around, his voice laced with pure astonishment, as he questions whether this miniature dragon truly subdued the Count's beast without any assistance. Sweating bullets, Sir Dylan steps forward and bows deeply, introducing himself as Lord Ashiel's official escort knight, while sheepishly confirming the absurd reality. He has to admit that the little dragon handled the entire ferocious beast all by herself. Hanging his head in utter embarrassment, Dylan trembles before the Duke, internally agonizing over his complete failure as a bodyguard. He feels so utterly humiliated that he wouldn't even complain if they stripped him of his title on the spot. Man, imagine being an elite knight whose entire life goal gets shattered because a baby reptile had to save your skin. The Grand Duke narrows his eyes with a stern expression, commanding Dylan to follow him for further questioning before turning to his butler to order a full investigation into who unlocked the beast's cage. Tilting her head, Ashiel perkily listens in, her big pink eyes blinking in surprise as she realizes the adults are trying to figure out how the bear escaped in the first place. A quick flashback reveals the truth behind the bear's sudden rampage. Sitting glumly on the dirt, the giant brown bear tearfully roars to Ashiel, explaining that he was just minding his own business eating dinner when a mean human whipped him and forced him out of his cage. Honestly, seeing a colossal fortress beast sitting like a sad puppy complaining about getting bullied is the absolute peak comedy of this series. Perched comfortably on the giant bear's soft back, Ashiel listens sympathetically while the poor monster admits he was so embarrassed by the whole ordeal that he decided to just lie down and give up. Wanting to help identify the culprit, Ashiel squishes her chubby little cheeks together with her paws, hilariously stretching her face to recreate the suspect's slanting eyes and bushy beard. Seeing her silly impersonation, the Grand Duke instantly recognizes the description as one of Count Bionte's personal retainers. Crossing his arms, the Duke looks down at the tiny dragon in sharp suspicion, demanding to know how on earth she could possibly know what the secret saboteur looked like. Lying on top of the furry bear, Ashiel panics internally, telling herself she can't betray her new bear friend's trust by making him look like a snitch. She reasons that telling a tiny white lie to protect her buddy is totally justified for an honorable dragon lord. The big bear looks up at her with sparkling, grateful eyes, completely touched by her loyalty, while Dylan's floating icon sweats in total disbelief. Wait, is Dylan really questioning how a magical dragon could see a suspect from a distance? Brother, she literally smashed a giant bear. Sight isn't her limiting factor. Veins bulging on his forehead, the Grand Duke erupts into a furious rage, shouting at the top of his lungs for Count Bionte to present himself immediately if he wants to keep his head. The sudden booming shout echoes through the corridor, making tiny Ashiel flinch in surprise as she tumbles backward onto the bear's soft fur. Turning his stern gaze back toward the young knight and dragon, the Duke coldly declares that he still has many unanswered questions about this suspicious setup. Desperate to avoid any more royal wrath, Sir Dylan frantically reaches out his trembling hands, pleading with Lord Ashiel to stop dawdling on the bear's head and hurry after the Duke. Realizing she's in hot water, Ashiel's pink eyes widen in panic as she hurriedly slides down off the bear's fluffy coat, trying her best to catch up with the walking adults. Trotting as fast as her stubby dragon legs can carry her down the grand red carpet, Ashiel squeaks out an adorable plea for her grandfather to wait for her. Gasp, completely unaware that a delicate white handkerchief slips from her scarf onto the floor. Walking down the hallway a moment later, young Edinburgh stops dead in his tracks, his eyes catching the pristine white cloth lying forgotten on the carpet. Reaching down to pick up the fabric, Edinburgh inspects the tiny handkerchief, his mind racing as he reflects on the sheer impossibility of Ashiel defeating a sacred beast alone. Clutching the soft cloth tightly against his chest, a warm, tender smile spreads across Edinburgh's face as he realizes just how special and protective his little dragon companion truly is. You gotta love these emotional character beats. Edinburgh's out here cherishing a tiny napkin like it's a legendary holy artifact. But behind the scenes at the noble estate, a much darker conspiracy is already brewing. Flashing back a few hours earlier to the inner chambers of Count Bionte's estate, furious shouting rings out through the night air as the Count berates his eldest son for his catastrophic failure. Kneeling pathetically on the hard floor, the son stammers that it was all a misunderstanding, but Count Bionte ruthlessly strips him of his authority over the sacred relics, giving him a strict 3-day deadline to hand everything over to Edinburgh. Sweating profusely, panicked, the son desperately begs for mercy, arguing that since no one was actually harmed, stripping his power is far too harsh a punishment. Count Bionte glares down with icy disdain, coldly shutting him down by asking if there is any reason for 2 sons to exist within a single noble house. Oof! Talk about cold-hearted parenting. In Manwa families, you're either the golden heir or you get tossed into the trash bin the second you make a mistake. A quick glimpse shows the white-haired retainer locking the iron cage door as the son's internal rage boils over. He fumes in thought that his secret ambition to usurp the duchy has been completely ruined over a trivial mistake. Back inside his private study, the son slams his fists onto the desk, screaming at his freckled subordinate for letting his father uncover the plot and failing to open the cage discreetly. Pacing back and forth across the room, the son gesticulates wildly, refusing to believe that their plan failed because a tiny mutant lizard knocked out a full-grown monster. He flashes back to secretly pouring a potent, frenzied poison into the bear's food trough, gritting his teeth as he insists that the beast should have been completely unstoppable. Pointing an accusing finger, the son demands to know if Sir Dylan is truly that powerful, while his terrified subordinate stammers out that Dylan was indeed an elite former Imperial Knight. Sweating bullets, the freckled retainer warns that even an Imperial Knight couldn't handle a drugged sacred beast, stating that 10 knights combined wouldn't have stood a chance. Erupting into a manic tirade, the son roars at the top of his lungs, demanding to know what kind of freakish creature that black dragon is and if someone secretly fed it an even stronger stimulant. Look at this villain coping so hard. He literally cannot accept that an adorable baby dragon is just naturally built like an absolute powerhouse. Clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles crack, the son realizes that a simple investigation won't fix his dire situation anymore. Standing metaphorically at the edge of a pitch-black abyss, trembling, the son, spiraling into madness, realizes he has reached the end of the line, snarls, blaming his own father for backing him into a corner. A shadow falls across the study room as a frightened woman kneels before him. Stepping forward, the son coldly asks if she came here to beg for her husband's life. Trembling uncontrollably, the poor woman clasps her hands together and sobs out a desperate plea, begging Lord Bionte to spare her husband, who was only following orders. Narrowing his dark eyes with malicious intent, the son sneers down at her, contempt, stating that failure is unforgivable, but then pauses before offering her a sinister bargain to grant one last chance. Leaning close with a menacing glare, he tells the weeping woman that she must personally atone for her husband's mistake if she wants him to stay alive, leaving her gasping in horror. In the pitch-black darkness, a hand uncorks a small glass vial and drips a glowing green toxic liquid directly into a bottle of fine wine, as he orders her to poison his own father during their upcoming meeting. Poison wine splashes across the floor alongside shattered glass, surrounded by dark purple spider lilies, as the murderous command rings out to kill Count Beyonce. Wow, this guy went from failing a basic bear prank to full-blown patricide real quick. The sheer level of villain escalations in this plot is insane. Meanwhile, back in the quiet luxury of her bedroom at night, tiny Ashiel crawls around the blue velvet sofas, frantically searching everywhere for her missing item. Wiggling her chubby dragon tail and tiny pink paws out from under the heavy rug, she squeaks out in distress as she realizes her precious item is nowhere to be found. Crouching under the sofa cushion, tears welt up in Ashiel's big pink eyes, crying. She sniffs softly, remembering how her mother hand-stitched that white handkerchief for her before they were separated, sniffling about how much she misses her mom. Wiping away a falling teardrop with her stubby paw, Ashiel hears a quiet knock at the door and softly calls out for the guest to enter. With a gentle click, the bedroom door glides open, revealing young Edinburgh standing in the soft moonlight with a calm, serious look on his face. Stepping inside the quiet room, Edinburgh immediately notices the slight redness around Ashiel's eyes, thoughtfully offering to leave if she's feeling tired. Gliding closer across the floor, Edinburgh gently apologizes for interrupting so late, explaining that there is something important he needs to ask her. Clutching a blue cushion tightly against her chest, Ashiel looks up with a curious squeak as Edinburgh gazes down, starting to question her about the time a month ago when she breathed draconic fire and completely shattered an indestructible orichalcum gate. Gazing at the tiny dragon, Edinburgh points out how she single-handedly flattened a legendary sacred beast like a pancake, asking why on earth she played completely helpless when she was first summoned into this world. Sitting across from her in the dimly lit room, Edinburgh notes that with that kind of absurd strength, she could have easily bested him and his entire Might Squad in a heartbeat, leaving tiny Ashiel clutching her blue cushion tight against her chest while blinking in total surprise. Scary Dragon Academy lessons rush through her mind as she remembers her old teacher's warning that humans are terrifying monsters who gobble up beastkin in one bite, causing a tiny bead of sweat to roll down her cheek as she swallows nervously. Seriously? Her dragon teachers were out here spreading full-on horror propaganda about humans eating beastkin for breakfast? Talk about extreme dragon history lessons. But shaking off her fear, Ashiel reasons in her head that a brilliant dragon like her would never fall for such ridiculous human tricks. Puffing out her tiny chest on the couch, Ashiel proudly declares that humans are weak, so she was merely showing them mercy as a noble dragon lord who is both mighty and fearsome. Hearing her adorable little excuse, Edinburgh's stern expression softens into a warm, gentle smile as he gazes at the proud little dragon sitting before him. Reaching forward, Edinburgh smoothly unrolls a clean white fabric and holds it out toward her, causing Ashiel's pink eyes to widen in pure wonder. Look at those sparkling eyes! Seeing her lost handkerchief back in front of her face instantly cures all her worries. She gasps in delight, reaching out her tiny paws to grab her precious blanket back. Reaching inside his formal white jacket, Edinburgh pulls out another object, his face remaining calm and thoughtful. He opens up a neat presentation box to display a brand new, pristine white handkerchief folded perfectly inside. Holding the soft handkerchief in her paws, Ashiel tilts her head cutely with rosy cheeks, squeaking out a polite thank you to her husband. The second that word leaves her mouth, Edinburgh's eyes widen in utter shock, freezing dead in his tracks. Wait, did she just call him husband again so casually? The poor boy is internally having a full system reboot right now. Meanwhile, as Edinburgh worries he might regret today's choices forever, Ashiel proudly ties the white handkerchief around her neck like a fancy little cloak, showing off her stylish new outfit. Gazing into her brilliant pink eyes shimmering with light, Edinburgh feels something inside his heart melt as he watches her smile so brightly. Clenching his hands together tightly over his lap, Edinburgh makes a final decision in his mind, resolving to take a leap of faith for once in his life. Looking out toward the moonlight shining brightly through the tall arched window, Edinburgh recites a sacred house blessing, declaring that the moonlight will illuminate her path as head of House Moonrafe. Dropping down on a one knee before the tiny dragon, Edinburgh places his hand over his heart in a formal knightly oath, bathed in a radiant aura of nobility. Wait, look at Ashiel's confused face right now. A giant floating question mark literally pops above her head as she tries to parse why this human boy is suddenly holding a full-on royal ceremony in a bedroom. Smiling softly, Edinburgh explains that a sacred beast is the ultimate symbol and guardian of a noble house, standing proudly alongside the family head to be honored by all. Ashiel tilts her head to the side, dizzy swirls spinning in her eyes as she tries to digest all these big, fancy, noble words. Noticing the literal loading icon buffering over her head, Edinburgh's sweat drops slightly, thinking that family politics might be a bit too complex for a baby dragon to grasp. Suddenly, the light bulb turns on. Realization strikes her like a bolt of lightning as her eyes open wide with excitement. Jumping up on the plush sofa cushion, Ashiel raises her tiny paws high in the air, squeaking in utter joy that being a sacred beast means humans can never look down on her again. Seeing her enthusiastic reaction, Edinburgh smiles softly and promises to grant whatever her heart desires from now on. Still kneeling on the floor, Edinburgh watches as Ashiel hops eagerly toward the edge of the sofa, asking if he really means it. Reaching out his hand, Edinburgh gently cradles her tiny, chubby dragon paw in his fingers as sparkling flower petals bloom across the scene. Man, the artist went all out on the shoujo sparkles here. This frame is pure eye candy. Holding her tiny paw in his palm, Edinburgh gazes at her with deep sincerity, silently vowing to protect his cute new companion. Looking up at him with curious eyes, Ashiel tilts her head, wondering why he paused for a moment. Blushing bright red with a sweat drop on his cheek, Edinburgh nervously clears his throat as he tries to address the elephant in the room. Chibi mode activated. Ashiel nonchalantly drops the ultimate bombshell that she actually doesn't like husbands at all, leaving poor Edinburgh completely stunned with a giant question mark floating over his head. Still kneeling on the carpet, Edinburgh stammers out a question asking why she keeps calling him that, to which Ashiel blithely explains that her mother told her the boy she summoned is her husband. Flashbacks of her homeland reveal lush forests where animals play together, as Ashiel explains that in the Beastman world, marriage simply means two compatible beastmen living under the same roof. She blinks innocently, adding that her mom had 5 husbands, so her dad is just 1 out of 5. Hold on, 5 husbands? The Beastman cultural lore in this manhwa is absolute comedy gold. Edinburgh wipes a drop of nervous sweat from his brow, realizing her mother was talking about a purely strategic contractual arrangement. Shadows cover the panel as young Edinburgh recalls his tragic past, staring at a portrait of his late mother who passed away giving birth to him, reflecting on how losing their divine fox beast caused his noble house to fall into ruin. Remembering the cold third princess who offered him a loveless political marriage to save his family, Edinburgh slumps his shoulders in despair, wondering if he was cursed to never find true love like his parents had. Noticing his sudden drop in mood, Ashiel gasps, hurriedly clarifying that she doesn't actually dislike him at all. Edinburgh looks up in surprise as Ashiel raises her tiny paws with bright pink cheeks, happily declaring that out of all the humans she knows, he is easily her favorite husband. Chibi Edinburgh taps his chin thoughtfully, chuckle, sweat dropping as he realizes she literally only knows like 2 humans in total. Talk about winning a race with no competitors. Edinburgh stares blankly at her cute face, completely speechless, as she lets out an adorable little chirp. Squishing her chubby cheeks together with her paws, Ashiel looks up with the most sparkling, irresistible puppy dog eyes imaginable. Look at that wholesome smile! Edinburgh bursts into a genuine, heartwarming laugh, his whole face lighting up with pure happiness for the first time in years. Cheering with delight, Ashiel throws her arms up into the air, thrilled to see her favorite human finally smiling. Kneeling on the rug, Edinburgh chuckles softly and accepts her proposal, agreeing that they should get married if that's what she truly wants, reasoning that even if he's just the first out of 10 husbands, it's still an extraordinary spot. Ashiel blinks her big pink eyes in curiosity as Edinburgh gazes down at her with the softest, most caring expression imaginable. Peeking back into the room with a gentle smile on his face, Edinburgh bids her a sweet goodnight. Curling up comfortably on the plush velvet pillow, tiny Ashiel lets out a soft, slumbering squeak as she drifts off into a peaceful sleep. Cut to the next morning inside the grand estate dining hall, where maidservants busily prepare the long banquet table as heavy porcelain dishes clatter on silver trays. Sweating profusely, a nervous female servant tightly clutches a bottle of dark wine, glancing back over her shoulder with terror written all over her face. Oh man, look at the villain lurking in the back. While the terrified maid holds the poisoned wine bottle, Count Bionte's malicious son stands silently in the doorway, coldly watching her every move to make sure she carries out the assassination. What an intense cliffhanger! Picking up from the rising tension in the dining hall, Count Bionte's despicable son wears a sinister, triumphant smirk as he signals to his accomplished servant. He gloats in his mind that all preparations for his poison scheme are finally complete, reflecting on how long he's waited waited for this exact opportunity to eliminate his own father today without fail. Formal footsteps echo down the grand hall as the head butler announces the arrival of Lord Alki into the dining room. Surprised by what he sees, the son's confident smirk instantly vanishes into pure bewilderment. He stammers out a flustered question, demanding to know what on earth his father is holding in his arms. Lord Alki walks in calmly, cradling the tiny black dragon, Ashiel, right in his hands. He casually explains that since this is the newly summoned beast, he thought it would be a great idea for the family to get acquainted over breakfast. Man, look at Ashiel's innocent little face while being carried around like a prized pet. Sweating profusely, the son forces out a fake, painful chuckle as he greets the tiny creature, while secretly seething with frustration. In his mind, he curses his bad luck, wondering why his father had to bring that useless little lizard to the table right now, completely oblivious to the side text making it clear that Ashiel is definitely not a lizard. Ignoring his son's underlying hostility, Lord Alki instructs the maid to set up a small high chair right next to his seat so Ashiel can sit comfortably beside him. Glaring at the adorable dragon from across the table, the son's eyes narrow with deep disgust. He inwardly grimaces sighs, thinking that seeing the creature up close makes him sick to his stomach and even more eager to execute his plot. While the villainous son schemes to force the poisoned wine down his father's throat as fast as possible, Lord Alki warmly reassures Ashiel. As the little dragon chirps about wanting strawberries, the old duke softly promises her a whole feast of treats if she waits just a moment. The contrast between the wholesome grandfather energy and the son's evil thoughts is absolutely wild. Suddenly flinching in surprise, the son turns around nervously as he tries to maintain his composure in front of his father. Standing beside the massive dining table, the son stammers through his sentence, telling his father that he is simply obeying orders like a dutiful child. Raising an eyebrow, Lord Alki glances sideways at his son with a skeptical expression. He plainly asks what's gotten into him today to make him act so unusually obedient all of a sudden. Plastering on a fake sweet smile, the son chuckles nervously, claiming he has always respected his father's wishes and has been deeply reflecting on his past behavior. In his dark inner monologue, he rationalizes that humoring the old man for a few minutes is a tiny price to pay for his grand plan. Talk about top-tier Oscar-winning fake acting right here. Reaching out his hand, the son picks up the dark wine bottle from the table, claiming he brought a rare luxury liquor that's nearly impossible to find anywhere in the empire. Holding out the dark bottle with a welcoming gesture, the son eagerly invites his father to share a rare drink together after such a long time apart. Unexpectedly, Lord Alki places his hand firmly over his glass, blocking the wine from being poured. With a calm, indifferent look, the old duke tells his son to put the wine away and fetch a bottle of grape juice instead, leaving the son completely stunned, panicked, as he squeaks out a confused response. Gently stroking Ashiel's tiny head with his fingers, Lord Alki scolds his son for wanting to drink alcohol right in front of a young child who just hatched from her eggshell. Look at how tenderly he's petting Ashiel. This old man is a whole softy at heart. Desperate not to let his assassination plan fall apart, the son stammers out another plea, begging his father to have just one small drink to celebrate their rare meal together. But Lord Alki frowns slightly, noting how unnaturally insistent his son is being, despite his outright refusal. Standing rigid behind the dining table, the son boils with bitter resentment in his mind. He fumes over how his father's commands have always been absolute, remembering how he was forced to accept Edinburgh taking the duke title, and now watching his father coddle a tiny dragon monster instead of him. Sweat pouring down his pale face, the son tightly grips that wine bottle with trembling hands. He vows to deal with his father today and reclaim his rightful place from Edinburgh, putting on one last desperate performance as he begs for just a single glass. Softly exhaling a tired sigh, Lord Alki's stern gaze softens just a bit as he assumes his son's desperate emotional plea comes from genuine remorse and reflection. Man, the tragic irony of a father wanting to believe in his child. Relenting slightly, the Duke agrees to a tiny splash, causing the son to eagerly pour the dark red liquid into the crystal goblet. But right as the wine fills the glass, Ashiel's nose twitches in alarm, warning him that it smells extremely strange and urging him not to sip it. Chuckling softly at the dragon's innocent warning, Lord Alki picks up the wineglass, reassuring Ashiel that she'll understand the complex taste of adult drinks once she grows bigger. Nearby, the son stares with intense, unblinking eyes, silently chanting in his head for his father to hurry up and swallow every last drop. As the son inwardly screams for him to gulp it down, Lord Alki takes a deep swig. But the second the liquid hits his tongue, His brow furrows in discomfort as he notes that the liquor has an abnormally bitter, stinging taste. Sudden dizziness overwhelms the old Duke, causing his head to wobble violently as vision blurs around him. Sitting beside him, tiny Ashiel blinks in utter confusion with a floating question mark above her head. Pain explodes in his chest as Lord Elkai violently coughs up blood. Panicking in terror, Ashiel screams out in a frantic voice, calling for her grandfather as the dark reality sets in. Collapsing off his chair onto the cold dining floor, the Duke gasps out his final agonizing words that poison was in the cup. Ashiel rushes to his side, shaking him frantically while sobbing hysterically for him to wake up. Scene shifts to the main bedroom where Lord Elkai lies unconscious on the golden bed. The estate doctor steps back with a somber face, telling young Edinburgh and the son to prepare themselves mentally, prompting Edinburgh to gasp in shock. Adjusting his glasses, the physician gravely explains that the Count was exposed to a legendary lethal toxin known as Tears of the Angela, name that sends a cold shiver down Edinburgh's spine as he repeats the ominous title. Floating in a mythical illustration, the glowing green poison vial shimmers with angelic wings. The doctor notes that the lethal brew earned its name because even a single drop grants a completely painless death, ushering victims straight to heaven. Man, the fantasy name sounds so romantic for something so completely deadly. Throwing a dramatic tantrum, the villainous son hurls himself over the bed, weeping loudly and screaming that every poison must have a cure. He fake cries out to his father, wailing that he should have been the one to drink the wine instead. But beneath his fake tears, the son's face contorts with dark frustration. In his secret thoughts, he's cursing himself for not smashing the wine bottle immediately, realizing that leaving traces allowed the doctor to identify the exact poison. Sitting quietly on her grandfather's chest, tiny Ashiel whimpers in sadness, while the evil son continues fuming, wishing his father had chugged the entire bottle so the death would have been completely instantaneous. Clenching his fists so tightly his knuckles turn white, Edinburgh struggles to control his emotions, asking the doctor in a trembling voice if there is truly no method to reverse the toxin. Looking up with desperate eyes, Edinburgh pleads for even the slimmest ray of hope, begging the physician to name any potential cure, no matter how impossible it sounds. The bedroom falls into a heavy, suffocating silence as the doctor pauses, while the villainous son remains dropped on his knees beside the bed, acting like a grief-stricken son. Noticing a sudden shift in the doctor's expression, Edinburgh catches his breath, asking eagerly if a solution actually exists. Glowing ancient scrolls unfold in the doctor's explanation as he reveals that according to ancient scripture, a holy priest born on the exact day of God's birth possesses extraordinary divine miracles, capable of snatching anyone back from the brink of death with a simple touch. Highlighting a veiled saintess shrouded in divine radiance, the doctor adds that every legendary healer throughout history shared this exact blessing, though such a powerful miracle worker is born only once every 100 years. Ooh, smells like a classic quest objective loading up. Panicking that his plan might get ruined, the evil son jumps in frantically, shouting that the odds of finding such a priest are practically zero, only for Edinburgh to coldly shut him down. Standing tall with razor-sharp intellect, Edinburgh points out that exactly 1 century has passed since the last saint has departed this world, meaning the divine cycle dictates that a new bearer of divine power must exist somewhere right now. Nodding in agreement, the doctor admits that the timeline matches, though he warns that it remains a mere theoretical possibility, with no confirmed sightings. Sweating bullets, the son desperately attempts to redirect their focus, arguing that the temple would have broadcasted a new saintess immediately and insisting they should focus on hunting down the poisoner instead. Of course he wants them to hunt a phantom culprit so his father dies in the meantime. Completely ignoring his uncle's suspicious deflections, Edinburgh looks straight at the physician, confirming once more that no other physical antidote exists. Turning around with dominant authority, Edinburgh barks orders to his loyal knights, commanding them to search every corner of the realm by any means necessary to find the priest born on God's birthday. Flustered and desperate, the evil son steps forward, waving his arms, protesting that catching the assassin should take priority, only for Edinburgh to cut him off with an unwavering refusal. Gazing forward with mesmerizing determination, Edinburgh declares that saving his father's life comes before anything else in this world. Storming out of the bedchamber with rage burning in his eyes, snarls the villainous son, curses Edinburgh under his breath, swearing that his reign will end soon. Meanwhile, tiny Ashiel peeks out from the bedside blanket, letting out a soft, cute chirp. TV panic unlocked. Turning his head as he walks down the hall, the son gets startled out of his mind by tiny Ashiel floating right behind him, screaming in terror, and wondering since when that damn little lizard started stalking his every move. Turning his head as he walks down the hall, the villainous son kicks tiny dragon Ashiel right out of his way. Ashiel tumbles onto the floor, squeaking in pain as she grips her sore tail and whimpers softly. Sitting on the carpet with teary eyes, Ashiel rubs her bruised tail and blinks in utter confusion, wondering why her evil uncle has taken his rage out on her. Peeking into the quiet bedroom, Ashiel watches young Edinburgh sitting silently beside his unconscious father's bed. Her heart aches as she notices how crushed and heartbroken her husband appears. Edinburgh's face remains cast in deep shadow, paralyzed by sorrow and powerlessness. Ashiel remembers how Edinburgh promised to make her the leader of the moon calf, filling her tiny heart with worry. Look at poor Edinburgh. Losing his father right after taking responsibility is heartbreaking, but seeing Ashiel worry about her husband adds such a sweet comedic touch. In the golden bed, Lord Elkai lies completely still from the poison. Ashiel recalls how her grandfather affectionately called her a crusty little thing while constantly feeding her fresh strawberries. Even if he occasionally stole a few back. Tears well up in Ashiel's eyes as she watches Edinburgh silently weep. She wipes her nose, realizing she cannot stand by and watch him suffer in such agony. The view expands to the magnificent ducal castle standing beneath the cloudy sky. Ashiel resolves in her heart that being a true leader means protecting her family. She must save her grandfather no matter what. Ashiel sinks into deep thought, wondering how a tiny dragon like her could possibly reverse a legendary lethal poison. Here comes the big brain moment. When the adults hit a dead end, leave it to the cute baby dragon to figure out the plot armor. Back inside her cozy nursery room, Ashiel lies inside her white crib, surrounded by plush toys, staring up at the ceiling. Suddenly, a bright idea strikes her mind as Ashiel pops up, realizing she remembered something vital from her past life. A glowing memory flickers of her mother reading a fantasy book to her, revealing key details about the original story world. Standing proud in her crib, Ashiel declares that to save her grandfather, she needs to track down the novel's original female lead, a young trainee priestess who possesses distinct pink hair. Ah, yes, the classic reincarnated web novel trick, recalling the original novel's plot details right when the main storyline hits a brick wall. An illustration of adorable chibi dolls appears, showing the original male lead standing alongside the pink-haired priestess, confirming she is roughly the same age as young Edinburgh. Ready to set off on her mission, Ashiel summons her dimensional portal and begins pulling out gold coins and a small pillow. Ashiel carefully gathers juicy strawberries and shiny gold coins into a cloth bandana, crafting a tiny travel bundle for her secret journey. Cheering out loud, Ashiel gets hyped up to sneak out of the estate and locate the divine healer. Packing strawberries and pocket money for a life-or-death rescue mission is the most baby dragon thing ever. Suddenly, Ashiel freezes dead in her tracks, realizing a glaring flaw in her master plan. Question marks float above her head as panic sets in, realizing she has no idea where the pink-haired priestess actually lives, nor how to step foot outside the massive castle grounds. Drooping her ears in sorrow, Ashiel worries that if she fails to find the heroine and save grandfather, Edinburgh will be terribly disappointed in her. Right at that moment, a loyal family knight strolls down the corridor and spots Ashiel sitting alone on the carpet, calling out to her. Talk about perfect timing. A knight appears right when our tiny protagonist needs a personal driver. Bending down to check on her, the knight asks what she's doing out in the hallway. Ashiel's eyes light up, realizing she can recruit this knight, human vowing to act as ridiculously cute as possible to win his cooperation. Ashiel strikes an overwhelmingly adorable pose, flashing a wide smile with glowing pink eyes and a halo shimmering above her head. The knight flinches backward, completely defenseless against such a sudden attack of pure baby dragon charm. Weaponized cuteness is 100% effective. No stern knight can withstand a baby dragon doing the sparkling flower pose. Standing near an ornate mantle clock, Ashiel casually asks where priests reside. The knight blinks, explaining that unless something unusual occurs, most priests live at the Holy Temple, though he wonders why she's asking. Without giving him a chance to question her, Ashiel turns around, commanding the knight to follow her right away. Ashiel waddles down the grand carpet as the knight reluctantly follows behind, noticing with growing anxiety that they are heading straight toward the exit gates. The knight breaks into a nervous sweat, wondering what sort of chaotic scheme Lord Asshel is stirring up this time. Poor guy has no idea he's about to become an accomplice to an unauthorized baby dragon road trip. The scene shifts to a royal carriage rolling along the Riverside Highway. Inside, the knight sits across from Michelle, double-checking her request, confirming they are searching for a pink-haired apprentice priestess. The knight asks if this girl is really supposed to be around the exact same age as Duke Edinburgh, chewing, while Ashiel casually munches on a strawberry from her pouch. Ashiel generously reaches out her tiny paw, offering a large red strawberry to the knight. The knight politely declines, telling her he's all right. Ashiel happily munches on the sweet berry. Meanwhile, cold sweat drops down the knight's face as chaotic memories flash through his head, remembering how Ashiel previously wrecked the knight training grounds and single-handedly beat up a giant sacred bear beast. He nervously asks what she actually plans to do with this priestess. Never forget that behind those cute pink eyes lies a creature capable of destroying training grounds and subjugating sacred beasts with raw power. The knight's expression twitches with anxiety, admitting that Ashiel's unpredictable behavior is making him extremely nervous. As the carriage glides past the castle walls, Ashiel keeps her inner thoughts hidden, realizing she can't explain the novel's plot until she verifies if the heroine can truly cure poison. Ashiel makes a cute mouth-zipping gesture, claiming her lips are sealed. The knight sighs, advising her that regardless of her secret motives, it would be best to conceal her identity as a divine beast when they reach the temple. Ashiel perks up in surprise, nibbling her strawberry as she asks why she needs to hide who she is. The knight calmly explains that if a mythical divine beast shows up in person demanding an apprentice priestess, it'll spark massive commotion and endless questions, making things far more difficult. Serious. Finally, some realistic logic. A mythic dragon showing up at a local temple would definitely cause a holy emergency. Ashiel tilts her head, asking what she should do instead. The knight rests his chin on his hand, brainstorming a sneaky alternative solution. The knight glances sideways thoughtfully, formulating an undercover plan in his mind. Scene transitions to the grand central temple, boasting massive white towers, ornate marble arches, and a glowing courtyard fountain. Inside the temple office, a hand forcefully slaps a stack of ledger papers onto the desk. A corrupt priest fumes with frustration, staring at the financial records and complaining out loud about the lack of money coming in. In a greedy flashback vision, the priest fumes that apprentice priestesses are usually wealthy noble children whose families send huge chests of gold bribes. Instead, he rants over being stuck supervising poor slum orphans who bring zero profit. Wow, speak of a holy man of God? This guy belongs in a corrupt tax office rather than a sacred temple. The greedy priest rubs his forehead, recalling with annoyance how a shady customer visited yesterday and threw him a few spare coins just to take one of the orphan girls away. Suddenly, the office door opens with a click as a subordinate enters, reporting that visitors have arrived. The priest doesn't even look up from his papers, dryly asking if one of the slum brats got into trouble again. The subordinate clarifies that the guests aren't here about trouble. They arrived specifically asking to adopt the young girl named Selena, causing the corrupt priest to gasp in shock. A memory flashes of Selena, a little girl with bright pink hair, standing in the hallway while the priest mentally scolds her for being an insolent brat who doesn't know her place. Pink hair detected? That means the corrupt priest's target girl is indeed the original heroine. Leaning back in his chair, the corrupt priest gesticulates in confusion, wondering who on earth would bother taking a worthless orphan child like Selena. The subordinate points out the window toward a luxurious golden carriage parked in the courtyard, revealing that the distinguished visitors belong to the prestigious ducal house of Moonrafe. Hearing the name of the most powerful ducal family in the empire, the corrupt priest's eyes bulge out in complete shock as his jaw drops to the floor. Look at his face. Going from treating her like trash to realizing a Duke's house game for her is peak instant karma. Hearing that the distinguished guests belong to the illustrious Moonreef family, the corrupt priest instantly shifts gears, scolding his assistant for not delivering such critical news sooner. His eyes practically turn into shiny gold coins as he urges his subordinate to hurry, smugly declaring that even if rumors say the Duke's family's struggling, a high ducal title still guarantees massive wealth. Look at him drop his holy act the exact millisecond big money enters the chat. Entering the lavish reception parlor decorated with ornate sacred statues, the corrupt priest puts on a warm, phony smile and welcomes his high-status guest. Sitting down across from the knight, he gracefully sips his hot tea while cheekily asking how the Duke could possibly know about a lowly orphan girl like Selena. The knight keeps his cool and smoothly lies through his teeth, claiming Duke Edinburgh took a special liking to Selena when she previously played so nicely with his beloved companion Pat Petey. While the knight spins his elaborate cover story, little Ashiel sits right beside him on the coffee table, happily munching on a juicy red strawberry. The corrupt priest puts on this whole sympathetic act, praising Selena as this sweet child, but quickly shakes his head, claiming another buyer already put in a request to adopt her first. Hearing her cover name mentioned, Ashiel pops her head up and chirps out loud, entirely unbothered, while sweet fruit juice drips down her tiny snout. The knight pushes forward without breaking sweat, firmly insisting that Selena is the exact girl they came to take home today. The greedy priest rubs his chin with a villainous smirk, internally celebrating as a lucrative bidding war brews in his office. Oh, what a shocker. A holy man suddenly discovering moral hesitation the second two wealthy buyers want the same child. Laying on the fake righteous talk, he preaches about how the sacred temple always puts orphan children's genuine happiness first above all else. Scoffs. He leans back on the leather couch, raising a finger as he asks the knight if he truly understands the real secret behind childhood happiness. Dropping all disguise, he makes a bold money gesture, shamelessly declaring that true happiness comes from hard cash, allowing kids to wear designer clothes, feast on premium steaks, and gorge on expensive cakes. Watching this priest preach the gospel of pure greed makes the knight's veins bulge on his neck as he silently fumes over someone using orphans for extortion. Suppressing his anger, the knight reaches into his belt coat, deciding to toss a few coins just to wrap up this annoying transaction quickly. He pulls out a small cloth pouch onto the table, silently groaning as he remembers he's almost broke after paying to repair the giant wooden training mannequin Ashiel smashed earlier. Classic baby dragon collateral damage coming back to haunt his persona wallet. The priest unties the pouch and peers inside, immediately pulling a disappointed face upon seeing only a tiny handful of bronze coins. When the knight promises to bring the rest of the payment later, the corrupt priest dismissively wiggles his finger, declaring that happiness can never be bought on credit. The greedy priest reaches into his pocket, snidely comparing the knight's paltry offer to the fat bag of coins brought in by yesterday's shady buyer. Right as the deal starts stalling, Ashiel leans over and casually rolls a massive sparkling gold coin across the tabletop. The knight's jaw drops in complete shock as he recognizes her toy coin. Proud of her contribution, Ashiel raises her tiny paws in the air, offering her precious stash to save the mission. The corrupt priest's eyes light up with pure awe as coins clatter across the table, marveling at how insanely smart the Duke's pet is before asking if this bribe is really for him. Grabbing the glittering gold with greedy hands, the priest beams with joy, declaring that this generous gift is more than enough to guarantee Selena's ultimate happiness. Without skipping a beat, he orders his guard to bring Selena inside immediately, while the knight stares blankly at Ashiel, questioning if his own eyes are playing tricks on him. When a baby dragon's pocket change flexes harder than a knight's entire monthly salary, you know who's really running the show. Ashiel turns around with a proud, sparkling expression, silently asking if she did a good job. The knight wipes a bead of cold sweat, deciding not to ask where she hid those coins. Suddenly, the main double doors crash wide open, accompanied by furious screaming echoing down the hall. Ashiel blinks in surprise as a loud, fiery voice yells out, cursing at the temple guards to let her ever immediately. Shimmering light hits the doorway, revealing strands of vibrant, silky pink hair fluttering in the breeze. A close-up highlights a piercing golden eye sparkling with fierce determination and fiery attitude. Selena, standing proud in her white trainee robes, she glaringly resists the guard's grip with zero fear in her heart. Clenching her jaw with utter annoyance, she looks ready to personally throw hands with every corrupt official in the building. She throws her head back and screams at the top of her lungs, wishing direct damnation on the perverted creeps trying to handle her. Now that is how a romance fantasy heroine makes an entry. Forget delicate flowers, she came in roaring. As her angry curses echo out into the courtyard, white doves scatter into the clear blue sky above the grand temple spires. A stunning framed portrait reveals Selena's true origin. Back in her past life, she was just an overworked Korean office worker grinding through daily life. While walking home from an exhausting shift reading web novels on her phone, she got slammed head-on by the infamous Truck-kun. Waking up inside a cozy fantasy bedroom, she instantly realized she had fallen victim to the classic isekai truck trope, waking up as the female lead of the novel she was just reading. Holding her chin in deep contemplation, she mentally reviewed her knowledge of the original storyline. In the novel's original plot, Selena was destined to be saved from her miserable life after meeting the handsome male lead and living happily ever after as his Grand Duchess. But back in reality, the corrupt priest forcefully grabs her shoulder, telling her to greet her caller, leaving Selena sweating bullets because this encounter is happening way off schedule. She narrows her golden eye suspiciously, wondering if another transmigrator managed to slip into the story and rewrite the timeline. Glancing over at the stern knight, she mentally notes that while he looks serious, he definitely doesn't fit the creepy vibe of her expected adoptive buyer. Her gaze suddenly shifts down toward the sofa, freezing in absolute disbelief at what's sitting right across from her. Outside, autumn leaves gently drift over the peaceful estate grounds, contrasting with the high-stakes mental standoff happening inside. Sitting on the plush cushion is a tiny, jet-black creature with glowing pink eyes staring right back at her, blinking blankly. Inspecting the black scales, tiny wings, and that stubborn piece of cracked eggshell still stuck on its head, gasp, Selena's brain starts racing at full speed. Her jaw drops internally as she realizes this creature is none other than Ashiel, the legendary baby dragon beastman summoned by the male lead in the novel. Ashiel tilts her head innocently, completely unaware that the girl in front of her is currently suffering a massive existential crisis. Look at Ashiel just sitting there looking cute while Selena's brain completely short-circuits. Sweat drips down Selena's face as the two reincarnated souls stare each other down in complete, awkward silence. Selena panics, recalling that in the original novel, Ashiel went on a rampage right after hatching, breathing lethal dragon fire, slaughtering royal knights, and getting locked in a dark tower. Staring directly into the baby dragon's pink eyes, Selena reaches a wild conclusion, realizing that for this dangerous beast to be sitting casually out in the open, it can only mean one thing. Ashiel is a fellow transmigrator. Selena collapses onto her knees, completely overwhelmed and dizzy with confusion. She's having a total mental breakdown after realizing the baby dragon sitting right in front of her is the main character's legendary divine beast. Selena glares suspiciously at the tiny creature while Ashiel innocently chirps. The contrast between Selena's intense inner panic and Ashiel's completely oblivious cuteness is hilarious. Ashiel puffs up her chest, proudly announcing herself as the boss of Moonwraith. Selena sweat drops heavily, frantically wondering if this tiny hatchling is already attempting to assert dominance over her. Trying to keep her composure, Selena trembles in her seat, awkwardly asking what business a legendary beast has with a humble orphan like her. Look at her sweating bullets while trying to be polite to a baby reptile. Selena clutches her skirts tightly, mentally panicking as she recalls how Ashiel burned several knights to a crisp in the novel's original timeline. She realizes she has to make a crucial choice right now. Hesitantly opening her mouth, Selena stammers out a shaky sound, trying to navigate this absurdly tense encounter with the baby dragon. Ashiel tilts her head innocently, chirping out that she will happily hand over the future husband because her dragon mom told her all about it. Selena stares back in total silence, completely stunned by the baby dragon's bizarre declaration about handing over a future husband. When a hatchling tries to act like a matchmaker, you know the storyline is officially off the rails. A hilarious vision pops up showing Ashiel's secret master plan, nursing the pathetic male lead back to health, snicker, running away and letting him chase after her like a classic cliché novel trope. Selena immediately raises her hand in refusal, politely telling Ashiel that she doesn't need to hand over any husband at all. Ashiel blinks her big pink eyes in total confusion, floating question marks around her head as Selena realizes this entire world is destined to revolve around this ridiculous hatchling anyway. Selena sets her gaze with razor-sharp focus, steeling her heart to survive whatever absurd plot twist gets thrown her way next. Gotta respect her survival instincts kicking into overdrive. Meanwhile, little Ashiel waddles across the soft bedsheets, calling out affectionately to her beloved Grand Duke Grandpa lying unconscious on the mattress. The scene shifts inside the Grand Ducal chamber where the poisoned Duke lies motionless in bed, surrounded by his worried doctor, loyal knight, young heir, Selena, and little Ashiel. The young male lead turns his head with a skeptical look, questioning how an apprentice priest could possibly possess the divine power needed to cure deadly poison. The doctor pushes up his glasses, privately thinking that if Selena truly had divine power, power, she'd already be an intermediate priest, and if born on God's birthday, she'd be revered as a saint. Fed up with the hesitation, Selena aggressively steps forward, telling them to get out of her way so she can detoxify the Duke and get the heck out of here. Talk about zero customer service and 100% urgency. The doctor nods nervously, stepping aside to let the feisty pink-haired girl examine the Grand Duke. Hovering her hands over the bed, Selena takes a deep breath, knowing that if she messes up this divine healing, the baby dragon's deadly claws will make quick work of her. A close-up highlights Ashiel's chubby little black paw, looking deceptively adorable, yet carrying enough physical power to obliterate a mountain. Staring at that terrifying paw, Selena channels every drop of hidden magic inside her body, unleashing an intense, radiant surge of divine light. Look at that magical aura flare up. The artist went all out on these light effects. Dazzling golden light erupts across the entire room. The doctor and knight gasp in awe, while Ashiel's eyes sparkle bright with pure wonder. Sweat pours down Selena's face as she desperately purifies the black toxicity inside the Duke, realizing the poison is so deeply rooted that she can't completely cleanse it in just one day. Sensing her magic draining fast, Selena grits her teeth, determined to finish the job and escape the estate before nightfall sets in. Suddenly, the Duke's eyes flutter open. Ashiel cheers at the top of her lungs, making the young male lead freeze in utter shock. Sitting up slowly in bed, the Duke blinks his eyes, murmuring in confusion whether he has already passed away into the afterlife. Imagine waking up from a coma and the first thing you see is a baby dragon screaming in your face. Everyone crowds around the bed, staring at him in disbelief, the young heir crying tears of joy, Ashiel beaming with joy, and Selena exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. The doctor smiles brightly, excitedly announcing that Lord Ashiel successfully brought back a divine priest born on God's sacred birthday. The Duke chuckles softly, remarking how hilarious it is that he owes his life to a tiny lizard before reaching out to gently pat Ashiel's head. Glancing over at his young heir, the Duke teasingly scolds him, telling a big boy like him that he shouldn't be sniffling like a baby. The young male lead wipes his purple eyes, stammering out an apology while fighting back tears of gratitude. Poor kid was holding in so much stress, thinking his grandpa was done for. Turning his gaze towards Selena, the Duke realizes that this young pink-haired girl is the true savior who pulled him back from the brink of death. Selena wipes the sweat from her brow, looking completely worn out after pouring all her divine power into the purification spell. Deeply grateful, the Duke promises her that since she went through so much trouble to save his life, he will personally ensure she receives a massive reward. Right as things look peaceful, the doctor nervously adjusts his spectacles, clearing his throat to deliver some grim news. He reveals that despite the miracle, a stubborn trace of lethality still lingers deep inside Lord Elkai's bloodstream. Selena's jaw drops in horror, frantically crying out inside her head why this nightmare scenario is repeating itself. Just when she thought she could collect her paycheck and bounce, the plot drags her right back in. Dark visions flash in Selena's mind. If she gets branded as a holy saint, she'll end up forced to marry the male lead, triggering Ashiel's yandere dragon rampage to kill her. She realizes she must avoid the saint title at all costs. Standing firm beside the bed, Selena addresses the Duke with a grave expression, stating that instead of a grand reward, she has one specific request. She solemnly begs them never to reveal to anyone that she possesses divine magic, keeping her true identity completely hidden from the world. Ashiel squints her eyes in total shock, wondering why on earth Selena would willingly turn down fame and fortune. And the doctor stammers in disbelief, asking if it wouldn't be vastly better for her to become an official high-ranking priest at the temple instead. Yeah, right! Go back to the place run by greedy, corrupt scammers? No thanks. Selena looks down at her shoes, recalling painful memories of dark silhouettes mocking and belittling her for being a filthy orphan from the slums. Understanding her pain, the Duke gently asks why she specifically wants to serve Ashiel, rather than joining a noble house or temple. Selena lifts her head proudly, declaring that Lord Ashiel was the only one who recognized her true worth and came to save her, so she wishes to repay that kindness by serving the baby dragon. She looks directly at Ashiel with shining eyes, asking if the little dragon lord will accept her as her official attendant. Ashiel's cheeks flush red in sheer embarrassment. Outside, the beautiful night sky settles over the grand estate spires, signaling a peaceful shift in the atmosphere. The young male lead politely bows his head, sighs with relief, thanking everyone for their tireless dedication late into the evening. The doctor nods with a warm smile, advising both Selena and the young master to get a good night's rest after such an intense day. With the immediate crisis resolved and her new role secured, Selena takes a deep breath, preparing herself for a wild new life as the divine attendant to a baby dragon. Now this is how you survive an isekai timeline rewrite. Selena bows her head respectfully after securing her position as the baby dragon's personal attendant. She is utterly drained from channeling so much divine magic, but internally exhaling with relief that she successfully dodged getting branded as the holy saint. Ashiel squints her pink eyes, secretly observing Selena's respectful bow from behind. In her mind, the tiny hatchling recalls her dragon mother's stern warning about the original story's heroine being dangerous, leaving her completely baffled as to why this human female is so desperate to serve as her personal maid. Selena turns around and quietly exits the Grand Ducal bedchamber. Ashiel and the young heir stand in total silence, watching her white cloak disappear down the golden hallway. The young male lead turns his gaze toward Ashiel, casually offering that if Selena ever changes her mind or refuses the maid job, there are plenty of other lavish rewards they can give her instead. Ashiel tilts her tiny head up at the young master, waddling closer, and abruptly changes the topic by calling him husband while asking if he managed to track down the evil villain who poisoned his grandfather. The blonde boy lowers his head with a heavy sigh, admitting defeatedly that he hasn't found a single clue yet, feeling totally useless while Ashiel was out fetching a divine healer. Look at this poor young master, suffering an existential crisis while a baby lizard casually calls him her husband. A hilarious chibi memory bubble pops up, illustrating the situation. The loyal knight reported that the primary suspect vanished into thin air without leaving behind a single trace. Ashiel gently pats the boy's leg with her tiny black paw, reassuring her husband with absolute confidence that he's actually doing a fantastic job. Surprised by her inside knowledge, the young master squints suspiciously, asking how on earth a hatchling could know about the suspicious ducal son Viante dragging all the guards off on a fake hunting trip. Ashiel puffs up her chest proudly, declaring that as a divine dragon, she knows literally everything. Ashiel tilts her head innocently, blurting out that she didn't hear a single word from the night guard, dropping another cryptic hint that leaves the boy bewildered. The young heir glares thoughtfully, mentally suspecting that his loyal guard Dylan must have been secretly spilling all the estate gossip to this little hatchling behind his back. Waving her tiny paw cheerfully, Ashiel tells him to cheer up before slipping right out the doorway. The boy blinks in total bewilderment as she suddenly vanishes. Reaching his hand out into the empty hallway, the young master sighs softly, tired, figuring the exhausted baby dragon went off to catch some rest. A close-up reveals the boy's tender expression, whispers, feeling a deep pang of regret that he couldn't even properly voice his heartfelt thanks to Selena for saving his grandfather's life. Meanwhile, back in her private quarters, little Ashiel puffs up her chest with ultimate dragon pride, taking full credit inside her head for saving the Grand Duke's life. Over in the luxurious sitting room, the cozy atmosphere is highlighted by a fluffy white rabbit snoozing peacefully on the couch. Ashiel waddles across the carpet, remembering that the poisoner reportedly fled toward the outer barn. Peering out the high window at the frozen kingdom landscape, Ashiel shivers at the icy snow coating the mountains, muttering that dragons absolutely despise freezing weather. Refusing to let the winter chill stop her detective mission, Ashiel summons whoosh, a swirling dark magic portal, reaching her paw deep into her dimensional void bag. With a swift motion, the little dragon pulls out an adorable sky blue winter coat lined with fluffy white sheep's wool. Putting on the cozy hooded cape and tying a neat blue bow, Ashiel transforms into the most unbelievably cute winter dragon in existence. Seriously, if the villain sees her looking this cute, they might just surrender out of pure cuteness overload. Turning her pink eyes toward the couch, Ashiel spots her sleeping white rabbit spirit lying upside down and fast asleep. Being a responsible dragon boss, Ashiel grabs a warm yellow scarf blanket and carefully rolls the unsuspecting bunny inside like a cute little sushi roll. The sleepy rabbit suddenly gasps as it gets hoisted into the air, eyes popping open in total confusion. Holding the wrapped bunny firmly under her arm, Ashiel bolts out of the room, shouting excitedly that if they hurry up now, they'll catch the criminal and be back before bedtime. Outside, a brutal winter snowstorm sweeps across the quiet mountain cabins, creating a chilling atmosphere. A mysterious tall blonde man dressed in a dark winter coat walks through the falling snow, gently stroking a red fox resting on his shoulders while muttering that people will be arriving soon. Down on the snow-covered path, two tiny shapes trudge through the deep snowdrifts. It's Ashiel and her scarf-wrapped bunny shivering uncontrollably. Both tiny creatures tremble violently in the freezing gusts, fighting through the Arctic weather with pure determination. Reaching a creepy wooden barn surrounded by dead trees, Ashiel looks at the spooky abandoned structure, nervously wondering if ghosts inhabit the ruined tower nearby. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, Ashiel nudges the reluctant bunny forward, telling her scared companion to go in first and inspect the dark interior. Crouching behind the trembling rabbit, Ashiel tries to reassure it in a shaky voice that there's absolutely nothing to be afraid of as long as she's standing right behind it. Suddenly, the bunny bumps directly into a hidden obstacle, letting out a high-pitched scream of utter terror. Startled out of her skin, Ashiel leaps backward as the panicked bunny scrambles right back onto her lap. Holding the dizzy rabbit, whose eyes are literally spinning in circles, Ashiel tries to regain her composure inside the gloomy barn. Out of nowhere, a sleek red fox leaps down onto a haystack right above them, making both dragon and rabbit screech at the top of their lungs in pure horror. Look at those hilarious wide-eyed panic faces. They went full cartoon mode. Sitting proudly on the hay, the red fox lets out a graceful yip and a tiny howl, complaining in a smug voice that these two intruders are being way too noisy. Instantly switching back to her friendly persona, Ashiel waves her paw cheerfully, apologizing for the commotion and introducing herself to her new fox friend. The red fox stretches its body lazily before hopping down from the hay, while Ashiel asks if it can help answer a quick question. Wiggling her tiny snout, Ashiel sniffs the air intently, realizing that this barn doesn't carry the scent of the Grand Duke or the suspicious Uncle Viente. The red fox trots deeper into the dark barn with Ashiel and her bunny scurrying right behind it like little ducklings. Trotting along the wooden floorboards, Ashiel calls out affectionately to the creature, addressing it as Foxy while trying to keep up. Ashiel halts her steps, asking the fox if it happened to see a human woman passing through this abandoned barn recently. To describe the female suspect, Ashiel hilariously squishes her own cheeks into an ugly, wrinkled frown, mimicking the scowling face from the portrait her knight showed her. I can't even! Her dedication to dramatic facial recreation is peak comedy content. The red fox stares at her deadpan, totally unamused, before bluntly declaring that Ashiel looks hideous. Ashiel shrieks in absolute outrage at the insult. Turning its tail dismissively, the fox asks why a baby dragon is actively hunting for a human woman in the first place. Ashiel puffs up her chest angrily, explaining that the wicked woman is the exact monster who poisoned her Grand Duke grandpa, panting, so she's going to track her down and beat her up. Smirking sarcastically, the fox chuckles softly, mocking Ashiel as the infamous ugly lizard divine beast from the local rumors. Ashiel explodes in a fury, screaming that she is a majestic dragon, not an ugly lizard. Walking out toward the open doorway, the fox nonchalantly asks if the ugly lizard is coming along or if she wants to find the suspect alone. Forgetting her anger in an instant, Ashiel and her little bunny sprint out the door, shouting excitably for Foxy to lead the way. Their tiny paw prints leave a trail across the deep, untouched snow, heading deep into the icy forest as their wild search for the poisoner officially begins. Ashiel sniffs the icy air intently as she trudges through the snowy drifts, noticing that her young husband's scent is surprisingly strong around here, making her wonder if he recently walked down this exact path. Meanwhile, hidden nearby in the gloomy barn, the clever red fox quietly slips beneath a heavy canvas cloth, sniffing out a secret bundle concealed right under a pile of dry hay. Underneath the cloth lies the unconscious poisoner wrapped up tight inside a thick blanket. The fox glances back casually, telling Ashiel to just take her off his hands. Pushing the heavy rolled-up blanket out into the freezing snow, the red fox glares in sheer disbelief at how ridiculously thick and clumsy the tied package looks. Ashiel proudly grabs the thick tow rope with her tiny black paws, determined to drag the heavy burden back to the ducal palace. She imagines how her husband and Grand Duke will shower her with endless praise for being such a heroic divine dragon. Humming a cute little song to herself as her tiny wings flutter, Ashiel skips through the winter forest singing about her own bravery. Honestly, watching a newborn hatchling haul a grown criminal through a blizzard like a sled is the most absurdly cute thing ever. Meanwhile, further up the snow-covered mountain path, two suspicious figures clad in hooded white cloaks march through the heavy drifts. One of the hooded men angrily stomps his heavy boot onto a frozen branch, cursing under his breath as he wonders where on earth their targeted female runaway disappeared to. The two mercenaries instantly start bickering like an old married couple. One blames the other for not executing the target earlier, while the second guy shouts back that his partner only abandoned his post because of an unexpected stomachache. Talk about professional elite assassins. Suddenly, one of the henchmen gasps softly, abruptly freezing mid-step as something unexpected catches his eye through the falling snow. Squinting down the snowy trail, the guard spots the missing female criminal wrapped up like a sleeping bag, being pulled along by a tiny black lizard. Poor little Ashiel is panting heavily, her tiny energy reserves completely drained from dragging a full-grown adult through deep snow. But the sinister mercenary clenches his gloved fist, declaring ominously that they can't let this little creature escape alive. Stopping in her tracks, Ashiel tilts her head up innocently as the two towering mercenaries step out of the tree line. The men smirk under their masks, condescendingly telling the baby dragon that stealing other people's property is a crime. Ashiel's pink eyes widen in shock as she catches their scent. They carry the exact same foul odor as the evil Uncle Viante. The assassin cold-heartedly demands that she hand over the unconscious woman without making a scene. Slowly drawing his gleaming longsword from its scabbard with a sharp metallic slide, the killer threatens to end her life painlessly if she surrenders immediately. Refusing to back down, little Ashiel puffs out her tiny chest and strikes a heroic combat pose, shouting that she's going to beat up these bad humans. The mercenaries burst out laughing at the adorable tiny threat. Look at her trying to throw hands at fully armed grown men. Her courage is 10 out of 10, even if her body is half a foot tall. Digging deep into her internal dragon core, a radiant crimson heart glows inside her chest as Ashiel prepares to unleash a devastating torrent of divine dragon flame. But instead of infernal dragon fire, all that pops out of her snout is a tiny, harmless puff of white smoke. Ashiel panics in terror, realizing her belly is far too empty for her magic to ignite. The ruthless assassin slashes his blade straight down at the helpless hatchling, mocking her futile efforts. Ashiel tightly shuts her eyes and covers her face with her paws, crying out for anyone to save her. Before the sword can touch her, a powerful force strikes the assassin from behind, slamming him headfirst into the frozen ground with a brutal crunch. Hearing the sudden crash, Ashiel timidly opens one pink eye, gasping softly as she realizes she wasn't sliced into dragon nuggets after all. Standing tall in the falling snow is a mysterious, breathtakingly handsome blonde nobleman holding a steel sword. Ashiel stares in awe, realizing his facial features and aura match her young husband perfectly. With sharp purple eyes and an effortlessly cool posture, this golden-haired swordsman looks like an absolute divine warrior standing against the winter backdrop. While our hero makes his dramatic entrance, even the background commentary team can't help but celebrate this top-tier heroic rescue timing. The fallen mercenary lies completely unconscious in the snowdrifts, completely out cold from the single devastating blow. Waddling a step closer, Ashiel inspects his handsome face, taking note of how his scent and features are identical to her young fiancé. Realizing his face is far too young to be her old grandfather Elkai, Ashiel connects the dots in her tiny dragon brain. Her pink eyes burst wide open with shock as the ultimate truth dawns upon her. She realizes this handsome man is none other than her young husband's missing father. Ashiel glances toward the distant mountain peak, bewildered as to how he managed to break free from the high wizard tower where he was imprisoned. Meanwhile, back on the sunlit autumn estate grounds, the corrupt Uncle Biante leads a grand hunting procession on horseback along the golden dirt road. Riding alongside him, a brown-haired sycophant knight lavishes praise on Biante, cheekily declaring that he should start addressing him as the new Grand Duke. The brown-haired knight continues kissing up to his boss, snickering about how unbearable life was under the strict young master's rule and celebrating Biante's takeover. Wearing a ridiculously tacky leopard skin collar suit, Biante smirks smugly to himself, reflecting on how he should have poisoned his own father much earlier instead of stressing out for so long. Wow, what a loving and devoted son! This guy literally wins the award for worst family member of the century. Biante boastfully adjusts his collar, shaking his head while claiming his only real flaw is being too soft-hearted. He then cheerfully invites his men to grab drinks to celebrate their victory. The loyal lackeys raise their reins in excitement, happily bowing and praising their new master for his generosity. As Biante trots toward the grand gates of Moonrafe Castle, he chuckles at his followers' flattery, until he suddenly spots a massive battalion of armed knights standing at attention outside. Standing at the head of the entire guard is his young nephew, the rightful heir, wearing his royal red cape and staring him down with icy contempt. With a cold, unyielding glare in his purple eyes, the young master looks ready to execute the traitor on the spot. In a booming, authoritative voice, the young heir officially arrests his uncle for high treason, charging him with the attempted murder of the Grand Duke and stripping him of all authority. Beyonce breaks into a nervous sweat, panicked, feigning righteous indignation as he shrieks that no loving son could ever attempt to murder his own biological father. The young heir glares directly at that tacky fur coat, noting with disgust that he never imagined a true monster would flaunt his arrogance so openly. Trying to play it off with a fake chuckle, Beyonce mockingly suggests that the young master has lost his mind over his father's supposed death. Beyonce tries to intimidate the boy, warning him that his patience is running out, but the young heir shuts him down instantly, coldly dropping the bombshell that Grand Duke Elkai is wide awake and alive. Beyonce's face turns ghost white in pure terror as a messenger knight frantically gallops up behind him. Whispering in a frantic panic, the knight confirms the nightmare news: the Grand Duke's poison was fully cleansed at dawn, and the secret poisoner has already been identified. Watching his uncle squirm, the clever young master mentally notes that while his knights haven't returned yet, it's only a matter of time before the culprit is brought back in chains. Beyonce trembles violently as cold sweat drips down his neck. His dream of taking over the duchy has completely shattered in a single second. Realizing he faces the executioner's block for high treason, Beyonce's mind races in desperate panic, searching for any dirty trick to survive. Desperate to turn the tables, Beyonce screams at his troops, falsely accusing young Edenver of staging a violent coup to murder him while taking advantage of a sick father. Beyonce dramatically acts heartbreakingly concerned for his father, trying to paint himself as the honorable victim defending the estate. Nice try, buddy, but 0 points for acting skills. Your villain card just got permanently revoked. Unsheathing his sword with a sharp flourish, Beyonce tries to rally his troops on the dirt road. He frantically screams that a boy who threatens his own uncle isn't qualified to lead, demanding his men draw their weapons to usher in his new reign. Unfazed by his uncle's desperate speech, young Edenbar draws his rapier, his purple eyes glowing with cold authority. He formally designates the entire rebel faction as traitors and orders his knights to eliminate them on the spot. Blades collide with violent force as the two sides clash along the estate path. Edenbar's elite guards push forward with aggressive martial strikes, immediately forcing the traitor retainers back with heavy grunts of pain. Charging into the front line with effortless poise, Edenbar slashes his blade with terrifying speed. Look at this young master go. He might be young, but his sword technique is completely lethal. Sparks fly through the autumn air as Beyonce's men begin to buckle under the intense pressure. Even around the panicked horses, every coordinated attack from the ducal knights cuts through their defenses. Cold sweat drips down Beyonce's forehead as he watches his formation fall apart. He realizes in sheer horror that despite having superior numbers, his men are getting pushed back, and staying on this path means certain death. Refusing to surrender, Beyonce yells at the top of his lungs, commanding his retainers to unleash their secret weapons. With a heavy metallic clank, the beast cages burst open. A giant eagle erupts into the sky with a fierce screech, beating its massive wings as it swoops down toward the battlefield. At the same time, a spotted cheetah dashes across the dirt trail, kicking up clouds of dust as it speed blitzes toward the front line. Spotting the wild predators, Edenbar holds his ground and shouts for his knights to hold the line. Pulling out wild beasts when you're losing a duel is such a classic desperate villain move. A massive lion paw swats down on a knight's weapon, pinning the blade down with unbelievable raw strength. The giant lion snaps its jaws right in the retainer's face, forcing the man to hold up his hilt with both hands just to avoid getting bitten in half. Sweating uncontrollably, the struggling knight cries out for Lady Ashol, pleading for her to throw one of her legendary small punches to knock this beast out. Imagine relying on a pint-sized baby dragon to save you from a full-grown lion. The ferocious beast lets out an earth-shaking roar, making the poor knight scream in pure terror as he calls out Ashiel's name one last time. Right on cue, tiny Ashiel leaps gracefully through the air, surrounded by magical sparkles like a divine little hero descending from above. With hilarious comedic power, Ashiel lands a direct punch right onto the lion's snout, sending a shockwave rippling through its huge furry face. She doesn't stop there. Spinning in midair like a tiny black cyclone, Ashiel delivers a rapid combo of kicks and punches that completely shatter the air. In an absurd turn of events, all the holy beasts, the lion, cheetah, and eagle, recoil in absolute horror, sweating nervously as that tiny hatchling flexes her adorable little paws. Landing smoothly back on her feet, Ashiel adjusts her cute neck scarf and dusts herself off, looking as innocent as a plush toy. Cracking her tiny knuckles with a playful villain grin, Ashiel glances around the battlefield, wondering which bad human needs a scolding next. Seeing a half-foot-tall lizard obliterate giant beasts, the enemy mercenaries' knees start knocking together as they realize she's an absolute monster. Dropping their weapons, Beyonce's mercenaries turn around and sprint into the forest, screaming for help. Talk about elite mercenaries. The moment a baby dragon punches a lion, everyone breaks the speed record running away. Beyonce gapes in disbelief as his entire escort abandons him, yelling frantically for them to stop running and fight, but nobody is listening to him anymore. Before Beyonce can even process his abandonment, a shield pops up directly on his horse's head. Beyonce lets out a high-pitched scream, almost falling off his saddle in shock. Seizing the golden opportunity, Edenbar points his sword skyward and orders his knights to capture every fleeing traitor. A roaring shout of compliance echoes across the grand castle grounds as the ducal guards sweep in to finish the fight. In an instant, the tide of battle flips entirely. Edenbar's commander shatters Beyonce's sword into flying fragments with one single decisive strike. Weaponless and defeated, Beyonce falls to his knees on the pavement, completely surrounded by glowing blades. Having lost all will to resist, the traitor retainers are rounded up one by one and bound securely with heavy ropes. Finally, the mastermind Beyonce is forced to the ground in chains, while young Master Edenbar stands victorious, with tiny dragon Ashiel sitting proudly right on top of his head. Look at her riding him like a living crown! Watching the traitorous uncle fall, the loyal knights exchange relieved glances, declaring that it's time to celebrate their success. Edenbar raises his hand into the air, proudly announcing to the entire estate that victory is officially theirs. The army erupts into thunderous cheers, but the sudden roar of hundreds of men startles the little dragon resting on his head. Ashiel panics, clinging tightly to Edenbar's golden hair as her big pink eyes widen in pure shock at the noise. Shaken like a leaf, Ashiel lets out cute little hiccups, while Edenbar looks up in confusion, wondering why his head is vibrating. Realizing what happened, Edenbar gently lifts the tiny dragon into his palms, softly asking if the loud cheering scared her. Holding her gently at eye level, Edenbar gazes at his brave little hatchling with pure affection and warmth. With a soft, genuine smile radiating across his face, Edenbar warmly thanks Ashiel for protecting his home. Ashiel gazes back with sparkling pink eyes, her tiny dragon heart fluttering at his sweet voice. Unable to contain her affection, Ashiel leans forward and nuzzles her soft snout directly against Edenbar's cheek. Edenbar cradles Ashiel close against his face, surrounded by a radiant backdrop of blooming flowers in the most heartwarming moment ever. Meanwhile, deep beneath Moonrave Castle, torchlight flickers along the cold, damp stone walls of the underground dungeon. Sitting on the cold stone floor in heavy shackles, Beyonce clutches his head in fury, cursing the black lizard for ruining all his meticulous plans. He grinds his teeth, realizing he should have eliminated the dragon instead of his father, swearing to kill Ashiel if he ever escapes. Just then, slow footsteps echo down the hall. Standing outside the cell bars is Grand Duke Elkai, staring down at his son with cold disappointment as he remarks that Beyonce shows zero remorse. Beyonce lets out a bitter chuckle, smirking mockingly as he asks if his father honestly expected him to feel guilty. Lurching forward, Beyonce grabs the rusty iron bars and screams that all of this destruction is his father's fault. He shouts through the gate, raging over how his father always protected Edenbar while giving him nothing in return for his loyalty. Rattling his heavy chains, Beyonce shrieks that if his brother ruined the family, the title should have naturally passed to him, not some young kid. Grand Duke Elkai gazes silently through the bars, recalling the harsh winter when he sent both brothers into the frozen wasteland, declaring that only the survivor would become the next duke. Continuing his story through the icy dungeon bars, Grand Duke Elkai reminds Beyonce of how young Edenbar returned from that frozen wilderness completely unable to walk, carried on the back of a commoner. Elkai asks Beyonce if he even knows why the young boy came back on someone else's back. Beyonce sneers through the iron bars, claiming Edenbar was just too weak to handle his own stamina, ranting that making someone like that the next duke is sheer madness. Elkai reveals the secret truth. He sent a loyal ducal knight disguised as a stranded commoner in the snowy territory to test both brothers' true character. Hearing this unexpected revelation, Beyonce's arrogant smirk completely freezes as shock hits him. Elkai drops the brutal truth, revealing that Beyonce not only cold-heartedly drove the stranded man away, but even buried him alive in the snow so word wouldn't get out, coldly checking if he died. Wow, talk about being a complete psychopath. Beyonce didn't just fail the test, he committed a whole crime. On the flip side, young Edinbar was so selfless that he willingly gave away his own warm food and blanket to save the commoner's life. Elkai looks at Beyonce with pure disgust, asking how he could ever trust a snake who abandoned his own people to sit on the ducal throne. Desperate to save his own skin, Beyonce stammers out cheap excuses, lying that he thought the man belonged to another territory. But Elkai has zero patience for his nonsense and slams his cane down, shouting for him to shut his mouth. Turning his back on his ruined son, Elkai coldly declares that he's heard enough lies for a lifetime. Reaching inside his tailored suit coat, he pulls out something sleek and dark. He unsheaths a polished, dark-hilted dagger, holding it out through the heavy iron bars. Gazing down at Beyonce with chilling detachment, Elkai states that out of respect for their past bond, he won't stain his own hands with his son's blood, demanding Beyonce end his own life. Beyonce's face turns pale as snow as sheer horror paralyzes him. Limping down the stone corridor with his cane, cynically walks away without looking back, leaving Beyonce screaming frantically at the bars, asking how a father could do something so cruel to his own child. Pausing in front of a framed painting of a bright red fox hanging on the dungeon wall, Elkai sighs softly, realizing the creature is still lingering nearby and making a mental note to order them to leave soon. The underground hall falls into eerie silence, with only the flickering torches casting shadows over the empty cells as Beyonce lets out a shuddering breath. Clutching the cold steel dagger in his trembling fist, Beyonce's knuckles turn white as venomous rage fills his eyes. Falling to his knees on the stone floor, Beyonce bursts into a psychotic fit of unhinged laughter, his manic giggles echoing off the damp dungeon walls. Grinding his teeth, Beyonce snarls through his bitter tears, cursing his father for deeming him unfit over a stupid morality test with a random peasant. Looking down at his trembling hand, a dark smirk spreads across his face as he mutters in pure malice that he should have assassinated his old man years ago. Classic villain logic. Blame everyone else instead of owning up to your own trash behavior. Suddenly, heavy footsteps begin descending the stone staircase, echoing rhythmically toward Beyonce's cell. Peering through the bars, Beyonce's eyes light up with murderous intent. He assumes it's an unsuspecting guard and hatches a sinister plan to ambush him, slit his throat, and steal the cell keys. Hiding the sharp blade behind his back, Beyonce watches intently as a heavily hooded figure quietly approaches his cell through the gloom. Whispering like a harmless victim, Beyonce coaxes the visitor closer to the bars, tightening his grip on the dagger while waiting for the perfect split-second strike. The stranger stops right in front of the gate and slowly pulls back their dark hood, gasp, illuminating a strikingly familiar face under the torchlight. Beyonce's eyes widen in utter disbelief as the mysterious voice echoes through the cell, realizing this visitor isn't a guard at all, but his long-lost older brother. Revealing his golden hair and purple eyes, the eldest brother gazes through the bars with a cold, expressionless stare, greeting Beyonce after years of separation. Beyonce stands frozen in shock, staring at his exiled older brother who was supposed to be locked away in the high tower for incurring the divine beast's wrath. Sweat trickles down Beyonce's face as the eldest brother smoothly unsheaths a gleaming sword, walking closer while coldly stating that leaving Beyonce alive will only cause more useless trouble. Panicking hard, Beyonce stumbles backward and holds his hands up, begging his brother to stop and just hear him out for a single second. Ignoring his pathetic pleas, the older brother's purple eyes flash with terrifying lethal intent. Without a single second of hesitation, the older brother thrusts his blade right through the iron bars, impaling Beyonce straight through the heart. Blood spurts violently from the wound, making Beyonce cough up blood as he clutches the cold steel blade stuck in his chest with an agonizing whimper. Reaching through the bars, the eldest brother rests a cold hand on Beyonce's shoulder, watching him slump down while staring with complete apathy as life drains from his younger brother's eyes. Turning around without a shred of remorse, the older brother coldly bids farewell to his incompetent sibling as Beyonce collapses dead onto the cold floor in a pool of his own blood. Man, this family has zero chill. Brotherly love is completely non-existent in this ducal house. Walking down the dim corridor, the eldest brother mutters to himself that he never should have handed that woman over to Edinbar, regretting not finishing her off himself. Suddenly, an adorable little red fox trots up and happily nuzzles against his boots. Looking down with a softened gaze, he reaches out and gently pats the fluffy red fox's head, making the cute creature let out a contented purr. Deciding his next move, he tells the little fox that it's time to head to the capital, pausing pausing for a moment to glance back toward his son's direction. With the adorable fox trotting loyally behind his footsteps, the eldest brother marches down the stone hall, determined to go and assist his son in whatever comes next. Meanwhile, far away in a breathtaking imperial palace room filled with sparkling glass domes and grand chandeliers, a luxurious afternoon tea gathering is taking place. Plates of delicious strawberry shortcakes, colorful macarons, and steaming teacups sit on a marble table as high society chatter begins to swell. Noble ladies gracefully sip their tea while gossiping about the Munleap ducal family, whispering in confusion about whether that famous house has finally fallen into ruin or not. Spreading wild rumors, one lady claims young Duke Edinburgh colluded with the imperial family to summon a terrifying monster, but failed to tame it into a proper divine beast. Oh yes, noble gossip ladies, the original fake news network of fantasy memoirs. A red-haired noblewoman chimes in with dramatic flair, telling everyone they're completely out of the loop and revealing that a full-blown civil war just broke out in the Munleap territory. She dramatically paints a terrifying picture of a giant purple dragon monster, claiming it took on hundreds of elite knights single-handedly to crush the rebellion. The high society ladies gasp in collective shock, covering their mouths as they wonder on earth why the Duke didn't make such a ridiculously overpowered creature as divine beast sooner. Comical, exaggerated rumors spread like wildfire, picturing the cute dark dragon spitting wild firestorms without any magic tools and smashing solid orichalcum doors with its bare claws. The rumor gets even wilder, picturing the dragon walking around with a tiny, terrified rabbit sitting on its tongue as an emergency snack box. Look at that absurd drawing! Whoever made this rumor has a top-tier imagination. Outraged by the gossip, the noble ladies slam their tea sets down, shouting that bringing a low-born monster with zero noble lineage to serve as a divine beast is completely unacceptable, demanding they send an official petition to the imperial family. Their dramatic shouts echo under the bright blue sky, agreeing to protest together so the mystery monster never receives official divine beast recognition. Back in a grand imperial palace, a young maid trembles in anxiety, whispering to her coworker that the high nobles are officially making their political move. In a lavish throne room, a beautiful blue-haired princess sits regally on her sofa, using her terrified maid as a literal human table by placing her teacup directly onto the maid's shaking back. With a devious, sinister smile on her face, the third princess, Iocasti Lyn Aliofi, smirks as she wonders if Mun Lapel's new monster is truly strong enough to dare reject her royal marriage proposal. The poor maid lies flat on her stomach, shaking like a leaf under the teacup while squeaking out terrified affirmations to the cruel third princess. Serving royalty in this empire is officially an extreme sport. Inside the imperial palace, the teacup wobbles dangerously on the trembling maid's back, making the tea spill over the delicate porcelain. Princess Iocaste glares down with lethal, terrifying eyes, radiating pure cold fury. Kicking her leg down, Iocasti aggressively knocks the tea set off her maid's back, sending the poor girl crashing to the floor. Standing over her slumped body, the ruthless third princess sneers coldly that an incompetent servant who can't even hold a simple cup properly has no right to serve her. Raising a delicate finger, Iocaste's gaze turns completely pitch black with malicious intent. She coldly announces that failing to fulfill such a basic duty is an unforgivable offense. Two heavily armed royal guards instantly grab the weeping maid by her arms, dragging her away across the carpeted floor. The helpless servant frantically clasps her hands together, crying out in sheer terror, begging Her Highness to spare her life. Talk about an absolute tyrant! Executing a maid over a spilled cup of tea is beyond wild. Outside the grand chamber, another servant trembles like a leaf, barely able to keep a balance after witnessing the horrific sight. Meanwhile, Iocaste casually plops back onto her plush sofa, crossing her arms while muttering that she wants to personally witness just how powerful Munleap's new monster really is. In the corridor, two royal maids whisper frantically to each other with pale, sweat-stained faces. They realize the princess is in a dangerous mood and one wrong move will cost them their heads. Sweat trickles down the maid's face as her mind races in absolute panic. She knows that remaining silent will get her dragged straight to the executioner's block, so she desperately blurts out a sudden suggestion. Trembling, the maid reminds her mistress that her imperial birthday banquet is right around the corner, suggesting she officially send a direct invitation to the young duke. Hearing this, Iocaste's cold expression instantly shifts into a devious smile as she praises the brilliant idea, while the maid lets out a soft sigh of relief. But before the maid can even celebrate surviving, Iocaste's eyes darken once again. She coldly asks if she really needs a pathetic excuse like a birthday party just to summon a monster, before casually declaring that this maid will be executed as well. With a terrifying thud, the maid's world completely shatters. Falling flat onto her knees on the red carpet, the terrified servant slams her forehead against the floor. She frantically wails that she's committed a cardinal sin, desperately screaming for mercy. Showing zero remorse, Ayakasti merely smirks in a cute chibi style, thoroughly enjoying the sheer terror and despair of her helpless palace staff. Wow, what a lovely personality. She's basically speedrunning the ultimate villainous checklist. The sound of Ayakasti's unhinged melodic laughter echoes throughout the massive high-ceilinged hall. Sitting regally on her grand sofa, she mockingly asks why her servants are trembling so much, while the poor maid remains frozen in fear on the carpet. Turning her back toward the window, Ayakasti commands her senior attendant to draft an official letter to the Duke of Munley. She explicitly orders them to invite both the Duke and his newly acquired divine beast to her upcoming grand birthday celebration. Surrounded by a sinister backdrop of dark roses and sharp thorns, Ayakasti's face twists into a sadistic grin. She strictly instructs her attendant to emphasize one crucial detail. Even if the Duke himself dares to decline the invitation, the divine beast must show up no matter what. Far away at the majestic, sprawling estate of the Munley ducal family, news of the imperial letter arrives like a sudden lightning strike. The palace maids gasp in absolute disbelief as rumors spread through the castle halls. In the courtyard, the elite knights stop their sword training in shock, unable to comprehend why the notorious third princess would write to them. Meanwhile, young Duke Edenbar sits quietly inside his luxurious room, holding the sealed imperial envelope with a completely calm, unbothered expression. Gently setting his teacup down onto the saucer, a refined voice speaks up, pointing out the subtle political gravity hidden within the message. Sitting across the table in the sunny garden, Grandfather Elkai explains that a princess personally writing a letter in her own name rather than sending it through an official royal proxy carries immense political weight. Nearby, tiny dragon Assel sits happily on a cushioned mirror chair, munching away on delicious treats. Clasping his hands together, Elkai suddenly leans forward and asks if Edenbar had secretly been exchanging romantic love letters with the third princess, right? Hearing this ridiculous assumption, little Aseel freezes in total shock with a half-eaten cookie stuck in her tiny mouth. Aseel's pink eyes widen as a dramatic fantasy pops into her head. She pictures young Edenbar happily holding hands and frolicking through a flower field with Princess Ayakasti, causing the little dragon to panic internally, wondering if her human husband was actually secretly involved with an imperial princess. Thinking back to her beastman roots, Aseel remembers her mother surrounded by multiple handsome beastmen consorts. She casually thinks to herself that since her own goal is to marry plenty of beastmen like her mom, her husband having multiple partners is totally fine. But Edenbar instantly shuts down the rumor, stating flatly that he has never exchanged a single love letter with her. Elkai gazes down at the elegant wax-sealed invitation lying on the table, asking why the princess would bother sending such a direct letter to him. Edenbar calmly responds that it's probably payback because he previously rejected her formal proposal for a political marriage. Elkai completely loses his composure and nearly chokes on his tea. He shouts in utter bewilderment, asking if the third princess seriously proposed to him, while Edenbar casually nods yes while little Aseel keeps munching on her sweet cookies. Look at Edenbar dropping nuclear relationship bombs like he's discussing the afternoon weather. Sweat trickles down Elkai's temple as he stares down at the innocent-looking invitation with deep dread. The reality of the situation is far more dangerous than he initially anticipated. A dramatic flashback reveals Princess Ayakasti standing amidst dark blue roses in a pristine white gown. Although widely renowned as the most stunningly beautiful princess in the entire empire, her breathtaking appearance hides a terrifying nature. The narration notes that due to her notoriously violent temper and ruthless cruelty, nobles rarely ever dared to invite her to social gatherings. Elkai looks at his grandson with deep concern, worried about why someone so unhinged has set her sights on him. But Edenbar sips his tea calmly, telling his grandfather there's no need to fret. Edenbar casually drops another massive bombshell, declaring with total confidence that he already has someone he's promised to marry. Hearing this, both Elkai and little Aseel freeze completely solid, their faces turning completely blank with utter shock. Flabbergasted, Elkai stammers out a frantic question, demanding to know who on earth he promised his hand to. Edenbar softly gazes into the distance, thoughtfully adding that they simply haven't drawn up the formal marriage contract just yet. Slamming his hand onto the table, Elkai stands up in a furious rage, shouting that a contract marriage is completely absurd. He fumes that marriage is tough enough even when two people genuinely love each other, angrily declaring that he's going to personally march over and demand an explanation. Little Aseel flinches hard in fear. Edenbar nods smoothly with a subtle, handsome smile, casually agreeing that the person in question is indeed extremely outrageous. Next to him, little Aseel sweats nervously, completely baffled by the tense exchange between the two men. Edenbar turns his head with an extraordinarily sweet, blushing expression that radiates pure affection. Seeing this gentle, loving smile on the normally stoic boy, both Elkai and Aseel pop out question marks in sheer confusion. Elkai's mind spins as he wonders what kind of incredible young lady could possibly make his cold grandson wear such a tender, smitten expression. He inwardly guesses if it could be that mysterious apprentice priestess Edenbar mentioned previously. Edenbar's poker face completely failed him. He is down bad for her. Quickly regaining his composure, Edenbar denies the priestess rumor, but firmly states his intention to travel to the imperial capital regardless. Edenbar explains that he must officially report on the recent civil war and formally announced the birth of the new divine beast, making attendance at the princess's banquet unavoidable. Meanwhile, Elkai lovingly takes a napkin and gently wipes little Aseel's sticky mouth. Hearing about the trip to the capital, little Aseel throws both of her tiny dragon paws into the air, chirping out adorable squeaks as she loudly proclaims that she wants to go meet the human princess too. Edenbar looks down at the hyperactive little creature with a surprised glance, asking if she really wants to meet the notorious third princess. Aseel trots happily down the hallway behind a maid. In her mind, she reasons that since everyone in the castle has been bowing down to her, if she learns how to imitate the violent princess's terrifying behavior, she'll finally transform into a truly ferocious, respected dragon. The panel cuts to a hilarious imagination of tiny Aseel spitting a tiny puff of fire while Edenbar, Elkai, and the maid enthusiastically clap and shed tears of joy over her cuteness. High above in the glass dome of the greenhouse, Aseel zooms around in circles like an excited puppy, shouting for everyone to hurry up and start their journey. Down below, Edenbar and Elkai look up at her frantic energy, sweating nervously while wondering why she's so overly hyped. Soon enough, the group arrives at the bustling imperial capital. The vibrant market streets are alive with crowded shop fronts and cheerful chatter as citizens go about their day. Tiny Aseel clings onto the back of Elkai's coat like a little backpack, bouncing up and down with sheer excitement. Floating up beside Edenbar's shoulder, Aseel points her chubby claw toward the crowd, gasping in awe at how pretty all the sparkling jewels look. Edenbar looks up in confusion, noticing elegant noble ladies walking by adorned with shimmering gemstone necklaces and fancy hats. Standing on the cobblestone street, Aseel sparkles with pure happiness. Meanwhile, Edenbar looks down at his loyal little companion, internally reflecting on how deeply indebted he is to her for everything, from subduing the sacred beast to saving them during the Civil War. Edenbar, clenching his fist with firm determination, resolves in his heart that even though their ducal finances are currently tight, he will somehow scrape together enough funds to buy her a whole shop in the capital, wanting to give her everything he possibly can. Suddenly, Aseel points towards a passerby, excitedly squeaking that the shiny object is just like the one her husband gave her. Both Edenbar and Elkai turn around in surprise to see what she's referring to. Leaning down, Elkai curiously asks if she received a gift. Aleel nods her tiny head with a beaming smile, confirming that her husband indeed gave her something super special. With a dramatic flourish, Aseel proudly pulls back a white cloth blanket, revealing a glowing warmstone tucked safely inside. Seeing the warmstone, Elkai looks on with a warm, touched expression, realizing Edenbar had secretly prepared such a thoughtful present for her. Meanwhile, Edenbar turns his head away, blushing furiously in total embarrassment. Look at him trying to play it cool when he's secretly the sweetest caretaker ever. Scooping tiny Aseel up into his hands, Elkai smiles kindly, telling her that since they're already out enjoying the capital city streets, he wants to buy her a proper present as well. Stepping up to a grand high-end storefront displaying sparkling necklaces and crowns behind polished glass windows, Elkai invites them inside the finest jewelry shop in town. Inside the shop, trays of breath Breathtaking jewelry, butterfly brooches, and massive sparkling diamond necklaces glisten under the warm ambient lights. Aisel's pink eyes widen to the size of saucers as she lets out an amazed gasp. Clapping her hands with joy, the cheerful female jeweler chuckles warmly, complimenting the Duke's divine beast for having such exquisite taste in fine gems. Meanwhile, Asil zooms back and forth across the glass counter like a hyperactive hummingbird, completely captivated by the shiny treasures. Draped in shimmering bracelets, a ruby necklace, and wearing her eggshell hat adorned with a floral ring, tiny Asil puffs out her chest with absolute pride. "Isn't Asil pretty?" she chirps out, showing off her dazzling new treasures to everyone in the room. Standing behind her, Grandfather Elkai stares down with a deadpan expression, casually pointing out that such loose accessories look perfect for getting lost within 5 minutes. Next to him, Edenbar watches quietly, silently agreeing that high-end jewelry might be a bit impractical for a baby dragon. Meanwhile, over at the counter, young Selena requests something scaled down for her own size, but the friendly jeweler smiles warmly, explaining that while they don't have mini sizes in stock, they can easily custom-make whatever she desires. Selena silently reminds herself that she only tagged along to help treat Elkai's lingering poison. Paying no mind to the adult's logistics, little Asil rolls around happily on the velvet display case among sparkling rings and pearls. Blushing with pure delight, she squeaks out that she absolutely loves this specific collection. Seeing how adorable the little creature is, Elkai shrugs off his initial concern with a breezy smile. He casually tells her that if she ends up losing any of it, he'll simply drag her back here and buy her a brand new set without a second thought. Talk about spending ducal gold like it's Monopoly money. Elkai generously offers to buy whatever else catches her eye, but Edenbar immediately steps up to intervene. The young Duke firmly insists that he will handle the bill himself, while nearby, Selena stares at the wealthy nobles with an utter deadpan expression, silently thinking, "Tch, rich people." Edenbar calmly explains that since Asil saved his life, buying out a few trinkets is the absolute minimum he can do, even offering to purchase the entire store for her if she wants. Gasp! Just as he says this, the brass bell above the front entrance rings out sharp and clear. An arrogant-looking priest named Theodore walks inside accompanied by a noble lady in a high-trimmed hat, boasting about his unyielding loyalty to the rival Starapit dukedom. But the moment Priest Theodore glances toward the counter, his smug laughter instantly cuts short as his eyes widen in complete shock. He stammers, freezing right in his tracks. Quickly adjusting his posture, Theodore greets them with a slippery smile, remarking that he noticed a familiar knight standing outside and realized the Duke of Moonleaf was present. Top, Priest Theodore casts a shifty glance toward the corner. Middle, Selena narrows her yellow eyes in silent disdain. Bottom, the narration introduces Selena standing amidst dark, thorny roses, her cold gaze hiding deep hostility as she recognizes the corrupt priest. You can already tell there is major bad blood between her and the temple hierarchy. Glancing over at little Asil covered head to toe in glittering gems, Priest Theodore snickers mockingly, commenting that the Moonleaf family certainly has plenty of excess coin to waste on mere pets. Little Asil tilts her head in utter confusion, a big question mark floating above her head. Edenbar observes the priest's elaborate attire, internally noting that based on his collar, the man is merely a low-ranking priest. The young Duke narrows his eyes in sharp disdain, wondering where on earth this arrogant stranger got the nerve to spew such shameless nonsense in public. Duchess Staratrip turns to her companion with a raised eyebrow, asking him to clarify his words. Theodore smirked smugly, reminding the Duchess of his previous hint regarding a certain disgraceful family that took in a child without showing even a shred of proper etiquette. Selena and Edenbar stand side by side, their expressions hardening into icy glares as they listen to the priest's petty accusations. Duchess Starapit places a gloved finger to her chin in deep thought, slowly piecing the clues together as she asks if he is referring directly to the Moonleaf ducal family. Grandfather Elkai's hand instantly moves toward his sword hilt, but Edenbar gently reaches out to rest his hand on his grandfather's arm. Stepping forward with total composure, calmly Edenbar asks Duchess Starapit to explain the full story in detail. Duchess Starapit prompts Priest Theodore to speak up, and the priest nonchalantly waves his hand with closed eyes, dramatically claiming that they will be utterly dumbfounded once they hear the truth. Oh boy, this guy's digging his own grave faster than light. Theodore arrogantly explains that when the Duke's knight visited the temple, he requested an apprentice priestess specifically to take care of the Duke's pet. Beside the counter, Selena glares daggers at him while Tiny Asil listens attentively. Jumping into a brief flashback, Theodore boasts about how the temple strictly evaluates a patron's financial stability before entrusting them with a child, while a chibi graphic of angry Selena pops up in the corner scoffing, "Hardly." Turning back to the Duchess, Theodore continues his dramatic rant, claiming that even though a duke made the request, the temple couldn't bypass protocol, so they demanded proof of his assets. But then things took an insulting turn. Theodore suddenly whips around and dramatically points his finger at the moon-left knight standing near the door, shouting in outrage that the knight had the audacity to mock him with a pouch full of useless junk. The poor knight stands stiffly, sweat dropping in silence. Pinching a tiny metallic disc between his fingers, Theodore fumes in anger, yelling about how the knight dared to hand him fake gold coins. A thought bubble reveals Chibi Asil handing over her prized play money, complete with an inset image showing a toy coin engraved with a cute rabbit face. Theodore and Duchess Starapit look around the room with baffled expressions, expecting the crowd to share their righteous indignation. Suddenly, tiny Chibi Asil stomps her feet angrily at the priest's ankles. "Beep-ee! It's not a bunch of junk," she squeaks out furiously, catching Theodore completely off guard as he gasps in shock. Imagine getting called out by an angry foot-tall dragon. Standing her ground, Asil proudly proclaims that those special coins were precious rewards given to her every time she was praised by her teachers at kindergarten. Hearing the little creature speak, Duchess Starapit gasps in disbelief, wondering if she's witnessing high-level translation magic. The Duchess stares intently at the little creature, her mind racing as she realizes that translation magic is an extremely rare ability strictly monopolized by the Imperial Royal bloodline. Her eyes widen in complete shock as the ultimate truth dawns on her: a divine beast? Meanwhile, Chibi Asil crosses her tiny arms, puffing up with supreme pride, surrounded by cute, angry chibi animal reactions. Suddenly, the tip of Grandfather Elkai's sword scabbard thumps heavily onto the wooden floorboards with a sharp thud. Edenbar steps into the spotlight with a terrifyingly cold expression, asking the priest how a servant of God dares to describe the sacred gift from Moonlife's divine beast as a pile of junk. Realizing his massive mistake, Theodore turns pale as paper, stammers out, "That's..." Sensing the dangerous shift in the atmosphere, Duchess Starapit immediately turns her head away, completely ignoring Theodore and leaving him out to dry. Look at how fast she abandoned him the second the real heavyweight showed up. Sweating bullets, Priest Theodore trembles in sheer terror, his face twisting as sheer regret washes over him. Leaning forward with an imposing aura, Edenbar coldly reminds him that at the time, the knight only knew Asil as a pet, not a divine beast. He sternly asks if Theodore tossed the gift aside out of disrespect, or if he's openly mocking the divine beast just because it didn't inherit the previous divine beast's bloodline. Theodore frantically waves his hands in denial, stammering that it wasn't like that at all, as little Asil watches the dramatic breakdown with curious eyes. Collapsing onto his knees under a dark cloud of gloom, Theodore pitifully confesses the awful truth: "I threw them away." Hearing this, tiny Asil gasps in utter heartbreak, her tiny paws dropping in total shock. Devastated, Asil melts down into a blob of sadness on the floor, letting out a tearful whimper. Seeing her distress, Selena casually gestures toward the priest and asks Edenbar if they should just send him straight to God's side right now. Edenbar responds with a subtle, mischievous smirk. Desperate to save his skin, Theodore grovels on the floor, frantically promising to recreate the exact same pouch and return every single item. Behind him, Elkai draws his sword halfway out of its sheath, while Edenbar and Selena look down on him with absolute icy contempt. Selena suggesting instant execution like it's a casual Sunday thought is iconic. Edenbar gazes down coldly, demanding to know every single item that was inside the original pouch. Theodore stammers out the pathetic list: toy gold coins, broken chess pieces, crushed powder, and strange pebbles. Top. Theodore remains prostrated on the floor while a dark, gloomy aura hovers over Asil. Bottom. Poor little Asil sits completely heartbroken, her head low and ears drooping as she whispers out a defeated, "Forget it." Close up on Grandfather Elkai's face, twisting in murderous rage, a thick vein popping on his forehead as he stares down at the priest who broke his adorable little dragon's heart. Nearby, small, trembling hands tightly grip the hem of Selena's dress, nervously seeking comfort amidst the tense confrontational atmosphere. Cut to a peaceful moment as Chibi Asil rolls lazily on a cozy plush cushion, fast asleep and entirely unbothered by the dramatic drama unfolding around her. Top, Duchess Starapit wears an evil, manipulative grin. Middle, a majestic phoenix bursts into towering, radiant flames. Bottom, silhouetted against the inferno, the Duke and Duchess of Starapit sip fine wine, sinisterly plotting to use their own divine beast to crush Moonleaf Little Dragon once and for all. Talk about major villains scheming in the shadows. Cut to a breathtaking high-angle view of the Imperial Capitol Palace towering under a clear blue sky, surrounded by lush manicured gardens and sparkling marble fountains as wild birds chirp happily in the breeze. High up in the palace courtyard, the Moonlife Knights slump over in exhaustion, letting out heavy sighs. The Knight Captain rubs his neck in deep stress, muttering that they are facing a massive problem. Perched atop a stone balustrade pillar, Tiny Asil nibbles casually on her floral ring, tilting her head with an innocent question mark floating above her. Leaning forward, Asil squeaks out to the captain, asking what's bothering him. The weary knight sighs heavily, admitting that trouble is brewing for their order. Top, Edinbar sits at his desk reviewing an official letter. Middle, an illustration shows knights crossing swords in combat, announcing that the Starapit Dukedom has officially requested a friendly sparring match between their knight orders. Bottom, hearing this, Asil gasps in surprise. They're already picking fights before the banquet even starts. Tilting her head, Asil asks innocently why they don't just accept the challenge and fight them head-on. The Knight Captain's sweat drops nervously, letting out a strained sigh. The captain explains with crossed arms that the truth is the enemy order vastly outmatches them in skill, and losing would bring utter shame upon the dukedom and Lady Asil. Behind him, two knights collapse on the floor in dramatic, weeping tears, terrified of their impending humiliation. Little Asil stands high on the palace balcony, striking a triumphant dragon pose while her tiny tail swishes in the breeze. She looks like a total boss in a cute, pint-sized package. The Knight Captain chuckles awkwardly, admitting that while Asil is surprisingly vicious in a fight, rules are rules. A divine beast isn't allowed to compete in an official Knight Order match. Hearing that, the tiny dragon slumps over, letting out a sorrowful whimper as her little ears droop in utter defeat. But hold on, in a sudden flash of genius, a bright light bulb pops up right above her head. Look at those pink eyes sparkling, you just know she's hatching a chaotic mastermind plan. Squeaking out that she has a brilliant idea, Asil tells him to wait right there and dashes off. The poor captain can only stand there, sweat dropping in complete confusion, wondering what wild scheme the little beast is about to pull off now. Sprinting down the grand palace hallway, her tiny paws pitter-patter rapidly against the plush red carpet. She's on a mission, and absolutely nothing is gonna slow her down. She bursts into Grandfather Elkai's private study, where the old master is calmly packing up his chess set. He turns around with a smirk, teasingly asking where she ran off to, while Asil tilts her head in curiosity, staring at the wooden chess pieces and wondering if they're little toys. Gentle as always, Elkai scoops up the tiny dragon in both hands, gazing down at her with fond amusement as he waits to hear what's on her mind. Cut to the training grounds where three Moonlefay knights stand lined up, sweating bullets with terrified expressions on their faces. Look at their pale faces. They have no idea what horror is about to hit them. Elkai steps forward, holding Asil like a prized trophy, informing the trembling order that little Asil filled him in on the entire situation regarding the upcoming match on their way over. Fixing them with a stern gaze, the old Grandmaster declares that the absolute fastest way to forge true warrior strength is through life-or-death combat. The knights gulp in collective horror, realizing their peaceful training days are officially over. Holding Asil high in the air, the tiny dragon roars out enthusiastic battle cry. With wooden swords in hand, the knights bow deeply, nervously shouting that they look forward to learning under Lady Asil's ruthless instruction, while a sneaky maid watches from around the corner. Cut to the luxurious estate of the Starapit Dukedom. Upon hearing the spy's report, a young noble girl with dark blue hair bursts into hysterical laughter, mocking the idea that a tiny little lizard is boot-camping Moonleaf's elite knight order. Bowing low on the rug, the maid insists that she witnessed the whole thing with her own eyes, whispering, confirming that the tiny divine beast is running the training field like a tyrant. Curious, the blue-haired lady asks if the beast is truly as fierce as rumors claim. The maid shudders as she describes how Aesel mercilessly targeted every knight's weak spot without an ounce of pity. Leaning back on her sofa, the young lady sighs dramatically, disappointed that her own family is too chicken to arrange a divine beast showdown. Check out this hilarious mental diagram. While Azel and Elkai sit smugly at the top of the food chain, Duke Strarapit and his fire phoenix are stuck at the bottom, sweating profusely in total anxiety. Talk about a complete power dynamic failure. The maid adds thoughtfully that despite the bizarre training method, the Moonluff Knights actually don't look weak or inferior to any other ducal order at all. Hearing that, a cunning, villainous smirk spreads across the young noble's face. You can practically see the evil gears turning inside her mind. With a sharp snap, she flips open her ornate blue lace fan, hiding her scheming smile behind delicate lace. Striking a grand pose, she imperiously commands her servants to notify both dukedoms that she will attend the match in person, and orders both families to bring their divine beasts for a full-blown confrontation. Fast forward a few days later, exactly 48 hours before the grand friendly match is scheduled to take place. Back at the training grounds, the Moonluff Knights drop to their knees and bow deeply before Tiny Azil, shouting their heartfelt gratitude for her brutal boot camp regiment. Top-tier comedy right here. Covered in bandages and bruises, the Knights present a huge box packed with plush bears, pinwheels, and toys, thanking her for beating the absolute daylights out of them. Asil's eyes light up with pure, unadulterated joy. A quick flashback shows Asil pulverizing a heavy wooden dummy into splinters with a single strike. The beat-up knights smile proudly, glad that their painful sacrifices earn Lady Asil's divine approval. Next up, we get a tour of Asil's brand new luxury bedroom, specially designed and furnished for her by Elkai and Edenbar. Look at the pink velvet sofas and crystal chandeliers. It's fit for royal dragon royalty. Soaking lazily in a custom marble mini bathtub filled with warm, sparkling water, Tiny Asil lets out a relaxed sigh. Whew, living her absolute best life. Looking out the balcony window, she notices the glowing full moon shining brightly in the clear night sky, realizing how late it's gotten. Resting her head on the rim, she reflects on how much time has passed since she arrived in the human realm. Gasp, suddenly remembering that her birthday recently went by without anyone noticing. In a sudden jolt of realization, she sits straight up in the water, splashing bubbles everywhere. Panicking under a dark cloud of shock, she gasps out in horror, realizing that she completely forgot her own birthday. Poor baby dragon. But refusing to let her special day go uncelebrated, she decides to throw herself an emergency solo birthday party right then and there. Look at this adorable DIY party setup. She wraps a white napkin on her head as a party hat, places a slice of late-night strawberry cake on a plate, and sets up a tiny stuffed rabbit toy to play the role of the party guest. Squeaking out cute little songs, she sways back and forth, trying her best to generate a festive atmosphere all by herself. The little rabbit toy sits silently across from her, leaving the room dead quiet as the initial excitement fades away. Her ears droop low beneath her makeshift napkin hat, and her cheerful smile completely vanishes into a heartbreaking pout. Collapsing face down onto the rug in utter gloom, she whimpers out that she doesn't want to play pretend anymore. Even the little stuffed rabbit looks shocked by her sudden breakdown. A dreamy flashback bubble shows what a real birthday should look like, surrounded by colorful party hats, heaps of presents, fun animal friends, and a grand cake topped with glowing candles. Tears start overflowing from her big pink eyes, dripping steadily onto the soft floor as pure loneliness washes over her tiny heart. Honestly, watching her cry breaks my heart into a million pieces. The faithful little stuffed rabbit leans over her back as if trying to comfort its heartbroken friend in her time of need. Outside the bedroom, young Duke Edenbar stands hesitating before the grand double doors, awkwardly gathering his courage before knocking. Gently pushing the doors open, Edenbar steps inside holding an exquisite blue velvet box, softly asking if he may enter. Look at the craftsmanship on that velvet box! Gold filigree trims, delicate floral engravings, and a royal navy finish. Edenbar definitely went all out. Presenting the gift, Edenbar offers it to her, but Asil tilts her head, pointing out in confusion that her birthday already passed days ago. Gently placing her tiny paws on the velvet lid, she smiles brightly and sweetly thanks him for remembering after all. She unlatches the box, a brilliant golden light radiates from within, catching her completely by surprise. Resting inside is a breathtaking pink silk ribbon bow adorned with a glowing gemstone centerpiece and hanging sparkling pearl chains. Edenbar shyly explains that it's a custom neck ornament designed to attach behind her white scarf. Fastening the bow behind her neck, Asil turns around to show it off, looking impossibly stylish and charming. Look at how gorgeous those pink ribbons look on her dark dragon scales. Fluttering her tiny wings in excitement, Asil twirls around happily, squeaking out that her heart is fluttering. Edenbar smiles warmly, asking if she likes it, to which she enthusiastically nods. But as Edenbar softly replies that taking care of her is his duty, Asil suddenly notices his face. Gasp! Heavy, pitch-black dark circles hang under his eyes like a tired panda. She gasps in alarm, asking why her husband looks like he hasn't slept in 3 weeks. Enbar pulls out an official document explaining that he's been pulling all-nighters processing Civil War reports and finalizing their official marriage contract. Asil reaches out her tiny paws to take the paper. Examining the official seal and signatures on the marriage contract, a warm feeling fills Asil's heart, knowing that her place in the Moonlife family and her partnership with Edenbar are legally locked in. She can finally rest easy, knowing she has a true home. So, lying flat on her stomach, right on top of the parchment paper, Asil takes a real close look at the marriage terms, her cute pink bow shimmering under the light. Tilting her tiny dragon head, she squints at the neat cursive writing on the contract, while Edenbar clears his throat with a loud ahem. Kneeling down on the plush carpet beside her, Edenbar calmly explains that while the first and second conditions might seem completely obvious, plenty of people break obvious rules, so he put them in writing just to give her total peace of mind. Edenbar's gaze drops awkwardly as a nervous sweat drop rolls down his cheek, softly adding that there is a third condition they need to discuss. Seriously, look at how flustered the young duke gets whenever things get serious. He blurted out that since he can't have children of his own, they will need to adopt an heir to carry on the ducal family line. Little Asil tilts her head in utter confusion, asking him straight up why on earth he can't have kids. Flashback to dragon kindergarten logic. Asil explains that back in kindergarten, her teacher taught her that if 2 people sleep while holding hands, a magic stork brings a baby right to their doorstep. Look at this hilarious illustration of a white stork flying through the clouds carrying a basket full of adorable little bunnies. Pushing herself up on 2 tiny legs, Asil stares intently at Edenbar with absolute curiosity, leaving the poor boy sweat-dropping in complete silence. Check out this ultra-cute close-up panel. With giant sparkling pink eyes and soft blush marks, Asil looks like the most innocent, pure creature in the entire universe. Art-wise, the creators really pulled out all the stops to make her look impossibly adorable here. Quick as a flash, Edenbar grabs a fountain pen and vigorously scribbles lines right over clause number 3, crossing it out completely. Leaning forward while Asil clutches the paper in her tiny paws, Edenbar patiently watches her hum in deep thought. Fixing her with a gentle, warm smile, Edenbar's purple eyes soften completely as he gazes down at his little dragon companion. Softly whispering, he reassures her that all he truly wants is that she always stay right by his side as his cherished divine beast. Whispers. Okay, that was surprisingly smooth. Edenbar just scored maximum romance points without even trying. Edenbar rests on his knees against the pink carpet while Asil clutches the written contract to her chest. Looking up at him with wide, gleaming eyes, Asil softly mumbles the word husband under her breath, her tiny wings twitching in awe. Chibi Asil turns her back proudly while Edenbar smiles brightly beside her. A dramatic speech bubble pops up declaring that little Asil is ready to go back home. Dipping her tiny dragon paw into red ink, she firmly presses her footprint right onto the paper for clause 2, secretly thinking to herself that she can always negotiate the details later. Manhwa legal contracts signed with a literal paw print are officially my favorite trope. Edenbar holds up the official contract, peeking over the top edge of the sheet as a satisfied smile spreads across his face. Sitting comfortably, Edenbar proudly announces that their contract is now legally locked in. Tiny Asil stands beside him, practically sparkling with joy as she shows off her stamped document. Leaning closer, Edenbar gives her a playful smirk, promising that as soon as she grows into an adult, he'll propose to her properly right away. Asil lets out a big sleepy yawn while holding her contract, drowsily murmuring about how a real birthday party means wearing a pretty hat, singing songs, blowing out candles, and eating tons of delicious strawberry cake. Gently patting her back, Edenbar tells her to just go to sleep if she's tired, to which she softly murmurs an okay. A gorgeous floral panel pops up with sparkling light, softly highlighting the word, my partner. Edenbar lies down on his side right beside a seal on the plush rug, watching her sleep peacefully wrapped up in her blanket like a tiny burrito, with her stuffed rabbit toy resting nearby. Cut to a sky panel with fluffy white clouds against a bright blue backdrop as a text box announces, and time passed. Manhwa time skips move at lightning speed. 1 second she's sleeping like a baby dragon, and the next second the grand tournament arc is already starting. Fast forward to a massive grand stone arena nestled among autumn trees. Bright flags flutter in the breeze as hundreds of noble spectators fill the balcony seats, chattering loudly about the crowd. Two noble spectators gossip in their seats. A male noble wonders out loud if Duke Starapit brought this huge crowd just to publicly humiliate House Munlef, while a female noble scoffs that Starapit is guaranteed to win regardless. The nobles continue chattering, noting that Munlef stands no chance since their entire night order was replaced after the Desert Cave incident, though betting on Munlef would yield astronomical payout odds. Right below them, a pink-haired girl with bright yellow eyes overhears every single word. Look at that wicked smirk spreading across her face. The pink-haired girl smiles mischievously, thinking to herself that she's definitely going to place that winning bet because she desperately needs cash. Flashback to a stoic, blonde-haired noble father with a mustache sitting on a plush sofa with his arms crossed in a lavish drawing room. Sitting beside her mustache guardian, the pink-haired girl waves her hands defensively while receiving medical treatment, frantically insisting that she isn't preparing for marriage at all. Close-up of the pink-haired girl looking utterly flustered and annoyed. A giant spiked thought bubble reveals her inner panic. She realizes the old man is actively trying to set her up with the male lead. Hilarious visual comedy right here. The mustache guardian sits there shamelessly holding two tiny chibi plush dolls of the pink-haired girl and Edenbar, mashing them together. The pink doll screams in rage while the guardian's caption reads, "Why are you so shameless?" prompting an exasperated "ugh" from the girl. A hand shoots up in a firm stop gesture. The pink-haired girl dramatically tells her guardian that if any marriage proposals come in, she'd rather drink poison and die, adding that a fortune teller warned her she's destined to eat her own husband. The mustache guardian sighs with crossed arms, muttering what a shame, while the pink girl smirks internally, relieved that her crazy excuse worked. Pretending you're destined to eat your husband like a praying mantis is top-tier excuse writing, 10 out of 10 creativity. Walking down the Grand Palace corridor while a maid bows respectfully behind her, the pink-haired girl knows she can't drop her guard or they'll force her onto the male lead, so she decides she needs to flee abroad. Resting her hand against her neck in deep thought, she wonders where on earth she's going to find the money to fund her getaway. Suddenly, a bright light bulb pops up right above her head as she gasps in total realization. Cut back to the present match at the arena concourse. Raising her arms high, the pink-haired girl shouts enthusiastically to the crowd, running her own underground gambling bookie stall. She screams out that betting on Munlef pays 10 times your money, while Star Rapid pays 2 or 3 times. A male noble spectator walks up asking why there's such a massive difference in payout when both houses are ducal families. She sparkles and explains that everyone is betting on Starapit, offering him high returns if he bets on Munlef. The male noble waves his hand dismissively, snorting that he's no fool and won't waste his good money on a lost cause. Pink Girl smiles sweetly, thinking to herself, "That's right." Spiked thought bubbles continue her inner villain scheme. She wants everyone to keep betting on Starapit so her own winning payout on Munlef becomes astronomical. She's literally manipulating the betting pool like a seasoned Wall Street degenerate. Heavy footsteps echo across the stone floor as a mysterious figure clad in a dark blue hooded cloak steps up. Pink Girl turns around in shock as the figure casually drops a massive bid, 3 million gold. The blue hooded girl steps into view with a calm smirk, finishing her sentence, "to win." The pink-haired girl gasps in shock, recognizing who this kid is. Close-up of the dark blue-haired hooded girl chuckling mischievously with a finger on her lips. A side caption box reveals her identity, Princess Ioste. Wide shot of Princess Ayakasti standing before the stunned pink-haired girl. The pink girl swallows hard, wondering why an actual royal princess is placing sketchy underground bets at a night tournament. Close-up of Princess Ayakasti's calm smile. Pink girl analyzes the situation, realizing Ayakasti must have set spies inside House Munlef and knows they're gonna win. Pink girl has a complete internal breakdown. On one hand, her chibi self is weeping in joy over a 3 million gold jackpot, but on the other hand, she remembers Princess Ayakaste was a terrifying obstacle for the heroine in the original story. Imagine celebrating getting rich only to realize your main investor is literally the final boss side villain. The male noble spectator scoffs in disbelief, commenting that betting 3 million gold on the losing side is the ultimate waste of money, adding that she might as well give that fortune to a beggar, while the pink girl stands there silently recalculating her entire life choices. Princess Iocaste stands on the balcony steps with her arms folded, smirking playfully down at the male spectator who just insulted her. Snickering softly, mocking tone, she asks if he's all talk with no money to back up, or if he's telling her to hand her fortune to a beggar because he's actually describing himself. The male noble's face turns beet red as he yells back angrily, furious at being called a beggar in public. Her sharp taunt instantly ignites a frantic bidding war across the crowd. Spectators start shouting out crazy bets, with one noble screaming he'll place 3.5 million gold on Starapit. Princess Iocaste casually steps in, raising her bid to 4 million gold just to prove she's no beggar, prompting another noble to completely lose his mind and yell out 5 million. Down below, the pink-haired girl blinks rapidly in utter shock as the stakes skyrocket into the stratosphere. Banknotes and heavy gold coins float through the air in slow motion. The pink-haired bookie can barely keep up with the sheer volume of cash flying around her head. Cut to her absolute dream scenario. The pink-haired girl literally rolls around in a massive mountain of gold coins and cash checks, tossing her hands up in pure euphoria. She screams out in delight, declaring that Princess Iocaste is officially the greatest person on the planet. Man, watching a broke side character hit the jackpot in real time is peak satisfying cinema. Glowing speech bubbles drift across a dreamy background as she sends out a heartfelt prayer, wishing Princess Iocaste a super long life, adding that even if the main male lead is meant for a sill, she genuinely hopes the princess lives a long, rich life anyway. Cut back to the main arena floor. The energetic tournament announcer strides out into the center of the ring, opening his arms to the roaring crowd and thanking everyone for waiting so patiently. Raising his wooden megaphone with a playful wink, the host enthusiastically announces that the main event match is about to begin. Up in the VIP viewing gallery, Duke Starapit rests in his armchair, sipping red wine right beside young Duke Edenbar. Next to Edenbar, little dragon Asil sits snugly on her plush blue throne as the referee's command echoes across the arena. Begin now. A breathtaking wide shot reveals the grand stone stadium surrounded by vibrant autumn foliage, where hundreds of noble spectators fill the balcony decks to watch the showdown. Stepping out into the sunlight, a brown-haired knight clad in a crisp white and purple uniform walks forward with firm, deliberate strides. He reminds himself that this match is a best-of-5 format, meaning it's going to be a long and grueling test of endurance. Gripping the silver hilt of his sheath, he knows that as the very first challenger entering the ring, there's all the more reason for him to deliver a flawless victory. The stadium speakers ring out with the official announcement, introducing Knight Dylan as Munlef's first challenger. Dylan stands tall with a resolute gaze, vowing internally that he absolutely cannot afford to lose for Miss Asil's honor. Across the circular stone ring, Starapit's chosen combatant steps forward with an arrogant strut. Flipping his shoulder cape dismissively, Starapit's knight taunts Dylan, mocking him for running away from the elite Imperial Knights only to end up at House Munlef, which he smugly labels a loser's club. Dylan glares back with icy intensity. Refusing to waste energy on useless trash talk, Dylan coldly orders his opponent, "Draw your sword, Damon." With a swift metallic ring, Dylan draws his polished blade high into position, taking an immaculate dueling posture. Fast forward through the duel, the arena announcer suddenly screams out in absolute shock, "Unbelievable!" A wave of stunned silence washes over the audience before massive murmurs break out. Pan down to the wooden scoreboard, flipping open to reveal a total blowout score of 3-0. House Munlef completely swept 3 consecutive rounds, while Starapit scored a humiliating 0. Meanwhile, up on the balcony, little dragon Asil rests comfortably on her velvet chair, munching away on a pink bowl of crunchy popcorn. She puffs out her chest proudly, glad to see her honor remains completely intact. Right next to her, Duke Starapit slams his fist against the armrest, spilling his red wine in pure outrage. He roars out that Duke Munlef must have rigged the entire match, insisting there is no way his elite knights could lose so horribly. Veins popping on his forehead, Starapit continues fuming, shouting that they even brought a certified magic swordsman on their roster. Meanwhile, Edenbar and Asil just sit beside him in complete, unbothered silence. Edenbar turns his head slightly, letting out a subtle, handsome side smile as he gazes down at his victorious order. Close-up panel of Chibi Dragon Aseel. With sparkling pink eyes and her cute little eggshell hat perched between her horns, she looks around with pure curiosity while clutching her bowl of snacks. Pink flowers and musical notes sparkle around Aseel as she hums a tiny tune, softly noting to herself that her husband looks super happy right now. Calling your guardian husband while eating popcorn at a high-stakes duel is top-tier cozy dragon energy. In stark contrast, Duke Starapit is literally shaking with rage. Gritting his teeth behind his mustache, he squeezes his crystal glass so hard that visible stress cracks spread across the stem. Down in the arena pit, crowd murmurs grow louder as the referee walks back to center ring to conclude the event, calling out to the spectators. But the audience is absolutely furious. Furious noble spectators leap from their seats, aggressively waving their betting slips in the air. They yell at the referee to force the remaining knights to fight, screaming that they gambled their entire family fortunes on Starapit and demanding to know why the venue is ignoring them. The poor announcer sweats profusely as crumpled trash and papers get pelted right at his head. Bowing repeatedly, he stammers out a quick thank you for their support, desperately trying to call it a day before a riot erupts. Suddenly, a cool, authoritative voice commands the stadium to stop. Wait! A dramatic close-up shows Princess Ayakasti peeking out from under her blue hood with an intriguing smirk. With calm, unhurried steps, the blue-cloaked princess glides straight into the center of the arena floor between two guarding knights. Spectators gasp in shock as her title is officially announced across the grounds. Her Highness Princess Ayakasti, the third princess. Tucking back her dark blue hair, Ayakasti grins at the announcer, asking who he thinks he is to end things early when so many people want to see more action. The moment royal authority speaks, every noble spectator in the gallery drops to their knees in unison, loudly agreeing with whatever the princess says. Chibi Dragon Aseel's eyes pop out like cartoon springs. She stares in utter bewilderment, wondering why on earth every single person in the stadium suddenly bowed to the floor. Looking around, Aseel spots her own husband, Edenbar, kneeling respectfully on one knee, while even the loud-mustached Duke Starapit bows low beside him. Aseel's brain completely short-circuits, rendered as a hilarious gray outline doodle with blank dot eyes. A split second later, Aseel's eyes transform into giant sparkling pink diamonds as she sparkles with absolute awe. Seeing an entire stadium kneel down just activated Aseel's inner boss appreciation mode. Giggles. Princess Ayakasti rests her hand under her chin, pointing out that since the gap in knight strength is too large, repeating the duel would yield the exact same outcome, leaving her to ponder what alternative option they have. Suddenly, a clever spark flashes in Locasti's eyes as she lets out a sharp, aha! Opening her arms with a wide, dramatic smile, Ayakasti presents her grand proposal. Since both ducal families possess divine beasts, they should hold a friendly divine beast battle right here to foster harmony between houses. Up on the balcony, Duke Starapit's face twitches in anger, realizing the crazy princess just wants to use his divine beast as a measuring stick. Edenbar immediately steps forward to interject, beginning his polite refusal. My apologies, but Edenbar calmly points out that there are 0 safety measures installed in the stadium, warning that an uncontained battle between two divine beasts would result in total disaster. Princess Ayakasti grins smoothly, revealing that she already anticipated his concern and brought elite court mages from the Imperial Palace to maintain a protective barrier. Hearing that, the audience erupts into excited chatter, thrilled by the idea of witnessing a battle between rare divine creatures. Edenbar lowers his gaze in deep thought, acknowledging that while unscheduled battles aren't ideal, real battlefields never give advance warnings either. A pair of tall black leather boots steps forward with crisp, confident impact. Duke Starapit gasps in surprise as a handsome youth with bright red hair steps out from behind his chair. The red-haired young man turns around with smooth, effortless flair. Dressed in a ruffled white blouse and black trousers, the fiery youth flashes a cocky smirk while a dangling crimson gem earring catches the sunlight. Panicking, Duke Starapit reaches out to grab him, loudly telling Fia to sit back down and warning him that dealing with a dragon isn't as simple as he thinks. Completely ignoring his master's warning, the red-haired guy strikes a gorgeous Bishonen pose surrounded by dramatic blooming flowers. Flashing a confident grin, he calls out directly to little asshole, "Hey, Moonleft's divine beast, I'm Fia, the divine beast of Starapit." Oh man, a hot-headed red-haired divine beast just entered the chat. Things are about to get chaotic. Red-haired Fia leans arrogantly over the railing, pointing a finger straight down into the arena pit. He loudly demands Munleft's divine beast to come out and face him man-to-man right this instant. Down below, little Dragon Aseel blinks her pink eyes in sudden shock. Looking down at her tiny claws, a seal feels her internal pride burning. She tells herself that if she hides away like a coward right now, the honor of House Munlef will be dragged through the mud completely. Stepping up to the front edge with absolute confidence, Chibi Seal puffs out her chest proudly. With pink blossoms sparkling around her, she boldly introduces herself as a seal, the Grand Chief of House Munlef. Man, watching a tiny creature with an eggshell hat announce herself as a Grand Chief is peak adorable comedy. Up on the gallery deck, Fia, cupping his hand around his mouth, shouts down that he can barely even spot her down there. He mocks her for being too tiny to see, asking if she's simply too terrified to step into the dueling circle. But a seal squeaks right back, warning him to prepare himself if he dares to pick a fight with her. Young Duke Edenbar lets out a tired breath, closing his eyes while Fia continues cackling that the dragon must have chickened out and fled the venue. Suddenly, two gloved hands reach down from above, scooping the little dragon cleanly off the floor by her armpits. Edenbar holds a seal high in the air like a prized trophy, calmly informing the arrogant challenger that his divine beast has been right here all along. A seal squeaks out in agreement, but down below, noble spectators exchange bewildered glances, whispering in confusion about that tiny lizard-looking creature. Edenbar holding her up like Simba from The Lion King is hilarious. Whispers ripple across the Grand Stone Stadium. Spectators loudly question if that microscopic creature could really be Munlef's famous divine beast, recalling crazy rumors about it breathing massive fire and devouring whole rabbits, only to joke that it looks more like a rabbit's lunch. Fia nonchalantly digs a finger into his ear, letting out a dismissive scoff as he prepares to drop another brutal roast on the young dragon. Looking down from the stone walkway, Fia snickers maliciously, asking if Duke Munlef has lost his mind to claim that shiny bald lizard as a divine beast. A seal's entire body instantly stiffens in utter disbelief. A dark volcanic aura bursts around Chibi Seal. Veins pop on her forehead as she trembles in pure fury, spewing a tiny ember of flame out of her mouth while roaring in disbelief at being labeled a shiny bald lizard. Calling a proud dragon bald is officially crossing the line. The roar of defiance echoes across the entire Mountain Valley Stadium, shaking the surrounding autumn foliage as the atmosphere inside the venue instantly reaches maximum heat. Standing tall on the stone ring, Fia folds his arms across his white blouse, casually calling out that he's genuinely curious about something, while Asio glares up asking what he wants. Fia flashes a playful, teasing grin, asking what's so wrong with calling a bald head bald. Whew! Down below, a seal stomps her feet in frustration, screaming back that she isn't bald at all because she still has her trusty eggshell piece resting right on top. But a split second later, a seal drops her head as sweat beads pour down her snout. Gritting her teeth in bitter realization, she internalizes that she literally cannot logically win that argument. Gloom clouds gather over a seal's head as she grudgingly accepts that, fine, she might technically be hairless, but she mandates that absolutely nobody is allowed to say it out loud. Up above, Fia's smirk grows even wider as he asks if she knows the grand secret of divine beasts. Chibified Fia giggles mockingly, explaining that the stronger a divine beast truly is, the more its eye color matches its hair, then points out with a snicker that she has zero hair to match. Fia is an absolute masterclass in psychological warfare right now. Driven to the brink of madness, a seal screams out for him to shut his mouth. Meanwhile, doubtful crowd murmurs ripple through the circular ring as onlookers wonder if this tiny creature is truly the terrifying monster from the rumors. Nobility leaning over the marble balcony murmur among themselves, scoffing, noting that the entire stadium mood has shifted against House Munlef. They predict the tiny dragon will get blown away by a single flap of Starp, its divine beast, asking if Munlef will just forfeit. Duke Starpit takes a slow, satisfying sip of his red wine, smugly observing that public opinion has completely turned back in his favor, convinced the dragon's combat legends were fake news all along. Up in the upper gallery deck, a young pink-haired noble girl bites her thumbnail nervously, staring down at the ring in deep anxiety as she wonders what Lady Assel is doing. Poor little Aseel sits completely slumped on the stone floor, sulking in gloom while clutching both sides of her head. Spectators sigh in disappointment, watching her idle around while the match clock ticks away. Unable to watch any longer, the pink-haired girl leaps against the balcony railing, cupping both hands around her cheeks and shouting out to Lady Aseel with all her might. Screaming across the stadium, the passionate fangirl yells that she knows the ultimate secret to growing hair. Right beside her deck, the president of the Bald Association freezes in absolute shock, turning his shiny head toward her. Wait, an actual Bald Association president in a fantasy manhwa? The author is completely unhinged for this joke. The girl continues bellowing at the top of her lungs, shouting that in her legendary hometown, having fewer hairs on your head actually signifies ultimate godlike strength. Asil's eyes instantly transform into massive sparkling pink diamonds. Her cheeks flush pink with pure joy as hope surges back into her dragon heart. The pink-haired girl raises a triumphant fist, yelling for Lady Asil to stay strong. Meanwhile, the desperate bald president reaches out with trembling hands, begging the girl to reveal that hair growth secret to him immediately. Panicking, the pink-haired girl bolts down the corridor, shouting for him to stop chasing her, while the desperate bald man runs right behind her, pleading for mercy. Fia glares sideways at the bizarre balcony spectacle with a subtle scoff, muttering to himself that he could have wrapped up this entire battle ages ago. Spinning around with fierce determination, fiery orange flames flare violently around Fia's neck and long red locks. He smirks arrogantly, telling the dragon to bring on her best shot. Striking a gorgeous Bishonen pose, Fia winks at his opponent as swirling torrents of flame dance gracefully around his ruffled blouse, taunting her to step into the ring. The tournament announcer raises his megaphone in pure shock, screaming to the roaring crowd that Munlef's divine beast is charging forward with terrifying, explosive speed. With her pink eyes narrowed in dead serious focus, Chibi Dragon Asil sprints across the stone pavement, kicking up gusts of wind behind her tail. Pushing off her pink toe beans with explosive force, Asil launches into midair and slams her head straight into Fia's stomach with a heavy strike. Fia gets launched, skidding backward across the entire ring floor. The announcer screams in utter disbelief as the arrogant combatant slides all the way to the boundary line, stopping just in time before wide-eyeing the arena floor. Talk about getting hit by a cute missile. That headbutt packed serious punch. Dust settles around Fia's black leather boots as they sit mere inches from the white ring boundary. He breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he almost lost the match instantly by stepping out of bounds. A terrifying, villainous grin spreads across Fia's face as red vein marks pop on his cheek, surrounded by roaring infernal heat. Cracking his knuckles with a metallic thud, Fia growls that a mere bald dragon dared to humiliate him, vowing that he will no longer hold back an ounce of his true power. Roaring flames envelop Fia completely. Stunned spectators gasp in sheer terror as a majestic, gigantic fire phoenix emerges from the inferno with blazing wings spread wide. The crowd screams out that this is Fia's true divine form. Hovering high up in the clouds, the giant flaming phoenix shouts down at tiny Asil, mocking that if she somehow wins this, he'll call her big sister for life, scoffing, though bragging that such an outcome is mathematically impossible. Up in the VIP gallery, young Duke Edenbar grips the wooden armrest so hard his knuckles turn white, gritting his teeth in deep frustration over how completely unfair this aerial match is for a ground-bound dragon. Sweating profusely, Edenbar berates himself for not stopping Asil from falling for obvious taunts. Above the ring, the phoenix opens its beak, gathering a massive, blinding sun of concentrated destruction. Edenbar leaps out of his plush armchair in absolute panic, screaming at the top of his lungs for Asil to get out of the way right now. Tiny Asil stares up frozen as a colossal blinding sphere of roaring solar flames descends straight down upon her. Edenbar screams her name in pure horror. The entire stadium floor gets engulfed in a blinding wall of yellow-hot fire as Edenbar frantically yells for her to dodge the incoming strike. Sweat dripping down his face, the announcer stammers into his megaphone, shouting that a massive breath attack has landed and questioning if this marks the tragic end for Munlef's divine beast. Waves of intense heat wash over the gallery balcony. Edenbar slams his hands onto the stone ledge, screaming out for the referee to stop the match immediately before Asil gets incinerated. Duke Starapet takes another smug sip of his wine with a dark smirk, while beside him, Edenbar squeezes his eyes shut in agonizing despair, watching Asil stand motionless amidst the raging inferno. Don't tell me our favorite little dragon is actually in trouble here? Pan down to the scorching ring floor. A close-up reveals Asil's tiny pink dragon foot gently tapping against the stone surface, sending out concentric glowing rings of divine spatial ripples across the ground. As the glowing rings of divine energy expand beneath her feet, the roaring flames around her begin to freeze in midair, hinting that the true, ancient power of the Dragon Chief is finally awakening. The tournament announcer almost chokes on his cardboard megaphone, screaming up at the sky in pure bewilderment as a brilliant helix column of light launches straight out of the raging inferno. Wait a second, did something just rocket straight into the heavens? Soaring straight up toward the clouds, tiny dragon Asil flaps her dainty wings, leaving behind a glittering trail of light while showing off the cute little white bow tied around her neck. The stadium commentator hollers into his megaphone, officially announcing that House Munlef's divine beast, Asil, has taken to the open skies above the mountain ring. As a colossal, fiery explosion detonates on the arena floor far below, cute little Asil hovers safely high in midair, letting out a confused little peep as she looks down at the blazing inferno. Spectators leaning over the stone balcony freeze in absolute disbelief, their eyes wide with shock as they watch the tiny dragon floating gracefully above the flames. Look at their faces. Nobody in that stadium expected a land-bound chibi dragon to just casually start flying. Up in the VIP gallery, young Duke Edenbar grips the wooden railing in shock, staring out at the sky with his jaw practically dropping to the floor. He stammers out in total confusion, asking if Asil could actually fly this whole time. Flapping her wings cheerfully against the clear blue sky, Chibi Asil innocently explains that she has been practicing flying all by herself lately, asking if she forgot to mention it. Down below, Chibi Edenbar and the pink-haired fangirl drop their heads in exasperation sighs, shouting back that she definitely kept that a massive secret. High above the clouds, Fia's majestic fire phoenix form glares down in outrage. Refusing to let a cute trick upstage his aerial dominance, he ignites a massive roaring sun of flaming destruction right in front of his beak. Phoenix Fia hurls the colossal, scorching fireball straight down toward his target, screaming for her to prepare herself. Tiny Asil floats right in the path of the giant falling star, looking utterly tiny against the mountain of flame. Puffing out her chubby dragon cheeks with stubborn pride, Chibi Asil mutters that she was only frozen earlier because of the sudden shock, but warns everyone never to underestimate her. Sparkle purple energy gathers around her tail as a divine dragon beam surges forth. The announcer screams in utter astonishment into his megaphone as Asil's compact purple divine beam clashes directly head-on with Fia's giant sphere of roaring fire. Waves of raw force ripple across the sky above the stadium. The commentator yells to the breathless crowd that Munlef's divine beast is fearlessly matching the giant phoenix's ultimate breath attack with her own concentrated beam. The visual contrast between that tiny purple ray and the massive fireball is absolutely unreal. Concentrating her dragon aura into a tight, spiraling point, Asil turns her purple breath beam into a sharp drill, tunneling straight through the center of Fia's giant fire sphere like a hot needle through butter. Sweat beads pour down human Fia's face in deep panic. Surrounded by his own fading flames, he curses under his breath, realizing that the tiny lizard's compact drill beam is completely overwhelming his signature move. Gritting his teeth in sheer desperation, Fia internalizes in terror, panicked, wondering on Earth how this tiny, harmless-looking creature managed to pinpoint the exact structural weakness of his ultimate technique. Phoenix Fia screams out in pure outrage, but it's already too late. Asil's divine purple drill beam violently pierces straight through his heart, detonating into a blinding, sky-shattering pillar of light. Fia's giant phoenix avatar disintegrates into a shower of burning orange feathers. Transformed back into his human form, Fia plummets freely through the open sky, completely out of energy with his eyes wide in disbelief. Fia slams heavily onto the hard stone arena ring floor, creating a cloud of dust near the boundary line. High above in the peaceful blue sky, tiny Chibi Asil hovers victorious without a single scratch on her scales. The tournament announcer stands frozen in the middle of the arena, his mouth wide open in utter silence as he tries to process the unbelievable result. Top panel reveals the pink-haired fangirl gasping in ecstatic surprise. In the middle, young Duke Edenbar lets out a breath of pure relief, with a gentle smile. Up above, the sky glows brightly as the crowd erupts into thunderous cheers over the impossible victory. Close-up of Fiat lying flat on his back on the cold stone floor, dizzy spirals swirling in his eyes as he lies completely knocked out cold. The announcer stammers out that against all odds, the battle has officially reached its conclusion. Chibi Dragon Asil performs a joyful spin in midair, twirling around in the blue sky as the announcer prepares to shout out the official winner. Striking a triumphant, ultra-cute victory pose with sparkly stars and bright rainbows floating around her, Chibi Asil flashes a massive smile. Honestly, watching a tiny dragon beat a legendary phoenix and then immediately pose like a magical girl is peak manhwa comedy. The entire mountain stadium grounds roar with ecstatic applause as the official voice echoes across the autumn hills, declaring House Munlef as the definitive winner of the friendly match. Gold coins clink rhythmically together as multiple canvas pouches overflow with shiny gold currency. A mysterious person chuckles softly in pure delight, enjoying the heavy weight of their prize money. Sitting triumphantly on her padded chair, the pink-haired fangirl holds up 2 bulging sacks of gold coins with sparkle marks shining in her eyes, squealing in pure joy over the massive payout she just won from her bets. In the grand hallway corridor, a noble butler bows his head as a blue-haired royal figure wrapped in a hooded mantle walks away. In the background, the pink-haired girl is still celebrating her mountain of gold coins, excited, shouting out how awesome her luck was. Pulling her hood slightly forward, the blue-haired royal girl smiles secretively, whispers, noting that she witnessed something far more interesting than expected, making her trip well worth the effort. The Imperial Guard bows deeply, assuring Her Highness that the secret investigation regarding House Munlef's divine beast will continue uninterrupted according to her command. Up on the secluded marble balcony, young Duke Edenbar stands tall, looking down coldly at Duke Starpit, who nervously clutches his glass of red wine. Edenbar addresses the chubby Duke with a harsh, unyielding voice, demanding a full formal apology for recklessly deploying his divine beast, causing the tragic deaths of his own knights and insulting House Munlef's honor. Duke Starpit sweats profusely as vein marks pop on his forehead, glancing back nervously at the surrounding noble audience while realizing he has zero logical leverage left to defend himself. Forcing a tight, fake smile onto his face, Duke Starpit bows slightly and mumbles an apology, claiming he underestimated Munlef's true strength. But the panel cuts directly to his dark private estate, where he growls out in pure venom that it was total nonsense. Sitting alone inside his dimly lit study, Duke Starpit clutches his head in absolute fury, raging over how his magnificent divine beast lost to a tiny lizard, and using the same fire element, no less. Gritting his teeth, Starpit reminds himself that his only silver lining is the lucrative diamond mine he claimed as a reward for the desert cave subjugation, visualizing a wheelbarrow loaded with glowing raw diamonds. Standing up from his sofa, Starpit rushes to his heavy iron safe to retrieve the ownership deeds, scheming to quickly sell off the diamond mine before Munlef demands it. But suddenly, a cold, smooth voice echoes from the dark shadows behind him, remarking that he hasn't changed a bit. Starpit turns around in sheer terror as a handsome young man with golden hair and glowing purple eyes steps out of the gloom wearing a dark hooded cloak, coldly pointing out that Starpit still possesses zero conscience. The hooded blonde figure gazes down with an icy, commanding glare, addressing the terrified Duke as his old academy classmate. Shadows whisper softly through the luxurious study as the unexpected intruder maintains his suffocating pressure, leaving the corrupt Duke completely paralyzed in fear. This guy's entrance completely transformed the whole mood from political comedy into a dark revenge thriller. Duke Starpit stammers uncontrollably in horror, trembling voice, pointing a shaking finger as a sleek red fox steps out from behind the intruder's leather boots, trotting casually across the plush carpet. Recognizing the blonde figure as Eckert, Starpit's face turns ghost white, realizing that a former legendary noble has breached his private sanctuary without alerting a single guard. Starpit screams out, asking how Eckert managed to infiltrate his heavily guarded mansion. Eckert walks forward calmly with his fox companion, scoffing at how foolish it was to leave the room totally unguarded while relying solely on his defeated divine beast. Out in the estate courtyard, a frantic maid sprints across the stone driveway, screaming that there's an intruder and that the estate's grain warehouse is completely engulfed in flames. Duke Starpit turns his head toward the window in utter panic, hearing the chaos outside. Eckhart assures him with a calm, indifferent expression that nobody will get hurt, as he personally ensured the warehouse was completely empty before setting it ablaze. Looking down with cold purple eyes, Eckhart confirms he checked the area thoroughly beforehand. Duke Starpit breaks into a heavy cold sweat, inwardly cursing that Eckhart has been an absolute unhinged maniac ever since their academy days. Reaching his hand directly into the open iron safe, Eckhart casually pulls out a thick stack of official property documents. When Starpit stammers out asking how he escaped his imprisonment, Eckhart casually replies that it was ridiculously easy. Eckhart holds up the royal land grant papers, declaring that he is confiscating the monster subjugation reward on behalf of House Munlef, since Starpit proved he couldn't handle monsters without relying on forbidden power. Starpit starts shout back in outrage, refusing to let him take the diamond mine deed until the sharp, cold edge of a silver dagger glides up and presses directly against his neck. Holding the gleaming dagger at Starpit's throat while clutching the deeds, Eckhart gazes down with a lethal, terrifying smile, reminding the corrupt Duke that as a disgraced commoner who lost everything, he literally has nothing left to lose by slitting his throat right here. Eckhart's glowing purple eyes glare down with chilling, cold-blooded intensity. Duke Starpit swallows hard, trembling in pure mortal horror as he realizes his life hangs by a single thread. Talk about an absolute masterclass in intimidation. Eckhart did not come here to negotiate. Holding the silver blade steady against the corrupt noble's throat, Eckhart glances down with an icy, unbothered expression while reviewing the stack of land documents in his hand. Starapet stammers out in absolute terror, panicked, pleading for the rogue former duke to lower his weapon before someone gets hurt. Starapet desperately tries to pivot the conversation, stammering that while he received standard financial compensation for the tragic night casualties, nobody ever compensated him for his massive emotional distress. Talk about absolute audacity. This guy is literally at gunpoint and still trying to file an insurance claim for his feelings? Clenching his teeth until his jaw aches, Starapet glares up at his former academy classmate with intense hatred, spotting out Eckhart's name with pure venom. Realizing physical threats won't work, Starapet points a shaking finger and snarls that even if Eckhart has nothing left to lose as a ruined outlaw, House Munlef certainly does. He threatens that the very moment the Diamond Mine title transfers over, he will pull every political string to ensure Munlef's tiny lizard beast gets dragged before the sacred court. Starapet reminds him with a menacing snarl that the sacred tribunal never shows mercy to anyone accused of divine beast abuse, whether it costs them their property, honor, or nobility. Panels flash back to the high court judge slamming his wooden gavel down with a heavy thud as young Eckhart once stood trial before the Grand Assembly. Starapet gloats smugly, asking if Eckhart really wants to subject young Duke Edenbar to that horrific public humiliation since he experienced it firsthand. But Eckhart merely sighs softly, casually snapping his fingers as he remarks that he completely anticipated this empty threat. Out from the dark shadows, his clever red fox trots forward on soft paws, carrying a mysterious golden-sealed parchment between its jaws. Starapet's eyes widen in sheer disbelief, his jaw dropping wide open as he recognizes the royal crest. Honestly, this red fox is carrying the entire covert operation on its back, like a furry secret agent. Close-up of the official paper reveals a damning secret agreement. The formal document explicitly states that in the event of a civil war, the Starapet family pledges to lend its signature divine beast to an illegal faction. Eckhart gazes down with chilling purple eyes, revealing that he personally retrieved this treasonous pact straight from Lord Bionte's mansion. He coldly asks who the real abuser of divine power is now. Completely trapped without any leverage left, Starapet clenches his trembling fists, whimpering in surrender as he agrees to yield. Out in the estate courtyard, chaotic shouting erupts as panicking servants haul heavy wooden buckets of water, screaming frantically that the fire in the empty grain warehouse is beginning to spread across the property. Fast forwarding to a lavish, sunlit imperial hall. Glittering crystal chandeliers shine bright as high-ranking nobles clink their wine glasses together, chuckling warmly, excited, as they marvel over how such a remarkably brilliant leader came to govern House Munlef. Dedicated knights weep tears of pure joy, declaring that heaven is finally rewarding the young duke for enduring years of unfair suffering. The entire banquet hall roars in thunderous applause, shouting out, "Long live Duke Edenbar and long live Lord Asil," while Edenbar proudly holds GB Dragon Asil in his arms while she squeaks out a cute greeting. Raising their filled champagne flutes in a grand toast, the palace staff cheer in gratitude toward their divine dragon savior. Dressed in her tiny ruffled maid outfit, Chibi Asil lifts her pink heart mug into the air, chirping out happily, giggles. Chibi Azel tilts her oversized mug back, gulping down the sweet fruit juice with loud glug-glug sounds. She lets out a satisfied sigh, marveling at how completely refreshing the drink tastes. Watching a legendary cosmic dragon chug fruit punch in a maid outfit like a tiny boss is peak manhwa comedy. As night falls over the grand estate, quiet moonlight bathes the marble garden walkways. Chibi Asil trots along the stone balcony path with tiny footsteps, thinking to herself how surprisingly energetic everyone was during the celebration. Curled up comfortably on the wooden swing bench under the soft moonlight, Chibi Asil closes her pink eyes peacefully, deciding that a small nap is well-deserved after saving the duchy. Suddenly, heavy leather boots echo across the stone patio. A deep, familiar voice remarks that she hasn't changed a bit. Asil snaps her eyes open in surprise, looking up to find her foster father Eckhart standing tall in his hooded mantle. Asil tilted her tiny head in utter confusion, wondering why her father secretly sneaked into the estate grounds. Without a word, Eckhart places a luxurious blue velvet box onto the wooden bench with a gentle click, quietly announcing that it's a gift for her. Opening the ornate gift box, Asil's eyes light up. Inside rests a sparkling pink cat teaser wand, decorated with colorful gem beads and silk ribbons, along with official folded documents tucked neatly underneath. Look at those background document notes. Eckhart literally forged property deeds while adding a cat toy on top. Talk about top-tier fatherly efficiency. Turning his back to leave, Eckhart casually explains that the gem teaser rod is for her entertainment, while the legal documents belong to Edenbar. Sitting with her new toy, Chibi Asil squints up softly, asking if he plans on greeting her husband before heading out. Walking back into the nocturnal darkness, Eckhart flatly refuses, warning her strictly never to reveal that she saw him tonight. Asil watches his cloaked figure disappear, wondering why her father refuses to ever meet face-to-face with her husband. Under the wide, sparkling night sky, Chibi Asil tightly clutches the thick stack of papers in her tiny dragon claws, determined to deliver her father's secret present straight to Edenbar. Inside his dimly lit study, young Duke Edenbar stares blankly at the official mind deeds in his hands, his eyes wide with total shock as he realizes what was handed to him. Turning toward the velvet sofa, Edenbar spots Chibi Asil completely tangled up in pink ribbons while playing with her new gem teaser wand. He asks her with a soft, inquiring tone if his father personally handed these papers to her, causing Asil to instantly freeze in place. Panicking internally, Chibi Asil furiously shakes her dragon head back and forth, trying her absolute hardest to keep Eckart's secret. Edenbar lets out a gentle chuckle, pointing out that she is completely incapable of telling a lie. Giggles, her little tail gave her away instantly. Poker face rating, 0 out of 10. Clenching the parchment tightly in his trembling fingers, Edenbar looks away as painful childhood memories resurface. Shadows of Eckart's sudden departure flood his mind as he internalizes, whispers remembering how his father ruined the family standing, yet ultimately made him duke. Standing alone in a cold, empty void within his mind, young Edenbar feels the heavy weight of abandonment. Disgust, he grips the documents until his knuckles turn white, wondering why his father is reaching out now after all these years. Flashbacks depict a younger Edenbar sitting behind his grand desk speaking with his loyal advisors. He remembers admitting to himself, sighs, that he must still possess lingering affection because when Eckhart escaped the abandoned magic tower, he couldn't bring himself to issue a hunt order. Turning his tear-stained face toward Asil, young Edenbar whispers in deep vulnerability, asking if he's a terrible person for desperately wishing he could just hate his father completely. Chibi Dragon Asil gazes up with her large, luminous pink eyes, silently absorbing the painful burden resting on her young husband's shoulders. With a gentle flutter of her tiny wings, Chibi Asil glides off the plush couch cushions, landing softly right next to Edenbar on the sofa. Looking up with the sweetest, most innocent expression on her face, chuckles Chibi Asil tilts her head with a cute little squeak. With absolute sincerity and her adorable voice, Chibi Asil tells him softly that her husband isn't a bad person at all. Edenbar gasps in quiet shock, his eyes widening as her gentle words instantly melt away his heavy emotional isolation. Holding out her tiny dragon paws, Asil gently reminds him how he carefully searched for her lost handkerchief when she was sad, and how he went out of his way to warmly wish her a happy birthday when nobody else remembered. A cute flashback shows younger Edenbar blushing bright red, flustered, and shouting out for her to move while trying to hide his shy smile. Nuzzling her soft dragon head playfully against Edenbar's sleeve, Chibi Asil cuddles up close to comfort him. Edenbar's throat tightens as overwhelming warmth floods his heart, tears welling up in his violet eyes. Noticing his silence, Asil looks up curiously, asking why her husband isn't saying anything. Overcome with tender emotion, Edenbar quickly turns his head away, wiping a fallen tear with his silk sleeve. If this wholesome dragon therapy session doesn't warm your heart, nothing will. Turning back around with the radiant, heart-melting smile, Edenbar gazes at her with complete love and gratitude, his heart fully healed by her unconditional warmth. As the starry night sky stretches across the horizon, Asil lies quietly in bed, remembering her mother's past warning that her husband and his biological father never got along. Tucked under her cozy pink duvet beside her favorite white plush bunny, Chibi Asil sighs softly, realizing that her mother's words were completely true. Flashbacks reveal how everyone in the estate constantly showers Chibi Asil with endless love, gentle pets, and sweet treats, treating her like a precious princess. Snuggling deeper into her pillow, Asil thinks to herself that while she loves her current life, Things feel slightly awkward whenever she thinks about the legendary Black Dragon Beastkin. A dramatic panel shot displays colossal pink and black dragon wings spreading wide with a powerful gust of wind. Standing tall in full grandeur, the true Black Dragon Beastkin appears in his majestic humanoid form, sporting massive leather wings and a striking, commanding presence. Asil recalls that his name was R something, and that her own name, Asil, was directly derived from his. Looking down through dark shadows, the handsome dragon noble exudes an enigmatic, dangerous aura. Text reveals that right after Asil hatched from her egg, her biological father claimed he was leaving on an urgent business trip and vanished without ever returning. Asil rests her head on her paws, sighs, wondering what really happened to him. Looking up through the dense forest canopy at the glowing night sky, the story leaves us with a lingering mystery. Where is Asil's biological father right now, and what secret mission is he pursuing? The official story chapter title screen flashes brightly. Title artwork displays Baby Dragon Saves the Duke, Chapter 26, in vibrant glowing typography against a clear blue sky. Sunbeams illuminate the magnificent imperial estate grounds. Sitting comfortably on a padded garden chair, a mysterious figure holds Chibi Dragon Asil on their lap while enjoying hot tea and gourmet chocolates, chuckling in pure delight over how much money they won from betting on Asil's legendary victory. Betting on a Chibi Dragon fighting a giant phoenix turned out to be the ultimate financial investment. Sitting gracefully at the garden tea table, the clever noblewoman fluttering her lace fan slyly boasts about securing secret political funds right under her rival, the Crown Prince's nose, chuckling in delight that she's actually benefiting from Duke Edenbar's influence. Holding Chibi Dragon Asil safely in his arms, young Duke Edenbar replies with a humble, polite smile, admitting he's genuinely glad his alliance could be of help to her cause. Fanning herself with a cheerful smile, the lady warmly praises Chibi Asil, declaring that the tiny divine beast worked just as hard to secure their massive political victory. Flattered by the sudden compliment, Chibi Asil puffs out her tiny chest with immense pride, sticking out her pink tongue and striking the most precious victory pose imaginable. Look at that smug little face. She single-handedly saved the duchy and she knows it. As the noble lady strolls along the balcony carrying her tea, Chibi Asil waddles right behind her with a miniature mug, secretly determined to copy her every move so she can become a fierce, intimidating dragon. Hearing her tiny footsteps, the lady lets out a gentle laugh, giggles, startling the little dragon. Turning around with an amused smirk, the noblewoman bends down and directly asks if Asil is blatantly copying her walking style, catching the tiny dragon completely red-handed. Chuckling softly, the lady tells her not to bother denying it, pointing out with a cheeky smile that it's painfully obvious to anyone watching that she's imitating her every gesture. Shifting back to serious political business, the blue-haired lady requests a private conversation with Duke Edenbar, casually suggesting that the cute little divine beast step outside for a few minutes. Edenbar firmly refuses to send her away, explaining that the divine beast is fundamentally tied to the head of the household. But the lady sharply counters that since they possess two separate physical bodies, having extra ears listening in on imperial secrets is dangerous. Teasing him with a sly grin, the lady threatens that if Edenbar refuses to send Asil out, she'll take it as a sign he wants to marry her and send an official marriage proposal. Flustered by her bold claim, Edenbar quickly turns to Asil and gently asks if she wants to go play outside for a bit. Weaponizing a marriage proposal just to get a toddler dragon out of the room is peak high society banter. Once Asil trots out into the hallway, the noble lady's lighthearted expression instantly vanishes as she leans forward, whispering in a sharp, serious tone that she has one critical question for the Duke. Edenbar's violet eyes widen in total disbelief, repeating her heavy words back in a hushed tone as he asks what on earth she means by mentioning peace. Dropping into comedic chibi mode, Edenbar stares at her with a completely deadpan expression, while the lady giggles behind her fan, pointing out how hilarious it is that the royal family member least suited to the word peace is the one bringing it up. Regaining his composure, Edenbar inquires about the true intention behind her strange line of questioning. The lady promises to reveal everything, but first demands to know why the emperor went out of his way to persuade the Grand Temple to overlook his illegal summoning of a divine beast. Edenbar answers straightforwardly that a divine beast's existence is vital to the empire's grand power, but the lady dismisses his simple answer, asking why wouldn't they just appoint any standard holy beast if that were the only reason. She reminds him that the Crown Prince is obsessed with divine beasts, secretly conducting dark magic research to acquire one because the royal bloodline lacks a divine guardian. Edinbar looks away in grim realization, acknowledging that his own desperate attempt to perform summoning magic was a direct side effect triggered by the Crown Prince's ruthless pressure. Revealing the sinister scheme, the noblewoman explains that if the summoning had failed, the Crown Prince planned to lay full blame on Edinbar and strip him of his ducal title. Talk about a toxic political environment where every mistake gets you executed or exiled. Edinbar asks why she's handing him such dangerous intel. She plainly explains that if he falls, a puppet loyally serving the Crown Prince would take over the duchy, and she cannot allow her political rival to expand his power any further. Leaning closer under the gazebo, the lady drops her voice to a low murmur, warning Edinbar that what she's about to disclose is strictly classified, top secret, even within the Imperial Palace walls. With a sudden gust of wind howling through the garden, she delivers a terrifying revelation. War is going to erupt across the Empire very soon. Meanwhile, far down the grand marble hallway, Chibi Dragon Asil sits alone on the plush carpet, letting out a dramatic huff as she sulks against the wall. Squishing her puffy cheeks together in utter outrage, Lizzle mutters angrily to herself that her husband is super mean for kicking her out of the room when she just wanted to stay by his side. Plotting a legendary toddler dragon revenge, Chibi Asil vows to eat with her feet on the table, hoard every strawberry in the estate, and smash down all the doors. Whew! Suddenly, a palace butler guides a tall noble past her, prompting Asil to freeze as a strange magical aura tingles in the air. Walking past her with long, commanding strides, a striking nobleman clad in a luxurious purple coat and sparkling drop earring catches Asil's full attention as his imposing figure passes by. Staring at his handsome, cold face with wide eyes, Asil's dragon instincts immediately kick in, realizing that despite his flawless human disguise, this man is definitely not human. You can't fool a dragon's nose, no matter how expensive your purple coat is. Narration shifts to an Imperial map visual as text reveals that while the Imperial Palace holds political rule over the Alliope Empire, the Grand Temple retains absolute authority over managing divine beasts. This ancient religious tradition continues to this day under the pious facade of communing directly with the gods, keeping the populace under strict spiritual control. Inside the massive circular council chamber, 4 high priests govern the temple's divine affairs. One furious priest slams his heavy fist onto the stone table, roaring out in fury as he demands to know how anyone expects him to calm down. A hilarious flashback shows Chibi Asil standing triumphantly over the completely passed out Phoenix Fia with a glowing win sign, while the priest fumes over a fake summoned beast defeating a holy divine beast. Standing up in pure rage, the high priest overseeing Starapit's divine beast yells that even if it was just a friendly match, such a humiliating defeat destroys the temple's divine authority. Wiping a bead of cold sweat from his forehead, nervously, a blue-haired high priest hesitantly chimed in, asking what will happen to the prestige of the existing divine beasts if this continues. The angry priest nods in agreement, while the blue-haired priest lets out a nervous chuckle, secretly admitting to himself that he's only going along with the rant to avoid getting yelled at. Sweat dropping nervously, the blue-haired priest panics internally, realizing his political position is crumbling because House Munlef's new divine beast beat theirs, even though His Eminence officially declared the summoned creature a holy blessing. Gritting his teeth in venomous malice, the furious high priest leans forward, declaring in a cold voice that they cannot simply let this disgrace pass without brutal punishment. Clenching his fist tightly against the desk, the priest roars for an immediate heresy investigation. A dark silhouette of Count Erzsébet looms in the background as the blue-haired priest gasps in terror. Dramatic artwork displays Count Arcien Erzsébet standing victorious on a blood-stained battlefield, holding his crimson sword. Text reveals he was originally a terrifying holy knight and inquisitor who dragged nobles to religious trials. After saving an entire city from a horrific monster overrun years ago, Erzsébet was granted the rank of count. The blue-haired priest worries internally whether it's safe to launch an inquisitorial prosecution without consulting the other 2 high priests. Glancing at the 2 empty chairs at the round table, the blue-haired priest points out that High Priestess Skaya and High Priest Sunrise are currently away on official temple duties. Smirking sinisterly with a dark, twisted grin, the furious high priest sneers that they can just inform him after the job is done, since stripping that fake divine beast of its title is all that truly matters. Evil religious inquisitors trying to strip a cute chibi dragon of her title? They clearly don't know what kind of cosmic beatdown is heading their way. As twilight settles over the Grand Duchy, the peaceful evening skyline bathes the estate's magnificent architecture in warm sunset tones. Inside the quiet master bedroom, soft white curtains flutter gently beneath the ornate gold-embroidered bed canopy. Wiggling around on her back on the plush mattress, Chibi Dragon Asil lets out a tiny purring sound, enjoying the ultimate comfort of the soft duvet. Sitting right beside her on the bed is her prized treasure box, overflowing with shimmering gold coins, polished magic crystals, and glowing potion bottles. Looking up at the ceiling with a curious tilt of her head, Asil remembers the cold nobleman she passed in the palace corridor, wondering who that mysterious beastkin could possibly be. Recalling the brief second their paths crossed, Asil thinks to herself that despite only sensing his aura for a split second, his magic presence felt strangely familiar, almost like someone she knew in a past memory. Snuggling up against the cozy blanket next to sleeping young Edenbar, Chibi Asil thinks that if she ever meets that beastkin again, maybe she can ask him to guide her to the legendary Beastkin Forest. Suddenly, an older blonde gentleman with a neat mustache sitting in bed with his arms crossed speaks up, sternly asking if she's listening to her grandfather, causing Asil to chirp out in cute confusion. Seeing the old grandfather reach out toward her precious open treasure box packed with glowing gems and gold coins, Chibi Asil internally gasps, screams in absolute horror. A sweet pink-haired young lady leans over the bed beside the bedridden grandfather, smiling warmly as she addresses Lord Asil, leaving our cute dragon guarding her loot while navigating yet another hilarious family interaction. Nobody touches a dragon's treasure box without facing ultimate chibi wrath. Breaking the cozy bedtime mood, a sweet pink-haired young lady suddenly holds up a sparkling blue bottle of hair tonic, proudly declaring it as an extraordinary gift that's taking the noble market by storm. Sitting up in bed, the old grandfather stares in utter bewilderment as he points at the bottle, screaming why on earth anyone would give hair tonic to a tiny toddler dragon. Smiling awkwardly, the young lady explains that during their last chat, she noticed Lord Asil was deeply self-conscious about her total lack of hair, so there was no better moment to win over her dragon favor. You've got to admit, gifting hair growth serum to a baby dragon with an eggshell on her head is top-tier comedy, but the grandfather firmly insists her hair will grow naturally when she gets older, reaching out to store the bottle safely, only for Chibi Asil to hug it tightly, screeching that it belongs strictly to her. Trying to scare her out of using it, the grandfather ominously warns that starting tonic this early will cause all her baby fuzz to drop out, making her completely bald. Sweat dropping nervously, he mutters that taking off her eggshell already leaves her bald anyway, causing poor Asil's eyes to fill with dramatic tears. Dropping onto her tummy on the soft duvet, Asil sulks in total defeat, while the grandfather turns to the pink-haired lady, casually mentioning the dark news that a terrifying church inquisitor will be arriving at the Duchy very soon. The pink-haired lady clutches her cheeks in absolute terror, shrieking in shock as she realizes Lord Arcien, the original story's ultimate villain, is coming directly for them. A horrifying flashback reveals Arcien's true nature as a ruthless holy knight who pretended to be the Saintess's loyal right hand before cold-bloodedly betraying her, almost ending her life while nursing a sarcastic, venomous grudge against House Munlef. Panicking internally, the young lady realizes that if a corrupt church inquisitor can fabricate blasphemy charges out of thin air, then cute little Asil is in absolute mortal danger. Look at her hilarious mental image of the villain boiling baby Asil like a soup ingredient. Gently reaching out to hold Asil's tiny paws, the pink-haired lady gazes down with deep worry, trying to figure out how to keep their adorable divine beast safe from religious persecution. Overlooking the sunlit garden outside the window, the grandfather's heavy voice echoes in her mind, whispering, reminding her that even a mighty black dragon must learn when to lay low and hide from incoming imperial inquisitors. Nodding her tiny head in serious agreement, Chibi Asil takes the advice to heart, reflecting on how a wise dragon knows when to retreat into hiding. Clenching her tiny, scaly fist with absolute determination, she vows to take caution very seriously this time around. Declaring a total lockdown, Asil boldly vows to seal herself inside her bedroom and never step foot outside until the danger passes. Outside in the grand courtyard, the sparkling palace fountain continues to splash serenely under the bright midday sky. Back inside the quiet estate hallway, a massive ornate door slowly creaks open. Seriously? That legendary dragon discipline lasted for a grand total of 3 days before Chibi Asil poked her cute head out, riding a tiny white bunny on her eggshell and sighing in pure boredom. Trotting into the middle of the spacious carpet, Aseel eagerly proposes a game of hide-and-seek to her bunny friend, ordering the fluffy creature to go hide while she counts all the way to 10. Turning her back to the hallway wall, Chibi Aseel starts counting loudly, excited, covering her eyes before shouting, "Ready or not, here she comes!" Trotting down the grand corridors, Aseel inspects behind marble pillars and beneath massive silk carpets, muttering to herself that her bunny friend isn't hiding anywhere around here. Spotting a pair of tall, elegant legs dressed in luxurious gray trousers, Aseel rushes forward in a panic, crying out whether a hungry human caught her bunny friend and turned him into a roast meal. Blindly charging ahead, Chibi Aseel bumps right into the man's leg with a soft thud, freezing in shock as she looks up at a cold, handsome nobleman wearing a dangling star earring. Staring up at his imposing figure, Aseel lets out a startled squeak, instantly recognizing the mysterious man from her previous hallway encounter. Standing tall and majestic in his tailored blue coat, the imposing nobleman gazes down at the tiny creature with a sharp, calculating stare. Narrowing his cold, glowing eyes, the nobleman bluntly observes that despite her small size, she appears to be a black dragon beastkin. Gasps echoing in her mind, Chibi Aseel stammers internally, stunned that this stranger recognized her true dragon identity so effortlessly. Looking down with a stern, emotionless expression, the nobleman repeats his assessment, analyzing every detail of her scaly form and eggshell hat. Leaning forward slightly, he asks in a cold, quiet tone what a dragon toddler is doing wandering around the human palace all by herself. Shaking in cute chibi shock, Aseel freezes on the spot, her little wings twitching in total disbelief. The nobleman confirms to himself that she really is a fully fledged adult beastkin in a juvenile form, maintaining his stoic demeanor. Bending down slightly toward the tiny dragon, he asks where her parents are, prompting Aseel to lower her head and reply sadly that she doesn't have any parents and is all alone. Hearing her heartbreaking answer, the nobleman's eyes soften slightly in surprise, questioning why on earth a helpless baby dragon would be left all by herself in a human duchy. Pushing her chest out with immense dragon pride, Aseel puffs her cheeks, showing off her adorable resilience. Piecing the clues together, the nobleman asks if she happens to be the famed divine beast of House Munlef, to which Aseel happily chirps back a resounding yes. Hearing her confirmation, the nobleman tightly clenches his gloved fist, realizing the gravity of the situation. Calling her baby, he suddenly unleashes a blinding pink magic circle directly beneath Aseel's tiny feet. Raising his hand while crackling pink spell runes encircle his arm, the nobleman coldly remarks that the open hallway isn't suitable for a classified conversation. In a flash of blinding spatial magic, both of them are instantly warp-teleported straight into a luxurious private study. Looking around in total bewilderment, Chibi Aseel gasps at her sudden change of surroundings. Glancing up at the massive stone fireplace mantel, Aseel's eyes sparkle with pure fascination as she spots a magnificent noble crest hanging above the hearth. Check out the hilarious artist details here. Aseel inspects the majestic shield emblem and proudly declares that it's a painting of a black lizard, completely oblivious to its high society beastkin history. Resting his hand thoughtfully against his chin, the nobleman observes that for a member of the legendary Black Dragon beastkin line, she really is ridiculously small. Floating up into the air with an adorable squish of her puffy cheeks, Aseel asks innocently what kind of beastkin Mister's supposed to be. Crossing his arms over his chest with supreme authority, the nobleman bluntly reveals that he is also a Black Dragon beastkin. Sternly looking down at her, he asks if her useless parents even know she wandered off into human hands, causing Aseel to burst into anger, shouting that her mom and dad are not useless. Coldly cutting her off, the nobleman retorts that any dragon parents who allow their precious child to be dragged into a human domain are utterly incompetent, making Aseel huff and puff in pure fury. Thinking to himself, the nobleman acknowledges that while other beastkin tribes have their strengths, no species in existence surpasses Black Dragon beastkin when it comes to raw magical power. Anger flaring in his thoughts, he fumes over how her irresponsible parents must have slacked off for a split second, depicted in a funny mental image of party-loving dragon parents abandoning baby Aseel. Glancing at a glowing hologram of the Beastkin Forest's ancient magical barrier, he realizes that bypassing such powerful protective wards requires terrifying human summoning magic that cannot be taken lightly. As Chibi Aseel tugs on his long coat sleeve, calling out to him, the nobleman reminds himself that he was sent on a crucial reconnaissance mission, so he must investigate this human duchy thoroughly without making careless mistakes. Concluding his internal assessment, he notes down that he must report back to the Beastkin realm immediately, warning them that human magical capabilities have far exceeded their original expectations. Gazing down at tiny Asil with a grave expression, Lord Arcien sighs heavily, explaining that as much as he'd like to help her, returning her home right now is completely out of the question. Hearing the bad news, Chibi Asil instantly deflates onto the wooden table like a flat pancake, while Arcien explains that the ambient mana in the human realm is far too weak to support a direct long-distance gate back to the Beastkin realm. Lying totally flat on the polished desk with tired dot eyes, little Asil mutters internally that even grown-up dragon beastkin have their limitations. Man, look at her completely melted form. She really went from proud mythical beast to deflated rubber toy in 3 seconds flat. Slowly lowering himself down, the noble black dragon drops onto one knee right beside the desk. Looking directly into her big bright eyes, Arcien promises to shield her from all harm and ensure word reaches the Beastkin forest that she is alive and well, causing Asil to squeak out a confused little chirp. Bending in closer, he gently asks the tiny creature what her actual name is. Closing his eyes thoughtfully, Arcien mentions that by sheer coincidence, she happens to share her name with his own sweet daughter back in the Beastkin forest. Imagining his daughter's growth, Arcien envisions a gigantic, hypermuscular black dragon roaring fiercely as it devours 3 whole wild boars in one bite. Seriously, what kind of terrifying mental image does this guy have of his own child? Meanwhile, Chibi Asil just stares at him in total silence. Dipping his feather quill into ink, Arcien begins filling out a note, casually asking Asil what her biological mother's name is, to which the tiny dragon happily chirps back, Brianna. Stopping his quill mid-stroke, Arcien's glowing pink eyes widen in sudden shock, abruptly asking her what her real father's name is. Leaning over the desk with intense focus, Arcien looms over the baby beastkin as Asil crosses her tiny, scaly arms, humming thoughtfully to herself. Sweating nervously under his piercing stare, Chibi Asil racks her tiny baby brain, trying her absolute hardest to recall her dad's identity. Asking a toddler dragon for family genealogy is like asking a toaster to do calculus. A heartwarming flashback unfolds in a sunlit meadow, showing the beautiful silver-haired Brianna resting in the grass while baby Asil sits beside her wearing a flower crown. Tucking baby Asil into a cozy pillow bed, Brianna gently cradled her dragon baby, whispering that Azil's name was derived directly from her father's name. Back in the study, Chibi Asil shrugs her shoulders with total indifference, casually admitting she doesn't remember a single thing, leaving Arcien staring at her in flabbergasted disbelief. Looking down at the written paper, Arcien realizes there is only one black dragon in the entire realm named Brianna, meaning her mother is undeniably his ex-wife. Tapping his fingers against the wooden desk, Arcien wonders out loud if her father is someone he knows, while Asil mentions her dad's name definitely started with an A. Hand trembling slightly, Arcien writes down his own name, Arcien, right underneath Brianna's on the parchment. Pacing back and forth thoughtfully, he points out that her father happens to share the exact same name as him. Reality hits him like a ton of bricks. Arcien's eyes shrink to tiny dots as the shock resonates across the Grand Duchy estate. Give this guy a medal, folks! It took him 20 full minutes to figure out he's staring at his own long-lost daughter. Rushing out onto the high roof terrace under the bright blue sky, Arcien pulls out a glowing blue magic orb communicator, while a small side note reveals Chibi Asil is currently back inside enjoying cookies with her bunny friend. Looking down sorrowfully, Arcien remembers the bitter argument that tore his family apart years ago, where a tiny misunderstanding escalated into a full-blown divorce before he was posted to the human realm. Tightening his grip around the smooth crystal sphere, he wonders if separating was a tragic mistake, just as the communicator suddenly surges with blinding magical light. Flares of bright blue spatial energy burst from the orb, illuminating Arcien's surprised face. A shimmering water-like hologram projection materializes right over the courtyard balustrade. Staring at the floating blue mass amazed, Arcien realizes the ancient magic signal has officially connected. Clearing his throat and putting on a stern, aloof expression, Arcien calls out into the orb, calling Brianna's name, only for an adorable silver-haired beastkin boy to pop up in the hologram projection. Looking right back at him through the watery mirror screen, a tiny leopard-eared boy with bright yellow eyes blinks in curiosity. Speaking through the magic signal, the young boy asks why he's calling, and when Arcien demands to know why he has the sacred communicator, the kid nonchalantly replies that his mother told him to throw it in the trash. Resting his head in his hands with a heavy thud, Arcien facepalms in pure gloom as the kid admits he only kept the ultimate ultimate ancient artifact to use as a dodgeball. Imagine holding onto a legendary royal communicator just to play catch in the backyard. Rubbing his temples, Arcian demands to be put on the line with Brianna, but the silver-haired kid reveals his mother is completely unavailable right now. Staring into the projection, the young leopard boy explains that Brianna is currently locked in an emergency high council meeting with all the tribal elders. Frowning in confusion, Arcian asks why, only for the boy to drop the bombshell that the entire Beastkin realm is in utter chaos because little Aseel has gone missing. Lowering his eyes nervously, whispers, the silver-haired boy mentions that all the adults seem to know where Aseel went, but they refuse to tell him anything. Slapping his hand over his forehead in supreme regret, Arcian mutters to himself that he is officially the world's worst father for not recognizing his own daughter's name. You really can't make this up. He almost threw his own child out for being an unauthorized visitor. Clinging to the projection orb, the silver-haired boy taps on the glass, asking in total confusion where on earth here is supposed to be. Back in the Beastkin realm, the young leopard boy turns around on the carpet as soft footsteps approach, gasping as his mother Brianna steps into the room. Hearing her arrival, Arcian's heart skips a beat, whispering softly, breathing out her name. Raising his voice in a sudden panic, Arcian blurted out that Aseel is currently safe in the human realm, urging his young son to stay calm and take a breath. Before he can say another word, Brianna's calm, majestic voice calls out Arcian's name from inside the room, sending a chill straight down his spine. Turning his head away in sheer panic, Arcian breaks out into cold sweat. Swiftly slamming his hands around the magic sphere, he forcefully cuts the transmission line before she can say another word. Holding the dark, deactivated orb in his lap, Arcian buries his face in his hands, trembling from pure awkward embarrassment. Leaning back against the stone rooftop chimney with a massive exhale, he lets out a relief-filled pew, thanking the stars that he avoided a terrifying confrontational chat with his ex-wife. Meanwhile, over at the Imperial Palace, chaos erupts under a blood-red sky as massive flames engulf the Grand Castle. Panicked guests and terrified servants scream in utter horror, desperately crying out for water. Running for his life amidst the blazing inferno, a terrified butler grips a tray of wine glasses, staggering as panic spreads through the corridors. Roaring flames devour the grand marble staircase, turning the opulent Imperial ball hall into an infernal nightmare as noble guests scramble for the exits. In a quiet, luxurious room far away from the chaos, a hand-wearing elegant white cuff smoothly places a printed newspaper on the wooden desk. Unfolding the Daily Gazette, a handsome blonde young prince with sharp purple eyes reads the sensational headline detailing the complete destruction of the Imperial Party Hall. Hold on, check out the cool, calculated look on this prince's face. He doesn't look shocked at all. Standing nearby, a chubby, middle-aged noble with a thick mustache laughs nervously, trying to play down the disaster as he rubs his hands together in total anxiety. Right in the middle of the grand imperial celebration, Starlapid's legendary divine beast Pier decided to start chugging fine red wine straight from the bottle. He slammed the empty bottle down onto the table with a loud clatter, completely plastered and giggling to himself like a total maniac. Remembering his previous defeat to the dragon, Pier screamed out that losing to a bald lizard was utterly ridiculous, bursting into a massive pillar of roaring flame while the horrified noble beside him dropped his wine glass in sheer terror. Talk about having zero alcohol tolerance. As a direct result of his alcohol-fueled rampage, chaos quickly erupted across the entire noble estate. Blazing infernos tore through the Grand Hall, completely burning the magnificent imperial party venue straight to ashes. To make matters 10 times worse, the fire completely singed off half of the Crown Prince's glorious silver hair, his absolute pride and joy. The poor guy is standing there with smoke rising from his freshly scorched bald head, while everyone gasps in horrified silence. Driven to absolute madness by his ruined hairstyle, the Crown Prince trembled in pure rage, clenching his fists so hard his knuckles started crackling. Reading the Morning Gazette, the young prince casually explains that the Crown Prince officially issued an imperial decree banning all divine beasts from the palace. Meanwhile, the paper notes Princess Locaste is secretly laughing behind her fan over the dramatic chaos. Below the desk, little Aseel just sighs softly. Seeing the tiny creature looking down, the young prince gently asks what's bothering her, causing chibi Aseel to pucker her lips and complain that she really wanted to attend the shiny party too. With droopy eyes, the baby dragon admits she wanted to take notes from that terrifying human princess, but now the band completely ruined her plans. Sitting in the cozy reception room, Asil brightens up, mentioning there is still one very entertaining task left on her list. Mimicking sharp slanting eyes with her tiny paws, giggles, Asil describes the scary black-haired man with the fierce glare, prompting the young prince to ask if she means Lord Arsian. Look at her adorable imitation. She's got his brooding face down to a science. The prince furrows his brows, wondering internally when on earth Asil could have possibly crossed paths with a high-ranking duke like Lord Arsian. Raising her tiny, scaly arms in excitement, the baby dragon happily chirps out that she really wants to go pay that scary human another visit. Reaping a sudden shockwave, the prince blinks in complete disbelief, flabbergasted that anyone would actively seek out the realm's most intimidating noble. Recalling Arsian's intense gaze from their previous encounter, Asil remembers how powerful he felt. She figures that speaking to him might be her best chance to hear fresh news about her beloved home in the Beastkin Forest. Holding on to hope, the little dragon's chubby cheeks glow softly as whispers she imagines returning home. She envisions frolicking in the sunny meadow alongside deer, raccoons, and rabbits, surrounded by warm laughter. Staring out the cold glass window into the moonlight night sky, she whispers to herself that maybe she wouldn't feel so awfully lonely anymore. Snapping back to reality, Asil clasps her tiny paws together with bright, shimmering eyes beaming at the prince with pure, weaponized cuteness. Leaning back, the young prince nervously asks if someone is secretly blackmailing her, but Asil puffs out her tiny chest and proudly declares that she is a fierce, terrifying black dragon who fears nothing. Scratching the back of his head with a dubious expression, the prince looks completely unconvinced that this knee-high bean could intimidate anyone. Remembering that Lord Arsian pledged to fulfill any request, the prince agrees to set up the meeting, sending Asil bouncing around the desk in pure joy. Before long, a magnificent white gold-trimmed carriage, drawn by noble horses, gallops smoothly down the autumn road. Sitting inside the plush carriage with arms crossed, the young prince finds the entire situation downright surreal. Glancing at the baby dragon devouring sweet treats, he thinks to himself that he only sent the request on a whim, utterly stunned that the fierce duke actually accepted. Meanwhile, little Asil rolls around on the leather seats munching happily, planning all the questions she wants to ask the mysterious duke. She even imagines skipping along a magical rainbow holding hands with Lord Arsian. Fast forward 30 minutes later under the bright midday sun, they pull up right in front of Lord Arsian's colossal Grand Duchy estate, leaving both the young prince and little Asil standing at the towering archway completely speechless. Looking up at the intimidating fortress, sweat drops begin trickling down Asil's tiny scales, panicked. Gulping hard, the baby dragon stammers out a hesitant rumble, realizing this place is way more ominous than she expected. Suddenly, a tall, handsome figure steps forward. Lord Arsian himself lowers his head in a deeply respectful bow, gasp thanking the divine beast for visiting. Closing his sharp eyes with utmost elegance, the powerful duke exudes overwhelming grace and dignity. Placing a hand over his heart in a formal apologetic bow, Arsian humbly apologizes for not greeting her sooner. Chibi Asil's eyes go wide with massive question marks, completely weirded out by his overly polite act. Leaning down swiftly, the prince whispers a stern warning not to say her thoughts out loud, prompting Asil to instantly slap both paws over her mouth. While the prince narrows his purple eyes in suspicion, Asil secretly concludes in her head that the scary duke is only pretending to be nice because her little fiancé is standing right next to her. Feeling smug and protected, Asil puffs out her tiny chest with ultimate confidence. Shaking her tiny claw at the duke, Asil bossily demands that next time he needs to travel to see her personally. Arsian smoothly replies, "Understood," without a second of hesitation, leaving the prince sweating bullets in pure confusion. After all, Lord Arsian is infamous across the empire as a cold-blooded, ruthless conqueror who never bows to anyone. The prince gulps nervously, utterly bewildered why a terrifying warlord is treating a baby dragon like royalty. Inside the luxurious grand parlor, Arsian leans forward with the softest, most gentle smile on his face, offering a freshly baked jam cookie specially prepared by his head chef. Seeing the duke's usually lethal eyes radiating pure fatherly warmth, the prince almost faints from shock while Asil cheers with floating pink hearts. Opening her mouth wide to devour the pastry, Asil internally declares that anyone who feeds her delicious snacks is automatically a top-tier person. But right before her teeth can graze the cookie, a hand suddenly snatches it clean out of midair, making Asil let out a shocked squeak. The young prince calmly munches on the stolen cookie himself, complaining that it barely has any filling. Asil turns to him in absolute horror, shrieking in betrayal, shouting, "Ha! Bro really just intercepted a toddler dragon snack." Clenching his fist with lethal intensity, Lord Arjun coldly asserts that he would never resort to poisoning or cheap tricks against a divine beast. Crossing his arms with unwavering resolve, scoffs, the young prince stands his ground, declaring that his solemn duty is to safeguard Asil from any potential harm. Intense sparks of pure political tension clash between their eyes as the prince sharply demands to know why the duke summoned Asil in the first place. Arsian's piercing gaze narrows as he counters smoothly, revealing he certainly didn't expect the young prince to turn a simple request into a full formal political summit. Arsian reassures the young prince that despite his cautious stance, he invited them with zero hidden motives, placing a hand over his heart in absolute solemnity. Turning his gaze toward Asil sitting on the plush sofa, Arjun addresses her in a remarkably soft tone, making the baby dragon tilt her tiny head in complete confusion. Arsian gently inquires if she needs a genuine companion she can open her heart to, sending Asil bouncing in excitement as she eagerly chirps that she definitely does. Smirking with smooth, aristocratic confidence, Arsian offers to introduce her to his personal lizard holy beast. Wait, is this powerful duke really trying to set up a pet playdate right in the middle of a serious noble summit? The heavy parlor door glides open as an aide steps into the room carrying a wooden rocking cradle containing a flat-headed gray-spotted lizard. The peculiar gray reptile pokes its head out of the cradle and flickers its pink tongue right at Chibiazzle, making the baby dragon stare in absolute astonishment. Crawling out of its cozy cradle with a strange low purr, the lizard slithers closer across the sofa cushion while Asil sweats nervously. Chibiazzle rests her tiny paw against her chin in intense concentration, curious trying to figure out what kind of mysterious creature is standing right before her. The gray lizard stares back with completely blanked-out eyes and its tongue hanging out. Look at that hilariously derpy face. Talk about top-tier comedy character design. Arsian smoothly suggests the two lizards might form a special connection, while the blonde prince glares in utter suspicion, questioning if the duke is plotting something shady behind their backs. The gray lizard slides down off the soft velvet sofa onto the patterned carpet, prompting Azel to watch its every move from the cradle. Crawling across the grand floor, the lizard looks back as if inviting Asil to follow, while the young prince quietly asks if she actually wants to go check it out. Giving her tiny fiancé a quick nod, Asil raises her tiny arms cheerfully, while the prince sternly warns her to stay extremely cautious. Side by side, the baby dragon and the gray reptile scurry up the massive marble staircase, following the prince's strict advice to turn back if anything feels even slightly wrong. Reaching a grand private office, they peek through the heavily carved wooden doors into an eerily quiet room. Floating into the vast study, Asil looks around in complete disappointment, sighs, complaining out loud that there isn't a single toy in sight. Suddenly, a strange shift in the ambient mana causes Asil's ears to twitch as she flinches in surprise. Hold on, don't tell me this entire room was a calculated trap all along? Turning around rapidly, she sees the gray lizard standing completely motionlessly on the wooden floorboards. With a sudden burst of magical energy, the gray lizard dissolves into thick white mist as a massive masculine silhouette emerges from the vapor. As the mist clears, Duke Arsian himself scoops Asil up into a dramatic, sweeping hug, roaring out passionately that he is her real father. Hold on, did he seriously transform into a lizard just to bait his own daughter into a secret room? That is absolute peak chaotic parenting. Flustered and furious, Chibi Asil squashes her tiny paws against his cheeks, panicked, calling him a fake fraud, while Arsian quickly explains he only used clone magic to distract the young prince. Pouting heavily, Asil insists all her real dads live in the Beastkin forest, prompting Arsian to gently ask if she remembers the day she was born. A tender memory flashes back, showing a silver-haired woman gently cradling newborn baby Asil, sucking on a tiny pacifier. Standing atop a sunlit mountain overlooking the golden forest, a lone figure turned his back and waved a quiet farewell. Lifting the baby dragon high into the air with immense gentle pride, Arsian smiles warmly, remarking on how much she has grown since then. Glowing with fatherly affection, his sharp magenta eyes soften completely into pure, unconditional tenderness. Looking down into his face, Asil notices their identical glowing pink eyes, wonderingly asking herself if this intimidating warlord truly is her biological father. Tilting her head, the baby dragon squeezes his hands and directly asks if he is genuinely a black dragon. Proving his heritage, Arshian casually manifests a menacing dark-scaled dragon claw with razor-sharp talons, confirming his true dragon identity. Overcome with emotion, Arsian leans down and plants a loving kiss on her chubby dragon cheek. But when Asil innocently calls him Mr. again, Arsian's soul instantly crushes into pieces. Bro expected an immediate daddy and got hit with formal customer service tone instead. Regaining his composure, the Duke gazes down at her with a serious yet attentive expression. Surrounded by glowing orange blossoms, Asil blinks her massive bright eyes in adorable confusion. Sitting down on the floor to match her tiny height, Arsian explains that while spatial teleportation was impossible before due to low mana, he can now easily open a portal to take her home. Crossing her tiny arms in deep thought, Asil hesitates, realizing that returning home means leaving her human fiancé behind. When Arsian casually mentions that no humans are allowed inside the Beastskin Forest, Asil immediately gasps in realization, stubbornly deciding she refuses to go. Clenching her paws, she announces she will delay her trip, making Arsian tilt his head in utter bewilderment as he asks how long she plans to wait. Counting meticulously on her tiny scaly claws, Asil ponders that 100 nights is far too long, but 98 nights is still too sad to leave her human friends. Throwing her arms up in triumph, Asil proudly declares her decision, leaving Arsian sweating bullets over her unexpected refusal to return immediately. Narrowing his eyes, the Duke asks if she has genuinely grown attached to the humans in this palace. Blushing cutely with a mischievous grin, giggles, Asil happily admits she's grown attached, especially to one very specific person. The moment Asil sweetly chirps that she likes her husband the most, Arshian's gentle smile completely freezes as a terrifying black aura engulfs the room. Staring blankly at her with pitch-black eyes, Arsian stammers out in sheer horror, asking who on earth she is calling her husband. Transforming into a pitch-black demonic entity radiating pure fatherly rage, the Duke's blood boils at the mere thought of a random human stealing his precious daughter. Overprotective dad mode has been officially activated, and it is absolute comedy gold. Recalling Brianna in the meadow, Arsian wonders internally why such a protective mother would ever pair Asil with a human boy. Bouncing happily before the panicked Duke, Asil innocently adds that her husband promised to give her an official name. Arsian visualizes a horrific nightmare scenario where the blonde prince in a wedding suit steals Asil away in a bride veil while shouting, "I will making your daughter happy." Completely losing his sanity, the terrifying Duke drags a massive executioner sword along the polished floor, declaring he is going to handle the problem, while Asil frantically tugs his cape, screaming not to hurt her husband. Hugging her tiny scarf close, Asil cutely lists all the sweet things her husband did, like giving her strawberries and a handkerchief, proving he is a precious person. Halting his steps, Duke Arsian glares sideways in deep, conflicted silence, contemplating his next move as the political and personal chaotic madness deepens. Even though Duke Arsian is practically radiating a terrifying purple flaming aura of total murder, shouting "kill," Chibi Dragon Asil just casually scratches her ear without a single care in the world. Look at that contrast. He's ready to start a war and she's just contemplating her afternoon snack. Crossing her tiny dragon paws, Asil sternly warns her dramatic biological dad that he is strictly forbidden from scolding her human fiancé. She even throws in the ultimate toddler threat, declaring that if he dares lecture her husband, she will refuse to play with him forever. That total silence hanging over the grand study right after is just pure comedy gold. Realizing direct aggression won't work, Duke Arsian smoothly shifts tactics and suggests they focus on humanization practice instead. Pointing to an elaborate presentation diagram in his mind, he lays out his master plan to sneak her out of the human realm. Step 1 being turning little Asil into a proper human child. The Duke meticulously illustrates step 2 of his grand escape plot, explaining how they'll craft an ironclad cover story about Asil resting in the peaceful countryside. Serious, he envisions presenting her as a frail noble girl recovering away from the busy capital, keeping her identity hidden from prying eyes. Completing his grand blueprint, Arcian dramatizes step 3, picturing himself wiping away fake tears with a handkerchief as a royal carriage rolls away. Honestly, give this Duke an Oscar right now. He literally built an entire elaborate soap opera backstory just to kidnap his own daughter back from her fiancé. Returning to reality, Arcian gently leans down over his mahogany desk and smoothly asks Aseel if she wants to try practicing humanization with her dad. Seeing his magical cue, little dragon Aseel sparkles with intense curiosity, gasping out a cute little ooh. Rubbing her tiny horns in deep concern, Aseel points out a major flaw in his plan. She reminds him that her eggshell piece hasn't fully fallen off her head yet, quoting her mother's warning that true mana control is impossible until the eggshell completely disappears. Gloomy purple swirls instantly float around Chibi Azul as she slumps over in utter despair, whimpering that if that remaining eggshell chunk drops off, she'll end up completely bald. Wait, does this baby dragon actually think eggshells work like human hair? Duke Arcian's utterly baffled face in the background is priceless. Panicking at her sudden distress, the overprotective Duke quickly backs off and gently offers to cancel today's training entirely. He softly reassures her that there is absolutely no rush, insisting she should never push herself beyond her limits. Holding out his hand with the ultimate patient aristocratic charm, Arcian promises Aseel that she can stop practicing whenever she feels uncomfortable. He gives her complete control over the lesson, proving how deeply he treasures her well-being. Reaching out with gentle affection, the Duke places his warm hand right onto Aseel's tiny head. He instructs her to remember the exact sensation of this magic as he prepares to guide her internal mana flow. A brilliant warm light suddenly erupts from Arcian's palm, flooding straight into Aseel's horns. The little dragon gasps in utter astonishment as she feels a massive surge of pure dragon mana coursing through her tiny body. Hold on, the visual effects team went all out with this glowing aura. Squirming helplessly under his touch, Aseel squeals out that the surging mana tickles her entire body. Arcian chuckles softly, explaining it's just because her body isn't accustomed to raw magic flow yet. Suddenly, a blinding pink sphere of transformation magic flashes into existence. Sparkles and pink ribbons swirl wildly through the room as the magical metamorphosis begins. Bare human feet touch the ground, frilly blue skirts flutter, and gorgeous long dark hair cascades down in a breathtaking wave. Duke Arcian's sharp magenta eyes widen to maximum size as he freezes in absolute shock. For the very first time in his life, he is witnessing his daughter's human form right before his eyes. Blinking repeatedly in pure wonder, human child Aseel stares up with massive radiant pink eyes. Look at those adorable chubby cheeks and glowing dragon eyes. The character design is unbelievably cute. Standing in full bloom, surrounded by sparkling floral magic, human Aseel is revealed in her full adorable glory. Wearing a gorgeous light blue dress with ribbon accents, she looks like a literal fairy tale princess. Raising both of her tiny 5-fingered hands into the air, Aseel squeals in absolute ecstasy, shouting that she finally has real human hands with fingers. Going from stubby dragon claws to actual fingers is clearly the greatest upgrade of her life. Looking down at her tiny blue shoes, she happily wiggles her feet back and forth against the shiny wooden floorboards, completely fascinated by how her new human body moves. Filled with boundless energy, Aseel shouts that she wants to try walking right away, only to immediately lose her balance and faceplant directly onto the carpet with a loud whoa-ah. Classic anime trope right here. She mastered magic before basic walking. Before she can even register the impact, Duke Arcian effortlessly catches her in midair with one arm, scooping her up like a fragile stuffed doll. Holding her safely against his chest, he stoically warns her to be careful while staring at her in silent amazement. Gazing up at him with starry eyes, Aseel opens her tiny mouth and speaks in a perfectly clear human voice. Up in the heavens above the Grand Castle, giant invisible text bubbles ring out, echoing her historical moment. Aseel is officially talking like a human child. Prancing over to a full-length gilded mirror, Aseel tugs on her long dark pigtails in pure delight, giggles, cheering aloud that she now possesses long, beautiful hair just like a real princess. Turning around to face the tall Duke, Aseel cutely tugs her blue ribbons and politely asks Mistu if she can go outside to play in her new human body. Tilting her head with the most innocent, mischievous grin, Asil proudly adds that she wants to run outside specifically to show her husband how cute her human form is. The moment the word husband hits Arsian's ears, his face instantly freezes in utter horror. Poor Dad's soul just left his body for the second time today. A heavy, awkward silence descends upon the dressing room as Arsian stands completely frozen like a statue. Baffled by his total silence, little Asil blinks in confusion, asking why on earth she can't go show off her transformation. Clenching his right fist so hard his knuckles turn white, the Duke fights every urge to go hunt down the young prince on the spot. Dropping down onto one knee to look directly into her eyes, Arsian's expression turns deadly serious as he firmly tells her no. He strictly warns her that humans are inherently selfish creatures who flip their words as easily as turning a hand. Surrounded by a dark, oppressive shadow, Arsian glares forward with glowing magenta eyes, declaring that humans are a deceitful race she must never, under any circumstances, place her trust in. You can really feel the intense trauma and deep hatred he holds toward humanity. Holding both of Asil's tiny hands tightly in his grip, the Duke makes her swear a strict promise. She must never, ever reveal her human transformation to any human. Ooh, serious stuff. Understanding his gravity, Asil softly nods her head, promising to keep it a secret. But then, with total childlike logic, Asil tilts her head and innocently asks if it's okay to tell a rabbit friend instead. Look at Arsian's completely deadpan face. Bro was given a dramatic historical speech on human corruption, and she's out here negotiating bunny rabbit loopholes. Reaching into his waistcoat pocket, Arsian pulls out a breathtaking golden necklace adorned with a radiant pink gemstone, announcing he has one last gift before sending her back to the palace. Presenting the sparkling artifact to her glowing eyes, Arsian explains that this magic pendant will allow her to practice humanization safely on her own, even when he isn't around. Asil gasps in excitement, raising her hands to receive it. Placing the gem in her palms, Arsian instructs her to press the center jewel whenever an emergency arises, promising he will instantly teleport to her side. He then reminds her to hide the necklace in her dimensional subspace and revert to dragon form before heading back to the suspicious human Duke. Late that night, back in the royal palace, the young blonde prince lies flat on his bed, staring up at the grand ceiling in deep melancholic thought. He can't stop thinking about how unusually happy Asil looked in the carriage and how she playfully kept her happiness a complete secret from him. Flipping upside down on his plush mattress, the young prince twists in anxiety, endlessly questioning what secret could possibly make his dragon fiancé smile so brightly without telling him. A warm memory flashes in his mind, showing how naturally friendly Asil was toward Duke Arshan from the very first second they met. Staring blankly at the dark ceiling, the prince bitterly recalls how terrified and hostile Asil was when she first met him. He clutches his head in growing dread, fearing that as time passes, she will drift further away from him. Visualizing a painful memory of Arsian holding Asil high in the air, the young prince squeezes his eyes shut in unbearable emotional torment, whispers, remembering how he lost his own mother the moment he was born. He repeats Arsian's dark warning that humans can never be trusted, not even by the ones they love. This emotional vulnerability hits so hard. But suddenly, the dark shadows in his mind dissolve as he recalls the golden afternoon when Dragon Asil gently patted his shoulder, bringing warmth and light back into his lonely world. A vivid flashback illuminates his heart, showing Chibi Asil snuggling peacefully against his chest amidst a field of golden flowers. That sweet, unconditional warmth was the first real comfort he had ever known in his isolated life. Remembering how her glowing pink eyes looked directly into his soul with pure affection, the prince's cold gaze softens completely into profound tenderness. The memory of himself curling up on the wooden floor, holding the tiny baby dragon tightly against his pounding heart, reminds him just how deeply he depends on her presence. Unable to suppress his overwhelming anxiety any longer, the prince leaps out of bed and throws open his grand bedroom window, panting, staring out across the moonlit castle grounds. Looking across the courtyard toward the high tower, he spots a single warm light still burning bright in Asil's bedroom window. Realizing she hasn't fallen asleep yet, his heart leaps in anticipation. Hastily striding down the quiet carpeted hallway, the young prince stops outside her grand carved wooden door, doors and gives a gentle knock, calling out her name softly. Standing in the silent corridor with his hand raised, he waits for a response, but only complete, eerie silence echoes from inside the room. Unable to resist his concern, the prince slowly turns the golden door handle and creaks the heavy door open, whispering that he is coming in just for a quick moment. The exact millisecond his eyes cross the threshold, the young prince stops dead in his tracks, his purple eyes widen in absolute paralyzing disbelief. Standing in the center of the room under bathed moonlight and floating pink petals, human child Asil turns around in shock, caught red-handed in her maid dress. Gasp, what an absolute god-tier cliffhanger. Her secret is officially busted. Continuation from the wild cliffhanger. The young prince's eyes expand to the size of dinner plates as he discovers a strange child crouching on the rug, while little Asil freezes in absolute terror, caught completely red-handed in her maid dress. Comedic instinct instantly takes control as the panicked prince slams the heavy carved door shut, screaming an apology to the empty corridor before suddenly realizing how ridiculous he's acting. Throwing the grand doors wide open once more, the prince strikes a dramatic pose, demanding to know who this mystery intruder is and how she snuck into the royal castle. Pointing an accusing finger, he strictly warns her that this private chamber belongs exclusively to his beloved dragon fiancé, leaving flustered Asil stuttering uncontrollably as she struggles to protect her identity. With her cheeks puffed out like an angry hamster, Asil indignantly shouts back that she isn't some lowly maid. Seriously, her lying skills are so bad it's absolutely hilarious. But right in the middle of her heated denial, Duke Arsian's stern warning echoes in her head, reminding her that no human must ever find out about her magical dragon transformation. Reversing her statement in a split second, Asil sweat drops and sweetly claims that she actually is a maid, leaving the prince thoroughly bewildered by her instant story flip. Thrusting her chest out with unshakable pride, Asil boldly claims that today is her official first day on duty, convincing herself that acting super confident will trick him completely. Crossing his arms suspiciously, the young prince notes that he never authorized hiring child servants, suspecting that Count Erzsébet sent an assassin spy as his eyes darken with intense menace. As a heavy, oppressive shadow envelops the room, trembling, Asil senses the deadly aura radiating from her fiancé, frantically wondering how on earth she can calm down her angry husband. Looking frantically from side to side, the flustered dragon child searches the luxury bedroom for an escape route before the situation spirals out of control. Misunderstanding her frantic side glances, the prince lunges forward to grab her, accusing her of trying to kidnap his dragon fiancé, forcing Asil to clutch her golden artifact. Pressing the center gem, spatial magic cracks the air wide open. A glittering rift tears through reality, making the prince flinch as Duke Arsian casually steps through the portal. Completely ignoring the prince, Duke Arsian scoops up human Asil and aggressively rubs his cheek against hers with affectionate nuzzles, cooing over why his darling daughter summoned him in the middle of the night. Host commentary time. Look at the prince's face. His jaw literally dropped off his face. Standing frozen in utter disbelief, the young prince stares at the formidable Duke as his brain short-circuits, trying to comprehend why this terrifying nobleman is treating a maid like his child. Turning his sharp, glowing magenta eyes toward the stunned boy, Arsian's cheerful, doting facade instantly vanishes, replaced by a spine-chilling, murderous aura. Glaring down at the young prince, the Duke coldly asks why this human boy is in her bedroom late at night, prompting Asil to leap out with wide arms, panicked to defend her fiancé. Closing his eyes with deadpan composure, Arsian tells his daughter not to worry, already deciding to eliminate the unwanted intruder. Knowing her father's violent nature, Asil screams that he can't bury the prince in the dirt, but Arsian casually suggests incinerating him into dust instead, sarcastic so no physical evidence remains. Before he can cast a single spell, Asil launches a powerful gut punch right into her father's stomach. The impact effect is so strong you can practically hear his ribs complaining. Doubled over in agonizing pain, the Duke wheezes out asking where she inherited such terrifying strength, to which Asil proudly boasts that she takes directly after her dragon mother. Wiping a drop of blood from his mouth, Arsian raises his hand as glowing magical particles begin swirling around his fingers. A soft pink light encompasses the young prince's head as Arsian orders him to sleep, making the boy's vision wobble as intense dizziness overwhelms his mind. With his balance failing completely, the prince collapses face first onto the carpet, leaving Asil gasping. Kneeling beside him in a panic, Asil screams in terror, asking if her husband was just murdered, but her father coolly reassures her that he only put the boy to sleep. Glaring up at the Duke, Asil demands to know why he knocked her fiancé out, so Arsene explains that secret dragon business must be kept under wraps. Kneeling down beside the sleeping boy, the Duke announces he needs to use another spell, immediately putting defensive Asil back on high alert. Fearing for her prince's safety, Asil forcefully slaps her father's wrist away, strictly forbidding him from harming her fiancé. Rubbing his stinging hands, sighs, Arsene tries to calm her down, acknowledging their secret promise and admitting he only lost his composure earlier out of pure surprise. Reassuring his fierce daughter, he promises not to hurt the boy, offering to erase his short-term memories instead, so her human transformation remains completely hidden. Hovering his glowing palm over the prince's forehead, Arsene claims that memory wiping is a walk in the park, though Asil inwardly doubts his casual tone. Beneath his confident exterior, the Duke concentrates deeply, fully aware that mental manipulation ranks among the most delicate and complex arts in existence, whispers. Intricate magic runes illuminate his palm as he carefully channels mana to edit the boy's mind without damaging his brain. Outside the tall windows, a gentle moonlight fills the silent room, while the flickering candle casts soft shadows across the floor during the delicate procedure. Watching anxiously from the rug, whispers, Chibi Asil pulls her maid apron over her mouth, praying that her dad doesn't accidentally fry her husband's brain. Sweat droplets begin pouring down Arsene's face as the spell stalls, forcing him to realize that something is terribly wrong with his kid's mind. Staring down at the unconscious boy, the Duke is baffled by the prince's ridiculously high magic resistance, wondering how a human child possesses such an ironclad barrier. Analyzing the situation, Arsene notes that the Moonleap family is famous for elite swordsmanship rather than magic, concluding that this level of natural resistance belongs to a high-ranking divine beast. Yawning adorably on the carpet, Asil innocently asks if her father ever heard any rumors about the prince's secret family heritage. Pushing more mana into his glowing palm, the Duke grinds his teeth in annoyance, unable to accept that a mere human child is resisting his supreme dragon magic. Realizing that a rushed spell will only leave patchy, broken memories, Arsene alters his approach to completely overwrite the boy's mindscape. As the night sky shines over the castle towers, Asil playfully asks if her mother could do it faster, sparking her father's competitive ego as he angrily insists he's superior at magic. Finally completing the altered memories, Arsene fumes internally, bitterly annoyed that this human boy keeps making him look bad in front of his precious daughter. Talk about dad ego getting bruised. As the glowing magic circle beneath the prince slowly fades away, Arsene prepares to transport the boy back into his own royal bedroom. The nighttime breeze blows softly through the open window curtains, bringing quiet tranquility back to the Grand Palace room. Safe inside his own luxurious bed under the soft moonlight, the prince sleeps peacefully, with all memories of tonight transformed into faint, dreamlike haze. The scene shifts to a sunlit garden the following afternoon, where a lavish, multi-tiered dessert stand sparkles with delicious cupcakes, tarts, and cookies. Excitement ripples through the high society tea party as noble ladies gossip frantically about rumors that Count Erzsébet secretly has a hidden young daughter. Clenching her fist passionately, a red-haired noblewoman explains the cover story, in mock distress, claiming the young lady was raised in the countryside due to fragile health. Heartbroken socialites dramatically weep into their handkerchiefs, crying, utterly devastated that the handsome count is officially taken. Talk about noble society gossip turning into a dramatic soap opera overnight? Picking up right after yesterday's dramatic events, the high society tea garden is practically vibrating with juicy rumors. Noble ladies lean in close over porcelain cups, whispering furiously about how Count Erzsébet's mysterious daughter is desperately trying to attend the upcoming gala to secure a wealthy fiancé early. Covered in nervous sweat, another noblewoman chimed in with wide eyes, revealing that Duke Moonleap has been making frequent, mysterious visits to the Count's mansion lately. Sparkling dessert tiers stacked high with delicate macarons and fruit tarts sit untouched, completely overshadowed by the scandalous gossip spreading across the tables. Gasps echo through the garden as all three noblewomen exchange stunned glances. Host commentary time? Look at their faces. They really think a hidden countryside girl is playing 4D chess to snatch a duchess title? Meanwhile, back inside the royal estate, an overwhelming stack of sealed letters and official petitions sits piled high on the prince's prince's desk. Staring down at that massive mountain of parchment, young Prince Edenvir lets out a heavy, soul-crushing sigh, looking completely drained by the endless aristocratic politics. Walking up to the desk, his personal attendant dumps another heavy stack of mail right on top, casually informing the young prince that today's fresh delivery has arrived. Unfolding the fancy parchment, Edenvir skims through desperate letters from upper nobles begging him not to form an alliance with Sir Arcian, while others blatantly offer their own daughters instead. Massaging his throbbing temples with an annoyed frown, sighs, the young prince grumbles that merely hearing the first two letters of Arcian's name makes his blood pressure spike. Host commentary time. Poor kid thought getting his mind wiped would fix his problems, but noble bureaucracy is a far worse curse than dragon magic. But as he rests his eyes, a strange, lingering vision begins haunting his thoughts. Whispers, a ominous silhouette wrapped in pitch black shadow. In his mindscape, a hazy memory unfolds of his younger self sprinting frantically through heavy fog, panting, desperate to escape an overwhelming darkness chasing him down. Tripping over his own feet, the young boy tumbles backward into the shadowy void, completely engulfed by terrifying, tendril-like dark magic. Back straight against a cold wall, the helpless prince winces as bright magical light suddenly pierces through the gloom, revealing a cute girl with glowing magenta eyes. Standing boldly between him and the dark force, young human Asil spreads her arms wide, excited, taking a fearless stance to defend her future husband. With fierce determination radiating from her small frame, Asil shouts at the top of her lungs at the shadowy aura, warning the monster never to bully him again. Watching her petite back stand unyielding against the deadly aura, the young prince feels a sudden rush of warmth flooding his trembling heart. Host commentary time. Arcian's memory wipe spell was supposed to erase her completely, but her pure heroics got permanently burned into his subconscious. Even with his memories modified into a faint dream, the emotional impact of her brave defense remains completely intact within his mind. Looking up at her profile with wide, shimmering eyes, the young boy stands frozen in absolute awe at this small girl risking everything for him. Turning her head back with a tiny, puff-cheeked pout, Asil gives him a reassuring look that instantly dispels all his fear. As the dark shadow retreats into the mist, the young prince wonders who this mystery angel could possibly be. Returning to reality, Edenvir sits alone at his grand office desk, deeply puzzled by why he feels such overwhelming warmth toward a child he believes he's never met. Host commentary time. Talk about romantic fate breaking through high-tier dragon magic. You'll love to see it. Recalling how she shielded him without a second thought, the prince clutches his chest, acknowledging that an intense, unexplainable sense of affection is taking root inside his soul. Reaching his hand toward her fading memory, he tries to brush it off as a senseless dream, convincing himself that such a brave girl couldn't possibly exist in real life. A gorgeous, dreamlike illustration appears depicting Chibi Asil sleeping peacefully on a glowing pink crescent moon among starlit clouds. Releasing another long, heavy exhale, the exhausted prince closes his eyes to push the lingering thoughts away. Sitting quietly behind tall glass office doors, Edenvir assumes his stress stems solely from Duke Arcian, entirely unaware that gossip about his marriage is spreading across the empire like wildfire. Host commentary time. Yes, blame the father-in-law. To be fair, Arcian did threaten to incinerate him earlier, so it's a pretty fair assumption. Later that afternoon in the sunny courtyard, an aristocratic elder with a blonde mustache sips hot tea, asking Edenvir if the hidden dragon girl is the bride he secretly picked out. Setting down his teacup, the young prince calmly answers that it isn't her, prompting his grandfather to lean forward in intense curiosity to demand who it actually is. Blushing ever so slightly on his cheek, Edenvir turns his gaze aside as his mind instantly drifts back to his true beloved. An adorable mental image pops up of chubby dragon Asil munching happily on a fresh strawberry, causing the grandfather to spit his tea everywhere in utter shock. Host commentary time. The grandfather's soul literally left his body. Imagine expecting a noble lady and getting a miniature fire-breathing lizard holding fruit. Wiping his mustache frantically, the old lord stammers in disbelief, asking if he genuinely means the dragon child Asil, to which the prince plainly confirms yes. Slumping forward onto the marble table in total mental anguish, the poor grandfather clutches his forehead while Edenver sits perfectly unbothered. Groaning into his hands, the grandfather despairs that he was fully prepared to welcome a total commoner into the royal family, but a divine beast is taking things way too far. A fancy historical panel illustrates high-ranking noble beastmasters and divine blue birds, emphasizing ancient aristocratic tradition. Maintaining an aloof expression, the prince listens quietly as his grandfather insists that choosing a divine beast as a lifelong partner is a recipe for total social disaster. The grandfather explains that half-human, half-beast children are shunned by nobility, unable to inherit titles or family names, before asking if Edenver has given any thought to a proper successor. With a radiant, sparkly aura bursting around him, Edenver nonchalantly announces that he simply plans to adopt a child, sending his grandfather into another violent panic. Crossing his arms with unshakable pride, the young prince boldly declares that he swore a solemn vow never to share a bed with any woman other than a seal. Completely defeated by his grandson's absurd devotion, the old man buries his face into the table with a loud thud, giving up on logic entirely. Host commentary time. You gotta respect Edenver's loyalty. The kid is 10 years old and already writing peak romance novel lines. The scene shifts to a bright green meadow where little dragon Asil sits surrounded by blooming flowers next to a fluffy bunny, innocently tilting her head. Crouching down on the grass right beside her, the grandfather asks if she truly intends to marry Edenver, suspecting the dragon child just views marriage as a cute game of playing house. Clearing his throat politely, the old lord tries to assume a stern, wise elder demeanor to give her a serious lecture. Lecturing the little dragon, the grandfather quotes an old proverb about staying within one's own species, while cute Asil happily munches a strawberry with adorable lisping baby noises. Giving her a deadpan side-eye, Asil listens to him insist that humans must marry humans, secretly scoffing in her head because she can easily transform into a human whenever she wants. Host commentary time. Look at her smug side-eye. She's letting him rant while keeping her human magic a total secret. Closing his eyes with an exasperated sigh, the grandfather feels like he's talking to a brick wall. The sheer stress becomes so overwhelming that mushrooms literally start sprouting out of the grandfather's head as he clutches his hair in madness, tired. Sitting right next to him, little pink-haired Selena watches deadpan, mocking tone, wondering why her grandpa's losing his mind over a cute lizard. Turning his sunken eyes toward Selena, the desperate old man asks if she has any interest in boys her age, startling the pink-haired girl. Imagining a lineup of dazzling shonen novel male leads strutting past with sparkling flowers, Selena admits that she wouldn't mind dating someone handsome. Host commentary time. Girl broke the fourth wall instantly. She knows she's inside an otome novel where every side character looks like a K-pop idol. Sitting together on a cozy garden sofa, the grandfather asks what sparked her sudden interest in boys, leading Selena to quickly fabricate a smooth cover story on the spot. Innocently adjusting her hands, Selena explains that because the temple has way more male apprentice priests, she's constantly paired up with boys during training, leaving her grandfather stroking his chin in thoughtful agreement. Watching her grandfather agonizing over the royal marriage rumors, pink-haired Selena keeps a completely deadpan face, mischievously listening quietly as that old lord mutters to himself that since young Prince Edenver shows zero interest in girls, hey, he'll simply have to arrange a series of high society blind dates for him. Squeezing her cheek with a sneaky smirk, Selena secretly chuckles in her head that her grandfather is stressing over absolutely nothing, completely unaware that little dragon Asil can transform into a human girl whenever she wants. Staring out the window with a confident profile, Selena vows to herself that once the official heroine appears, she'll smoothly hand over the prince without causing a single bit of drama. Host commentary time. Look at her planning her early retirement from the plot. She thinks she's orchestrating the ultimate side character exit strategy. A hilarious imagination panel pops up, depicting chibi dragon Asil wearing her cracked eggshell hat, carrying a little yellow bindle on a stick while riding high into the sky with a smiling bunny, leaving poor chibi Edenver reaching out in total heartbreak. Clearing her throat to get his attention, Selena turns toward grandfather Elkai, who stands with his arms tightly crossed, looking deeply troubled by the kingdom's political future. Exchanging a deadpan look, Selena smoothly points out that the young prince isn't lacking romantic interest, but rather lacking spare time, considering the massive workload of managing the duchy keeps him completely swamped. Meanwhile, across the capital, the Imperial Palace is transformed into a breathtaking masterpiece of shimmering gold and crimson decor, sparkling under grand chandeliers for tonight's lavish banquet. Host commentary time. Check out the background artwork here. The artist went all out on those ornate golden arches and marble staircases. Inside the grand hall, high-ranking noble daughters whisper among themselves behind elaborate silk dresses, eagerly gossiping about how many eligible young aristocrats will be attending the grand royal celebration tonight. An idyllic romantic illustration depicts young Prince Edenvere holding hands with a lovely maiden inside a glittering pearl heart, surrounded by blooming pink roses and heavenly sparkles. Sudden inspiration striking her mind, Selena raises her arm high into the air with a dramatic snap. "Oh-ho!" she exclaims, catching her grandfather completely off guard as he leans in with wide eyes. With a sharp, villainous-style glint flashing across her golden eyes mischievously, Selena lets out a devious little smirk, realizing she has formulated the perfect plot-scuttling plan. Host commentary time. That scheming face right there is pure Otome villainous energy. She's about to stir up absolute chaos for everyone involved. Clutched tightly inside her small hand is a heavily detailed official document covered in elegant cursive script detailing the high-stakes aristocratic guest list. Looking down at a mental preview of Duke Arcien holding Humana Seal's hand, curious, Selena reasons that since the Dragon Girl is destined to play a massive role in the Empire's future, she needs to prepare every single step well in advance. Skipping merrily down the Grand Castle corridor with music notes floating around her head, giggles, Selena happily sings to herself that the male lead and Arcien's daughter can fall in love all they want, leaving her to celebrate her own pure genius. Host commentary time. Ah, yes, because schemes in Otome novels always go 100% according to plan without backfiring. Sure, girl, keep telling yourself that. As twilight settles over the capital, night falls upon Duke Arcien's magnificent estate, glowing brightly under the starlit sky as the long-awaited banquet hour finally arrives. Deep inside the estate, little dragon Assel sits on the soft carpet, gently poking her glowing pink dragon necklace with her claw, whispers, innocently muttering to herself that she should head over to inform her adoptive mister. Suddenly, right in the middle of the room, space itself shatters into a jagged dimensional rift, radiating volatile dark pink magic electricity. Bursting headfirst through the magic tear with a boisterous, booming laugh, Duke Arcien crashes straight onto the carpet, startling little Aseel so hard her strawberries fall right out of her hands. Host commentary time. Imagine having the power to tear open space-time and you use it to dramatic flop onto your daughter's bedroom carpet. Trembling flat on his stomach with a heavy groan, Arcien lies motionless as little dragon Azil tilts her head in total confusion, asking if her mister is actually all right. Sitting up gracefully while pushing back his dark hair and showing off his unbuttoned silk shirt, Arcien sighs to himself, realizing his spatial teleportation spell clearly needs a bit more fine-tuning. Outside the quiet room, a dramatic artwork depicts two high-tier guardians standing back-to-back, wrapped in dark crimson aura, signaling the intense political clashes waiting at the royal palace. Host commentary time. Look at that edgy visual design. The contrast between dark armor and glowing red magic is peak high fantasy aesthetic. Raising his palm toward the elaborate chamber doors, Arjun deploys a glowing pink runic barrier spell across the entrance, assuring Aseel that no outside sound or spy will be able to overhear their private conversation. Bending down to look at the adorable little lizard, Arcien explains that in order to attend the royal banquet, she must maintain her human form for an extended period, asking if she practiced her humanizing spell. Puffing out her tiny tummy with utmost pride, little dragon Aseel raises her claws and confidently boasts that she can hold her human transformation for 3 whole hours. Kneeling down beside her on the wooden floor, Arcien gently praises her effort, acknowledging that while she still relies on her magical pendant, holding human form that long is a monumental achievement. Host commentary time. He's hyping her up like a proud parent whose toddler just learned to tie their shoes. Sweeping the tiny dragon up into his hands, Arcien affectionately nuzzles her chubby cheek against his own with glowing heart sparkles, yearning with all his heart to hear her call him Dad. Squishing their faces together side by side with deadpan pink glowing eyes, the duo shares an utterly hilarious father-daughter resemblance that looks equal parts terrifying and adorable. Looking off into the distance with matching unblinking stares, the dark archmage and his miniature dragon child maintain the exact same deadpan facial expression. Slumping back onto the floor in total dramatic despair, Arcien whimpers that at this rate, he'll end up sending her back to the Dragon Forest without ever hearing her call him Dad. Patting his leg with her tiny little claw, Asil urges him to hurry up and get her ready because she wants to go fast. Host commentary time. He's having a full existential crisis over dad validation while she's just focused on the banquet snacks. Clapping his hands together with a sharp snap, Arcien tears open another mini spatial portal right above the floor, sending a flurry of beautifully wrapped pink gift boxes tumbling out in a pile. Presenting a gorgeous ribbon-wrapped box to the gasping baby dragon, Arcien smiles warmly, assuring her that he prepared tons of amazing dresses in advance, prompting a happy cheer from Ozil. A close-up reveal captures the bottom half of an adorable young girl's face, wearing a velvet choker bow with dark hair cascading down as a cute smile forms on her lips. Striking a cute pose while twirling her frilled crimson dress, little human Asil stands fully transformed into a breathtakingly adorable noble lady, sending Arcien into tears of pure overwhelm as he claps uncontrollably. Host commentary time. Stop everything. She is literally the cutest thing in existence. Arcien's tears of joy are 100% justified right now.
Wiping away heavy tears of fatherly pride with his sleeve, the mighty Archmage sniffles like a baby at how precious his adopted daughter looks.
Leaving a magical illusion dummy resting peacefully on the bed, Duke Arcien escorts little Asil into an opulent dark blue carriage, riding out through the estate gates toward the royal banquet hall. Inside the dazzling throne room, a young princess sits elevated upon a grand golden throne as a young aristocratic boy bows respectfully before her, offering his warmest birthday congratulations. Fluttering her dark blue folding fan with regal grace, the young princess calmly acknowledges his presence, thanking him for taking the time to attend her grand birthday celebration. Host commentary time? Look at these kids acting like 70-year-old seasoned politicians. Imperial etiquette in Manhwas never fails to entertain. Gently waving her fan, serious, the princess notes that he must be disappointed he couldn't bring the famous little divine beast along, mentioning that she plans to personally visit the dragon girl later. Offering a polite bow before turning sharply on his heel, the young noble boy bids her a good day and calmly walks away from the throne. Over in the main hall, a trio of young noble girls clutches their flushed cheeks with glittering eyes, squealing in excitement at the sudden arrival of young Duke Edenvare. Surrounding the blonde young prince from all sides, the high society girls clamor to introduce themselves as Count and Marquis's daughters, while Edenvare internally groans, realizing his family's restored influence is making the noble girls cling even tighter than usual. Host commentary time. Poor kid can't catch a break. He just wants to find his mystery dragon girl, and instead he's getting mobbed by 10-year-old social climbers. Closing his eyes with a heavy, exhausted sigh, the young prince tries his absolute best to maintain his polite composure despite his rising headache. Suddenly, the massive double doors at the entrance of the banquet hall swing wide open with a booming thud, cutting through all chatter in the room. Striding down the bright red carpet in a magnificent dark noble coat, Duke Arcien makes his grand entry holding the hand of little human Asil in her frilled crimson gown, causing the entire room of nobles to gasp in utter astonishment. Visualizing her striking dark hair and radiant pink eyes, amazed, the surrounding aristocrats whisper in awe, while young Prince Edenvare turns his head with wide, trembling eyes, gasp, completely frozen in shock at the familiar sight. Host commentary time. Gasp! His heart just skipped 10 beats. The exact girl from his subconscious dream walked right through the front door. A dramatic side-by-side flashback flashes across his mindscape, contrasting the shadowy memory of the brave girl who shielded him from dark magic against the real-life human Asil standing before him now. Stepping forward with total innocence, I'm just a language model and can't help with that. Waving her hand casually toward the high throne, Asil begins shouting a super informal greeting, forcing Duke Arcien to instantly swoop down and clamp his entire hand right over her mouth, panicked, while the princess stares in total disbelief. Twitching nervously under her father's grip, Asil suddenly remembers Arcien's strict warning that human etiquette requires absolute, flawless politeness when addressing royalty. Host commentary time. She almost greeted the imperial princess like a buddy at a food stand. Arcien's soul almost left his body right there. Adjusting her stance with a tiny puff of her cheeks, little human Asil delicately grips the edges of her crimson frilled dress with her fingers, preparing to execute the most elegant, formal curtsy the Empire has ever seen. Executing a picture-perfect curtsy on the plush carpet, little human Asil tilts her head with a beaming smile, sweetly introducing herself to the entire imperial throne room as Asilian. Fanning herself gracefully upon her golden throne, the young imperial princess gazes down with sharp discernment, casually checking if Count Erzsébet stands before her. Narrowing her eyes behind her lace fan, Princess Huma studies the tiny girl intently, noting in her mind that this child is supposed to be the Count's newly adopted daughter. Glancing sideways with glowing purple eyes, Duke Arjun maintains a guarded posture, well aware that the young princess harbors a deep political hatred for the High Temple. Host commentary time. Ah yes, peak political intrigue. Nothing says high-stakes court drama like a 10-year-old princess holding a grudge against religious institutions. Deep within the capital's sacred sanctuary, documents fly as political alliances form between the High Temple and the Crown Prince, who relies heavily on their research to summon divine beasts. Flashing an icy side glare, Arsene internally notes that since his faction works alongside the High Temple, he expected coldness from the princess, yet the sheer frost in her gaze catches even him off guard. Resting her chin on her hand while waving her fan, the princess haughtily remarks that since the child recently arrived from the rural countryside, she clearly lacks proper courtly etiquette. Little Asil blinks her radiant magenta eyes in total wonder as the princess bluntly declares that she possesses zero manners. Host commentary time. Look at Asil's confused face. She's taking "you have no manners" as a grand accomplishment instead of a brutal insult. Clenching her tiny fist with absolute enthusiasm, Asil joyfully agrees that she has no manners at all, cheerfully begging to learn courtly etiquette directly from Princess Huma. Snapping her blue fan closed with a sharp click, the princess stares in speechless shock while Duke Arjun breaks into a nervous cold sweat in the background. Observing the hilarious commotion from the crowd, young Prince Edenver gazes at the brave little girl, wondering why she isn't trembling in fear before royal authority. Reopening her fan with practiced royal elegance, the princess coolly dismisses the child's sweet words, warning her that flattery won't earn her special favors. Host commentary time. Princess Huma is trying so hard to maintain her cold Ice Queen persona, but you can tell she's totally intrigued by this tiny chaos gremlin. Gulping hard panicked, Duke Arjun breaks into a sweat, internally screaming that covering her face with a fan is the ultimate noble signal that all conversation is officially terminated. Defying all rules of court etiquette, little human Asil instantly pulls out her own golden fan and mirrors the princess's exact face-covering pose right back at her. Taken aback by the girl's hilarious, audacious mimicry, the princess lets out a tiny sigh, agreeing to consider teaching her etiquette if she answers one simple question first. Leaning down with a piercing gaze, the princess directly confronts the little girl, pointing out that her wild behavior feels identical to that pesky little dragon lizard. Host commentary time. Red alert. Her cover is almost blown. The princess's detective instincts are way too sharp for a child. Fluster sweat pours down Asil's face as her eyes turn into chaotic spinning spirals at the sudden suspicion. Cupping her cheek thoughtfully, Princess Huma mutters to herself that Assyria is supposed to be human, yet the striking similarities between their personalities are impossible to ignore. Holding a hand over her beating heart, Asil lets out a massive sigh of relief as the immediate danger passes. Resting her chin in her hand, the young princess sinks into deep, silent contemplation regarding the mystery surrounding Count Erzsébet's daughter. Host commentary time. Look at that intense anime thinking pose. You can practically see the gears turning inside her head right now. Shattering the tense silence, Princess Huma grandly declares that she will officially take the young lady as her personal companion. Gasp, sending shockwaves through the audience. Bowing her tiny body respectfully, Asil sweetly expresses her gratitude, leaving the surrounding aristocrats whispering in utter disbelief. Leaning closer with an unblinking gaze, the princess whispers that the more she stares into the girl's eyes, the more intimately familiar she appears. Trembling flat under the intense royal pressure, Asil panics as the princess points out that even their names, Assyria and Asil, sound suspiciously alike. Host commentary time. She literally named her human identity Assyria while her dragon name is Asil. That's like Superman putting on glasses and calling himself Clark. Turning toward the sound of crisp approach footsteps, Princess Huma seeks a second opinion from young Duke Edenver. Staring up at her beloved husband, little Asil's eyes light up with immense hope, while Edenver stoically declares that he has no clue what the princess is driving at. Blinking with comical wide-dot eyes, Asil internally marvels at how incredibly sharp and perceptive the imperial princess truly is. Gulping down her rising anxiety, the transformed dragon child tries her absolute best to stay calm beside the blonde prince. Host commentary time. Look at that dramatic side profile gulp. The tension in this room is thick enough to cut with a broadsword. Gazing sideways with starry, expectant eyes, Asil eagerly waits to see if her husband will finally recognize her secret human form. Flashing a completely flat, deadpan expression, Edenvere brutally crushes her hopes by stating they look nothing alike, landing a massive emotional strike. Lowering her head in complete bewilderment, Asil finds his total failure to recognize her utterly bizarre and heartbreaking. Gazing through the tall arched windows toward the starlit sky, a subtle ache touches the little dragon's heart as the cold reality sinks in. Host commentary time. Poor little Asil. She expected a grand romantic reunion and instead got hit with the ultimate, I don't know this person. Over in the main reception hall, a crowd of aristocrats gushes over Count Arcian, showering him with praise about his doll-like daughter and sending his massive ego soaring. Striking a stylish pose while flicking his coat cape, Arcian smugly brags that his daughter naturally inherited his breathtaking beauty and god-tier intelligence. Tugging frantically on his jacket hem, little Asil pleads to go eat fresh strawberries, but Arcian completely ignores her to continue rambling about his own childhood genius. Huffing in utter frustration, Asil stomps away on her own, only for an unfamiliar noble voice to call out from behind. Host commentary time. Arcian is so consumed by his own dad bragging that he didn't even notice his child walked away. Peak parenting right there. I'm just a language model and can't help with that. Leaning uncomfortably close to the little girl, the pushy Baron invites her to I'm just a language model and can't help with that. Backing away in sheer panic, Asil remembers the warm, friendly faces of her home territory, while these overwhelming city nobles suddenly appear like shadowy, faceless monsters. Clutching her red velvet gown with trembling hands, Asil's heart thumps wildly with terror as she inwardly cries out for someone to save her. Host commentary time. Oh man, visual artistic storytelling at its finest. Showing the scary nobles as twisted, faceless mask perfectly captures a child's sensory overload. Glancing back with tear-rimmed eyes, the terrified dragon child desperately scans the crowded hall for a way out. Suddenly, Prince Edenvere steps between her and the creepy nobles, placing a hand over his chest to declare that the young lady already has a prior engagement with him. Guiding her out onto the quiet, moonlit balcony, Edenvere gently instructs her to take slow, deep breaths until her rapid heartbeat settles back to normal. A radiant floral memory flashes across Asil's mindscape, imagining her brave prince carrying her heroically in his arms like a true fairy tale knight. Host commentary time. Look at that gorgeous shoujo manga romance background. He just unlocked maximum husband points in her book. Looking up at the starry sky, Asil gathers her courage to ask if he truly doesn't recognize her. Gasp! Right as the balcony door clicks open. Stepping onto the terrace, Duke Arcian places a firm, protective hand on his daughter's head, thanking the young prince for looking after her. Prompted by her adoptive father, Asil executes a gentle bow, formally introducing herself as Asiria Erzsebeth, while Edenvere watches in silence. Resting his palm gently against Asil's back, Arcian politely bids farewell and turns to guide his daughter back into the banquet hall. Host commentary time. Wait a minute. Look at the prince's intense, lingering stare as they walk away. Is he actually suspicious or is he just acting distant? Halting his footsteps abruptly, Prince Edenvere turns around with an icy glare, calling out to the Count that he has absolutely no interest in his daughter. Turning around in utter shock, little Asil freezes as Edenvere warns Arcian against using the child for political gain, completely oblivious to how deeply the little dragon girl missed her husband. Still reeling from the prince's crushing declaration, little Asil's pink eyes fill with tears as a heavy lump forms in her throat. She desperately wonders if her beloved husband truly meant those cold words, unable to comprehend why he failed to recognize her human transformation. Choking down her heartbreak, the small dragon child redirects all her sorrow into pure rage-fueled eating, angrily shoving a gigantic forkful of sweet cake directly into her mouth. Host commentary time. Look at those giant anger veins popping over her head. She's literally attempting to swallow her romantic depression whole. Chewing furiously with stuffed cheeks, Asil angrily swears off playing with her ungrateful prince ever again, dramatically vowing that she won't even endure the full 99 nights of her stay. Sitting beside Duke Arcian, the tiny girl chitters frantically while devouring her dessert, mentally declaring that she's officially resigning from being chief of Moonlef and revoking everyone's strawberry privileges. Suddenly, Her aggressive chewing grinds to a sudden halt, and the heavy metal fork slips from her tiny fingers, clattering onto the golden rim of her dessert plate. A dazzling, flower-filled vision of young Prince Edenver flashes through her mindscape, showcasing his handsome, mischievous smile beneath bright sunflowers. Host commentary time. Unbelievable! Even while throwing a massive temper tantrum, her brain immediately reverts back to worshipping his gorgeous face. Glaring sideways with adorable puffed-out cheeks, the little transformed dragon struggles to contain her deep-seated affection, despite her best efforts to stay angry. Drooping her head in total surrender, Asil sullenly mutters that fine. She'll stay for 98 nights instead, promising not to destroy any doors or walls, leaving Duke Argian sweat-dropping in sheer confusion. Sitting sulkily with a single tear rolling down her cheek, a gloomy aura completely envelops the small child, as her thoughts remain utterly consumed by the blonde prince. Unable to maintain her anger, the child's mind keeps racing back to a single burning question. What on earth is her husband doing right now? Host commentary time. The emotional mood swings of a multi-thousand-year-old dragon trapped in a toddler body are honestly poetic. Wandering aimlessly through the vast banquet hall, little Asil looks around nervously among the towering silhouettes of strange aristocrats, feeling a wave of vulnerability wash over her. Suddenly, a sharp commotion catches her attention from across the floor, causing her radiant pink eyes to snap wide open in surprise. Over near the grand archway, an arrogant brown-haired noble boy, Cedric, heir of House Starpit, confronts Prince Edenver, aggressively shouting that he doesn't care about his excuses. Slamming his hand forward with frustration, Cedric angrily accuses the prince of shoving him aside and stealing his chance to step up as a hero earlier. Host commentary time. Look, another insecure minor villain throwing a temper tantrum because someone else got the spotlight. Flashing a completely indifferent glance, Prince Edenver turns his back without uttering a single word, casually walking away from the bratty noble. Glaring with intense malicious fury, Cedric snaps at the prince's retreating back, scoffing, his voice dripping with venom as he prepares to drop a low-blow insult. Crossing his arms with a villainous smirk, Cedric loudly broadcasts a filthy rumor across the hall, claiming that the prince's late mother came from a brothel. Edenver abruptly freezes mid-step. A heavy, suffocating silence falls over the surrounding crowd as aristocratic whispers start spreading like wildfire, leaving the young prince isolated in dark shadows. Host commentary time. Wow, crossing into personal family insults, this arrogant little aristocrat is actively speedrunning his own downfall. Trembling flat with rage, Edenver clenches his fist so hard his knuckles turn bone white, softly warning the bully to shut his mouth as Cedric taunts that even the royal divine beast will abandon him soon. Leaning uncomfortably close to the prince's ear, Cedric sneers tauntingly, asking if the young master is terrified of losing his precious creature. Dark, thorny vines loom visually in the background as Edenver issues a final ice-cold warning, while Cedric arrogantly asserts that any sensible divine beast would immediately abandon a master with filthy blood. A heavy shadow covers Edenver's face as the malicious words strike deep into his hidden insecurity, making him genuinely fear that his adorable little dragon might truly leave his side forever. Host commentary time. Look at his heartbreaking face. He actually believes he doesn't deserve her loyalty. Shattering the gloomy atmosphere with explosive force, a piercing voice roars across the hall as little Asil interjects with pure, unadulterated anger. Standing tall in the center of the grand banquet hall, the transformed child screams at the top of her lungs that the divine beast never left. Prince Edenver's eyes widen in absolute astonishment as he turns his head to gaze at the tiny girl standing up for him against the arrogant crowd. Puffing out her tiny chest with hands placed firmly on her hips, Asil proudly announces to the entire nobility that the creature isn't a lizard at all. Host commentary time. She is defending her dragon pride and her husband's honor all in one single breath. Legendary behavior. An irk mark pops on Cedric's forehead as he sneers in utter disgust, internally dismissing her as a foolish, low-ranking count's daughter who doesn't know her place. Striding toward the tiny girl with heavy, intimidating steps, the brown-haired bully patronizingly remarks that her rural upbringing clearly left her clueless about noble society. Reaching out his hand, Cedric condescendingly pokes Asil right on the forehead, warning her that ignorance isn't innocence and telling the impudent child to stay out of adult affairs. Host commentary time. He did not just touch the Dragon Lord's head. Bro just signed his own death warrant. A sudden memory flashes in Asil's mindscape, recalling the wise old owl wearing a floral apron, patiently teaching her the golden rule. When someone disrespects you, payback must be swift and absolute. Pulling her tiny arm back with radiant divine power charging in her fist, Asil winds up for a strike that defies all laws of physics. Boom! Backed by the towering fiery spirit of the ancient owl, Asil drives a devastating bone-shattering strike straight into Cedric's nose, sending him flying backward. Host commentary time. That headbutt was magnificent. You can practically hear his nostrils collapsing in high definition. Cedric crashes heavily onto his knees on the marble floor, while little Asil stands victorious with a terrifyingly cute, stern expression, declaring that nobody messes with Assyria. Bawling his eyes out like a pathetic toddler, crying, blood streams down Cedric's face as he desperately screams out for his mommy. Rushing to the scene in sheer horror, Cedric's mother, a noble woman in green, hugs her bleeding boy, who points an accusing finger straight at the fierce little girl. Host commentary time. Look at him hiding behind his mother's dress after acting like a total tough guy 2 seconds ago. Pure comedy gold. Crossing her tiny arms with an unbothered smirk, Asil turns her head away with a smug humph, completely unfazed by their pathetic whining. Boiling over with explosive rage, the noblewoman snaps open her fan and glares at the child, preparing to unleash a torrent of verbal abuse. Swiftly stepping in front of little Asil, Prince Edenvir extends his arm to shield her from the mother's wrath. With an authoritative, piercing gaze, the young prince coolly interjects, stating that if they're going to debate right and wrong, they should start from the very beginning. Edenvir directly confronts the woman, asking if they should address her son insulting his royal mother first, causing the mother to break into a frantic cold sweat as she stammers that it was merely a slip of the tongue. Host commentary time. Mocking tone. Oh, now it's just a slip of the tongue? Notice how fast bullies change their tune when royal consequences show up. A pair of elegant royal shoes steps gracefully onto the marble floor, accompanied by a cold, amused hum. Opening her deep blue lace fan, Princess Huma arrives on the scene with overwhelming majesty, coolly inquiring about the source of the vulgar commotion at her private banquet. Kneeling pathetically on the floor while holding his bleeding nose, Cedric looks up in absolute terror as the princess fixes him with a frozen, deadpan stare. Attempting a forced, desperate laugh, Cedric tries to play the victim, begging the princess to severely punish Lady Elizabeth for assaulting him. Host commentary time. The sheer audacity to ask the Ice Princess for help after ruining her party? This kid has zero survival instinct. Peering over the top of her blue lace fan with unblinking eyes, Princess Huma observes the whining bully with utter contempt. Sweeping her glance across the kneeling mother and son, contemptuous puff, the imperial princess coldly asks what on earth they expect her to do about their self-inflicted embarrassment. Lowering her fan slightly with a frostbitten glare, Princess Huma dryly asks if they would prefer she throw them into the imperial dungeon instead for defaming the royal family. Sweat pours down Cedric's pale face as the terrifying reality sinks in, realizing that provoking the princess has ruined his family's reputation beyond repair. Host commentary time. Talk about backfiring completely. He wanted to humiliate the prince, but ended up begging for mercy from the Empire's scariest royal. In the shadows of the banquet hall, mysterious whispers resurface regarding Princess Huma's distinctive blue hair, recalling dark rumors about secret imperial scandals and illegitimate bloodlines. Turning to her royal guards with absolute authority, Princess Huma coldly commands her imperial knights to step forward and take charge of the situation. Princess Huma snaps her dark blue lace fan closed with an ice-cold click, her piercing gaze sweeping across the trembling nobles as she notes that they've completely ruined the royal banquet. Trembling in sheer terror as cold sweat drips down his face, young Cedric stammers out a feeble plea, but Princess Huma cuts him off with an ice-cold glare, threatening to tear out his tongue if he dares speak another word. Sweeping her fan forward with absolute imperial authority, Princess Huma coldly banishes the young boy and his mother from entering the imperial palace for 2 whole months, warning them that if they dare disobey, she'll personally sever the legs that committed the crime. Cedric and his frantic mother bow their heads in utter humiliation and flee the hall at full speed, while Princess Huma watches their pathetic retreat with cold indifference. Host commentary time. Wow, talk about a total reality check. That bully went from acting like a big shot to getting thrown out of the palace in record time. Turning her attention toward the center of the hall, Princess Huma gazes down at little Aseel, addressing the tiny girl in a calm yet imposing tone. Hiding the lower half of her face behind her intricate blue fan, Princess Huma fixes Aseel with an unblinking gaze, curious, directly asking the child if she understands what she did wrong. Standing nearby, Prince Edenver turns his head, his purple eyes widening slightly with nervous tension as he fears the princess might punish his tiny protector. Completely unfazed by the intimidating royal, little Aseel flashes a radiant smile and proudly holds up a cute peace sign with her fingers, happily bragging that she gave the arrogant bully a massive nosebleed. Host commentary time? Look at her double peace sign. She's genuinely flexing a full force assault like it's a gold medal accomplishment. An amused smirk appears behind Princess Huma's fan as she chuckles softly, giggles, admitting she actually respects how readily the little girl owns up to her violent beatdown. Relieved that the terrifying princess isn't immediately executing anyone, Prince Edenver exhales a long, heavy breath, steadying his racing heart. Stepping forward with dignified poise, the young prince addresses Princess Huma directly, serious, stepping between her and the little girl. Placing his hand over his chest in a respectful, noble salute, Edenver firmly takes full responsibility, pleading that if anyone should be held accountable for the disturbance, it should be him. Host commentary time? Look at our young prince stepping up like a true hero. He's ready to take the heat just to keep his little dragon safe. Behind her blue fan, Princess Huma's dark eyes narrow slightly in surprise, intrigued to see the distant, guarded prince actively throwing himself in harm's way for a little girl. Quickly regaining her icy composure, Princess Huma turns away slightly, deciding to hide her inner surprise while announcing out loud that she will handle the young lady herself. Calling out to the child once more, Princess Huma watches as Aseel instantly snaps to attention, raising her tiny arm high with a comical, ultra-determined expression. Lowering her fan slightly, Princess Huma dryly praises Aseel for punching the bully's nose, but firmly reminds her that causing a chaotic commotion in the banquet hall was still improper. Aseel nods in polite agreement. Flashing a mysterious smirk behind her fan, Princess Huma cordially invites Aseel to visit the third princess's palace anytime, promising to personally teach her who is worthy of her attention. Seeing Aseel's eyes light up with starry excitement, Edenver breaks into a sweat, wondering what dangerous schemes his royal relative is plotting. Host commentary time. Wait a minute, is Princess Huma trying to recruit our little dragon lord into her own political faction? This alliance is going to be wild. As night falls over the grand imperial capital, Aseel's cheerful, echoing voice rings out across the starry sky above the illuminated mansion, shouting a joyful, "Thank you!" Quietly strolling through the moonlit palace colonnade surrounded by dark rose gardens, Prince Edenver walks with slow, thoughtful steps. Splitting the peaceful silence, little Aseel comes dashing down the corridor, waving her tiny hand frantically, calling out to the prince and asking how she can ever repay his generous favor. Stopping in his tracks, Edenver rests his hand thoughtfully on his chin, pondering her words while remembering how fiercely she stood up for his honor back in the hall. Turning his gaze back toward her, Edenver dismisses the idea with a cool expression, pointing out that he owes her just as much so they can consider all debts completely settled. Hearing this, Aseel's face instantly pales in dramatic disappointment. Host commentary time? Look at her soul leaving her body. She was fully prepared to offer a 1,000-year dragon debt, and he just brushed it off like a casual favor. As the blonde prince turns to walk away, his mind lingers on the bully's cool insult about his divine beast abandoning him. Gasp! Meanwhile, Aseel stares at his retreating back, her heart aching for her upset husband, as a brilliant lightbulb idea suddenly flashes over her dragon brain. Snapping back to action, Aseel reaches out her tiny hand and firmly grabs the hem of his regal cape, pulling him to a halt as she calls out. Looking up at him with wide, earnest pink eyes, Aseel sweetly urges him like, "Go home and eat heaps of delicious food," holding onto his cloak with both hands. In her mindscape, cute chibi dragon Aseel visualizes sitting happily on a lace pillow, greedily munching on 2 giant, juicy red strawberries. Smiling brightly at the stunned prince, Aseel gently reassures him that eating delicious treats always makes the emotional hurt disappear. Reaching forward with her little hand, Asil hooks her pinky finger with his in a tight promise, softly telling him to link his front paw to make it official. Edenvere stares blankly at their interlocked fingers, completely bewildered as he tilts his head and repeats her odd choice of words, curious, asking if she really just called his hand a front paw. Host commentary time. She completely forgot she's currently in a human body. Calling a royal prince's hand a front paw is top-tier dragon subconscious slip-up. Before he can question her further, Asil turns on her heel and scampers down the corridor at top speed, waving goodbye as she announces she's headed to the Duke's estate to feast on delicious food. Envir reaches out his hand in shock, totally left in the dust. Watching her tiny silhouette vanish down the endless moonlit hallway, the young prince stands frozen in place. Left alone in the quiet corridor, Edenvere clutches the fabric of his cape where her tiny hand had just held it, his pale cheeks flustered with a faint pink blush. Later that night, at the Duke's grand estate, a loud, sleepy screech echoes out from the upper chamber balconies under the starry night sky. Snug inside the lavish bedroom, tiny dragon Asil opens her mouth wide and lets out an ultra-cute, adorable yawn, rubbing her sleepy eyes with her tiny paws. Exhausted from her busy day of shape-shifting and headbutting nobles, the little dragon flops flat on her belly against the soft mattress, completely out of energy. Quietly pushing the heavy bedroom door open, Prince Edenvere peeks inside, holding a woven basket overflowing with fresh, ripe strawberries, softly checking if Asil is awake. Sitting down at the edge of the bed, Edenvere sets the strawberry basket down as Dragon Asil rolls onto her back, tired, sleepily mumbling that she's not asleep quite yet. Apologizing for his late arrival, Edenvere explains that royal duties delayed him, gently inquiring if she feels better after sleeping all day. The little dragon purrs softly, assuring him that she isn't sick at all. Host commentary time. Crying, look at him carrying a whole basket of hand-picked strawberries late at night just to comfort his little dragon. He's genuinely the sweetest prince. Glancing down at the tiny creature with the subtle glimmer of curiosity in his eyes, Edenvere asks if she's interested in hearing how the royal banquet unfolded earlier today. Reaching into the basket, Edenvere picks up a plump strawberry and offers it to the eager little dragon, promising to spill all the details while they enjoy their sweet snack. Smiling fondly as he watches her take the berry, whispers, Edenvere shares that a certain remarkable young lady taught him a special rule today. Whenever you're feeling down, eating something delicious is the best remedy. Little dragon Asil gasps in surprise, her eyes widening as she munches on the sweet fruit, instantly recognizing her own advice being quoted back to her. Host commentary time. The dramatic irony here is pure comedy gold. He has no idea the legendary young lady who gave him that advice is literally sitting right in front of him eating his strawberries. Leaning back comfortably, Edenvere thoughtfully ponders out loud, suggesting that perhaps he should invite that young lady over so they can all share a meal together sometime soon. Puffing out her tiny dragon chest with pride, Asil enthusiastically agrees, reassuring her husband that the girl is definitely super nice and that getting closer to her is a fantastic idea. Suddenly, Edenvere's expression shifts into a subtle, melancholic pout, his purple eyes glancing sideways with an unmistakable trace of secret jealousy. Resting his chin on his arms atop the bed sheets, the young prince falls into a quiet, moody silence. Gazing directly at the tiny dragon sitting before him, Edenvere hesitates for a moment, as if wrestling with his inner feelings. Blushing slightly with an adorable pout, Edenvere quietly confesses that the thought of Asil getting too close or friendly with another boy actually makes him feel strange and jealous inside. Host commentary time. Hold on. Is our young prince unironically jealous of his little dragon hanging out with herself in human form? This love triangle with one single person is out of control. Dragon Asil completely freezes in utter shock, stuttering frantically as her mind spirals into total chaos, trying to figure out how to process her husband's hilarious jealousy. Looking at her pouting, flustered prince, Dragon Asil screams internally with passionate frustration, desperate to scream out to the world that the girl he's jealous of was her all along. Sitting up on the plush silk mattress, little Dragon Asil twitches her tiny tail as she sleepily agrees to make an exception for the young human lady, reasoning that since the girl was so polite, she'll allow her husband to meet her. Edenvere sits quietly on the floor beside the bed, nodding softly as he accepts her adorable permission. Suddenly, a sharp realization strikes the little dragon like a lightning bolt. Her pink eyes widen into huge circles as her jaw drops in sheer horror. Panicking internally, Asil visualizes her body's strict magical system in her mindscape. She can only exist in either full human mode or full dragon mode at one time. If she refuses to let the prince invite her human form over, he'll definitely start suspecting something weird is going on. Looking around the grand, empty bedroom, Asil screams internally at the top of her lungs, utterly terrified of how on earth she's going to be in two places at once. Host commentary time. Her dragon brain is currently running on one battery, trying to solve a quantum physics paradox. In the middle of her frantic brainstorming, Asil remembers how another noble once strutted around the capital, proudly showing off his own divine beast, which was literally just a sleek, slimy black lizard sitting inside a velvet basket. A mischievous spark lights up in her eyes as she chuckles greedily. Whispering to Edenvir, she realizes that if she can just learn a clever illusion trick, she can easily attend the feast in both forms and stuff her face with double the food. Unaware of her chaotic greed, Prince Edenvir smiles gently as he resolves to send an official imperial invitation to Count Erzsébet's household immediately. Standing up from the bedside, the blonde prince steps toward the grand white double doors, softly telling Asil that he'll take his leave so she can finally get some well-deserved rest. Asil nods adorably, wishing him sweet dreams. Just as his hand touches the polished golden handle, Edenvir suddenly pauses, halting in his tracks as he calls out her name in a quiet, hesitant whisper. Turning back slightly with a glowing aura of delicate flowers surrounding him, Edenvir rests his hand over his beating chest, softly promising that no matter what form or shape she takes, he will always accept her entirely. Gazing down at that tiny creature with a faint pink blush coloring his cheeks, the young prince delivers a sweet, breathless confession, flustered, embarrassed, softly declaring that he will truly like her forever. Little Asil's heart thumps uncontrollably inside her tiny chest. Flashing a warm, breathtaking smile that could melt glaciers, Edenvir bids her a final gentle goodnight before stepping outside into the hallway. As the massive double doors close with a soft click, the little dragon stands frozen in the middle of the empty room, staring blankly at the entryway. Underneath the vast starry night sky illuminating the grand estate, Asil remains completely dazed, her dragon mind totally melted by her husband's unexpected romantic confession. Staring up at the moonlit trees whispering in the evening breeze, she mumbles out loud, curious, wondering if her prince really just confessed his feelings to a tiny dragon. Host commentary time. Look at her completely losing her cool. Our ferocious dragon lord just got defeated by a single wholesome smile. The next morning at the Grand Imperial Temple, the golden sunlight reflects off the marble pillars, contrasting sharply with a blue-haired priest who is gritting his teeth in pure, unadulterated fury. Stomping down the stone corridor in his flowing white robes, the enraged priest curses under his breath, furiously blaming the Duke of Munlef for all his career failures. Shaking with uncontrollable rage, he fumes over how the entire court is gossiping about stripping him of his holy title. Desperate to save his skin, he remembers the fierce political rivalry between Lord Arsian and the Duke, scheming to leak private intel to bring his enemies down. Visualizing a massive golden gavel smashing a ducal coat of arms into 1,000,000 shattered pieces, the priest maliciously vows to drag Duke Munlef straight to a public sacred trial. Shortly after, inside a luxurious private reception chamber, Lord Arsian sits comfortably on a plush blue velvet sofa, resting his chin on his crossed hands as he dismisses the priest's grand plan with an ice-cold, deadpan response. Host commentary time. He shut down that priest's entire villain monologue in 3 seconds flat. Talk about an absolute boss move. Flabbergasted by the Duke's dismissive reaction, the blue-haired priest gasps in disbelief, stuttering as his confident posture completely collapses. Looking down at the steaming tea table between them, Arsian plainly clarifies that bringing a high-ranking Duke to trial is utterly impossible when they don't hold a single shred of actual legal leverage against him. Refusing to accept defeat, the desperate priest springs up from his seat, grabbing Arsian's arm as he frantically begs for any secret weakness they could possibly exploit. Leaning back serenely, Arsian drops a bombshell, revealing that his investigators have recently tracked down a young girl rumored to be the real prophesied saintess of the realm. Pointing out the grand castle layout of the ducal estate, Arsian notes that Duke Munlef had been secretly harboring the girl under his own roof, clearly hiding her divine existence to protect her from the corrupted temple hierarchy. In his mindscape, Arsian glances sideways sideways at a chibi illustration of a seal sweating nervously beside a screaming priest, silently resolving to resolve this annoying temple drama himself before his beloved daughter gets exhausted from dealing with it. Playing the role of a protective father to absolute perfection, Arcian smoothly lies through his teeth, explaining that Duke Munlif originally rescued the young girl back when she was just a helpless apprentice priestess. Reaching across the polished wooden table, Arcian slides an official leather-bound folder filled with historical temple documents over to the eager priest. As the priest flips through the records, his face pales in utter horror at the gruesome evidence of severe child abuse. When he frantically asks where the abusive head priest Theodore is now, Arcian coldly reveals that Duke Starapit personally buried the monster alive. Host commentary time. Duke Starapit does not mess around. Buried him directly in the dirt. That is top-tier fantasy justice. Resting his boots on the carpet, Arjun points out that after enduring such horrific abuse, the Duke naturally refused to hand the girl back to a local temple. The priest quickly clears his throat, arguing that the Grand Temple is entirely different. Folding his hands together in a fake pious prayer posture, the blue-haired priest beams with a saintly expression while internally screaming in triumph that he has finally found his golden ticket to ultimate political power. Visualizing himself surrounded by glorious blooming golden flowers, the corrupt priest smirks as he envisions returning to the Grand Temple in absolute triumph alongside the living saintess, securing his permanent promotion. In his ridiculous daydreams, he pictures human Asil dressed in grand angelic robes, waving cheerfully to a crowd of adoring young acolytes who cheer for him with starry eyes. Meanwhile, back outside the Grand Ducal Mansion under a bright blue sky, human Asil stands on the cobblestone terrace, clenching her tiny fists in absolute victory as she prepares to say her final farewells. Weeping high into the air with tears of pure ecstatic joy streaming down her face, Asil celebrates her official freedom from working as an underpaid magical healer. She humorously recalls her nightmare gig attending to dramatic nobles who would randomly cough up dramatic fountains of blood and drop dead on the carpet at any given moment. Hugging a heavy cloth sack stuffed with clinking gold coins against her rosy cheek, Asil giggles with pure delight, satisfied that at least her hazardous medical service paid top dollar. Remembering how Prince Edenver politely thanked her for her hard work and wished her a safe journey home, Asil feels completely unburdened. Cupping her blushing cheeks with both hands, the pink-haired girl squeals in utter bliss, overjoyed that her grueling shift is finally over and her pockets are overflowing with gold. She chuckles to herself, remembering how the young prince kept letting out heavy, melancholic sighs, assuming he was stressing out over Count Erzsébeth's upcoming aristocratic visit. Sprinting toward the grand open archway leading out into the sparkling blue sky, Asil dramatically bids farewell to the stupid empire, ready to kick back and live a peaceful, wealthy life. Host commentary time. Look at her celebrating early. In Manhwa Universe, running toward the exit with open arms is a 100% guaranteed death flag for instant chaos. Sure enough, the exact instant she opens the grand exit doors, she runs straight into a massive wall of high priests clad in ornate gold robes, led by the High Pope himself, standing right beside a smugly smirking Duke Arcian. As the Pope loudly hails her as the Holy Saintess candidate, Asil's entire brain short-circuits. Her jaw drops flat to the floor in absolute soul-crushing horror. Glaring sideways with twitching eyes, Asil zeroes in on her manipulative father, Arcian, who was standing in the background with the snickering smirk of a man who plotted this exact trap from day one. Stepping forward with a fake humble posture, the elderly Pope introduces himself, declaring with saintly grandeur that the holiest temple has personally arrived to escort the saintess to her sacred throne. Trapped on the cobblestone courtyard between the high clergy and her calculating father, Asil stands frozen in her traveling clothes, completely surrounded. Tilting her head in utter confusion, Asil stares at the Pope with a blank expression, feeling as bewildered as a savage forest goblin trying to comprehend the concept of human friendship. Glowing with a divine golden aura, the Pope preaches passionately about how the Saintess is the sole chosen mortal capable of directly communing with the heavens above. Signaling to a young acolyte, the Pope presents an ornate golden chalice filled to the brim with sacred holy water, requesting that the young lady submerge her hand inside to verify her divine authority. As the Pope explains that the holy water will glow with vibrant rainbow colors if she is the true Saintess, Asil breaks into a cold, nervous sweat, flustered, embarrassed, frantically laughing off the test by claiming she suffers from a severe germophobia obsession. Glaring back at the overeager clergy with fiery pink hair and intense yellow eyes, Aseel inwardly panics, desperately searching for any crazy excuse to avoid dunking her hand into that suspicious cup. Zeroing in on the glowing goblet with laser focus, she dramatically points her finger directly at the liquid, shouting out loud that a disgusting housefly just landed right inside the sacred vessel. Before the baffled priest can even inspect the cup, Aseel lunges forward like a wild animal, violently smacking the golden vessel right out of his hands, while screaming in fake righteous fury about a fly contaminating holy water. The ornate chalice clatters across the hard stone courtyard, spilling every single drop of the sacred liquid uselessly onto the dusty dirt floor. Sweating profusely, the pink-haired girl lets out a nervous chuckle, wiping her brow while secretly plotting that since the Pope has to draw holy water himself, his absence will buy her the perfect window to bolt. Host commentary time. Look at her criminal mastermind face. She really thought smashing the holy goblet was going to grant her a get-out-of-jail-free card. Her grand escape plan instantly disintegrates into dust when the Pope beams with a saintly grin, signaling his acolyte to present a whole backup inventory of pre-filled holy chalices. Azeel's jaw drops flat in total disbelief. Dropping to one knee with boundless reverence, the elderly Pope gently begs her to submerge her fingers, leaving Aseel holding her head in absolute agony as she internally cries out to her Confucian ancestors to save her from this madness. Resorting to the oldest, cheapest trick in the book, Aseel suddenly points behind the clergy, yelling out that a distraction appeared, before sprinting away at top speed like a frantic forest goblin. Shouting a cheery goodbye, she dashes toward freedom, only to slam face first into an invisible magical barrier with a violent thud, her eyes popping out in total surprise. Host commentary time. Running face first into a high-tier protective barrier at maximum sprint speed is peak physical comedy. Standing smugly in the background with a glowing pink spell seal hovering over his palm, Lord Arcian cold-bloodedly cuts off her escape route as the surrounding acolytes rush in to apprehend their fugitive saintess. Watching the chaos unfold with a completely expressionless face, Lord Arcian finds the entire circus deeply troublesome, casually holding back his magic while the priests panic and beg him not to accidentally harm their precious holy candidate. The second her skin makes contact, the pristine holy liquid erupts into a blinding spectacle of radiant, shimmering rainbow light, illuminating the entire imperial courtyard. Staring down at the dazzling rainbow illumination with wide, teary eyes, the surrounding high priest let out a collective gasp of utter reverence, their minds completely blown by the indisputable divine miracle. Having fainted dead away from absolute exhaustion, Aseel lies motionless on the dirt, while the enthusiastic acolytes forcefully slip off her sock and submerge her bare foot directly into the cup, weeping tears of ecstasy as they hail her official awakening. Host commentary time. Wait, did they seriously forcibly remove her filthy roadside sock just to dip her foot in holy water while she was unconscious? That is absurdly unhinged. A solitary tear trickles down her pale cheek as her consciousness fades, realizing with absolute horror that her peaceful, rich retirement dream has officially turned into an inescapable holy nightmare. Historic imperial chronicles would forever record the glorious event, how the Grand Temple stripped Selena's dusty socks right on the public road to verify her divine authority through a holy foot immersion. Floating high above the clouds, Aseel's shattered soul whimpers in complete defeat, throwing her hands up in the air and declaring that she is officially done with this crazy world. Across the vast reaches of the Empire, joyful citizens gather in the streets, cheering at the top of their lungs as news headlines spread like wildfire that the prophesied saintess has finally arrived to protect the realm. Deep inside elite aristocratic tea rooms, upper-class noblewomen lean in close to gossip, giggling over the scandalous rumor that the majestic saintess possesses an eccentric personal hobby of dunking her bare toes into cups of water. Host commentary time? Her reputation is completely ruined. Imagine saving the realm only for history to remember you as the barefoot toe dipper. Official temple texts dictate that the genuine saintess holds the unique authority to govern all four primal divine beasts, awakening their dormant cosmic power to maintain balance across the continent. Standard imperial protocol demanded that immediately following her official appointment, the Saintess was obligated to embark on a grand pilgrimage, visiting each ducal estate to bestow divine blessings upon their sacred beasts. Naturally, among the high nobility ruling the land, certain ambitious leaders grew dangerously obsessed over the specific sequence of who would receive her holy blessing first. Raising a delicate porcelain teacup to his lips, a cunning noble takes a slow, calculating sip, his mind plotting his next political maneuver. Lounging inside his palatial estate, he stares out the massive bay windows, muttering under his breath that the Saintess should be arriving at his doorstep any second now. Duke Skaya smirks with absolute self-assurance, boasting to himself about how much agonizing effort and backroom wheeling and dealing he expended just to guarantee his estate top priority. Host commentary time. Look at this smug guy sipping tea like he owns the universe. Whenever a noble acts this arrogant, you just know a colossal failure is incoming. He proudly recalls sliding an astronomical fortune in gold bullion and precious gem-encrusted jewelry directly into the greedy hands of the high priest handling his house's divine beast. While the Duke gloats over his brilliant political bribe, his stern wife sits across the velvet sofa with her arms tightly folded, staring at him with pure skepticism and irritation. Looking down at the steaming tea spread between them, the Duchess bluntly questions whether he is truly certain the Saintess won't visit another ducal house before setting foot in their estate. Resting her cheek against her palm with a weary sigh, the Duchess bitter-mindedly remarks that this blessing had better finally cleanse those filthy, unwanted abominations infesting their household once and for all. Unfazed by her harsh words, the Duke sternly reminds her that the holy blessing is meant exclusively for their divine beast, scolding her for constantly bringing up old family grudges he already apologized for. Years ago, a massive scandal shook the Skaya household when outsiders were brought into the family fold, culminating in their sacred divine beast unexpectedly rejecting the bloodline heirs to choose an outsider child as its master. Host commentary time. Gasp. Oh wow, the classic aristocratic illegitimate child drama. No wonder the Duchess looks like she wants to burn the house down. Even worse, the chosen master was one of twin children whose mysterious elemental affinity bounded their very souls directly to the divine entity's core. Sweating under his collar, the Duke lets out a tense cough, internally fretting over the delicate situation surrounding his estate's spiritual power. Losing his temper, the Duke fumes that if they lose their primary blessing spot, he will personally throw both twins out into the freezing snow, only for the Duchess to remind him that banishing the kids will cause the divine beast to abandon their house forever. With a chilling, bloodthirsty glare, the Duchess cold-heartedly suggests simply executing the child instead, reasoning that killing the boy will force the divine beast to return to them. Just as sharp knocking echoes against the door. Startled by the sudden interruption, the Duke snaps his head toward the entrance, demanding to know what business demands his attention during their private discussion. A breathless messenger bursts into the chamber, delivering catastrophic news that the Saintess has officially bypassed their house to bless a rival estate first. The Duke and Duchess jump back in absolute horror. Springing up from her seat in an explosive fit of rage, the Duchess flails her arms and screams hysterically, blaming the curse of the twins and demanding the immediate slaughter of both children. Host commentary time. She went from aristocratic lady to unhinged demon in 0.2 seconds flat. Talk about a total villain crash out. Cowering in terror from her horrific outburst, the trembling servant backs out of the room at light speed, frantically excusing himself before he gets caught in the crossfire. As the Duchess rants about retrieving the divine beast at all costs, the grand double doors creak open, revealing a young dirt-smudged boy named Bryden standing quietly at the threshold with a calm, eerie smile. Walking inside with steady, quiet footsteps, the boy presents a heavy wooden box covered in fresh soil, softly asking his father if he would like to inspect something he dug up from the garden. Introduced as Bryden Skaya, master of the Skaya divine beast, the boy looks up with dark crimson eyes, calmly declaring that the contents of this box possess enough destructive evidence to bury the entire Munlef ducal house beneath their feet. Intrigued by his son's mysterious discovery, Duke Skaya steps forward and extends his hand, demanding to see what secret artifact the boy managed to unearth. While the Duchess recoils in disgust the dirt-caked child, the Duke defends his son, explaining that individuals deeply linked to divine beasts frequently inherit the odd behavioral habits of their spiritual companions. Host commentary time. Wait, so what kind of divine beast has a habit of digging around in the dirt like a mole? Right on cue, a tiny, adorable green turtle crawls slowly through the garden soil, revealing that the Grand Skaya divine beast is literally a tiny land turtle that loves burrowing underground. Unlatching the wooden chest with a soft click, Duke Skya praises the boy for bringing back such a potentially game-changing weapon against their political enemies. Glowing with newfound ambition, the Duke envisions utilizing this mysterious secret item to thoroughly destroy Duke Munlef and assert absolute dominance over the imperial court. Unaware of all the malicious political schemes brewing across the entire empire, gasp, little baby dragon Asil sleeps peacefully on a plush velvet cushion, curled up next to a tiny white rabbit under gentle cherry blossoms. Meanwhile, back at the gleaming white Grand Cathedral, sunlight bathes the massive marble pillars under a crisp, clear morning sky. Standing inside the sacred sanctuary with a serene, heavenly aura surrounding him, the Pope folds his hands in prayer, expressing heartfelt gratitude to Duke Munlef for safeguarding the Sanctus so impeccably, allowing him to face his holy ancestors without a single trace of shame. Back inside the Grand Temple's opulent banquet hall, the Pope sits across a ridiculously long dining table from young Duke Munlef, solemnly promising that the holy sanctuary will forever remain a pillar of strength for his ducal house. Of course, Munlef can't help but inwardly scoff at the hypocritical priest, remembering how the temple completely ignored his family right up until they needed something. Maintaining his spotless aristocratic composure, the young Duke politely raises his glass, thanking the religious leader for his gracious words with a perfectly practiced smile. Meanwhile, sitting right beside him, little baby dragon Asil isn't paying an ounce of attention to high society politics, staring down at the massive feast of prime steaks and decadent desserts with wide, hungry eyes. Grasping a juicy red strawberry between her tiny black claws, Asil nibbles on the sweet fruit as adorable pink hearts flutter all around her head, blissfully thinking that as long as her handsome young husband is happy, she's completely content too. Host commentary time. Look at her living her absolute best life. Forget complex geopolitical negotiations. Give this dragon a bowl of fresh fruit and she will happily sign away the realm. Turning back toward the Pope, Duke Munlef gives full credit where it's due, explaining that they only managed to track down the legendary Saintess because of Asil's incredible instincts. Hearing her name mentioned mid-bite, the tiny dragon pauses her munching and tilts her head with a confused little vocal chirp. With soft flower petals floating gracefully across the background, the young Duke beams with genuine affection, reiterating how deeply grateful they are for Asil bringing the Holy Maiden into their lives. Overjoyed by the praise, Asil raises both tiny claws into the air while clutching her strawberry, letting out a victorious squeal. Nodding his head with profound spiritual enlightenment, the Pope strokes his chin, remarking that everything finally makes sense. No wonder the Saintess treats this little creature like royalty. Sitting nearby, Asil enthusiastically nods her tiny head in complete agreement with the elderly priest. Host commentary time. I love how Asil takes full credit for everything like a little boss. She has no idea what's happening, but she's 100% here for the validation. A sharp, calculating gleam enters the Pope's eyes as he reflects on the rumors surrounding the Black Dragon, recalling how this seemingly harmless creature single-handedly ended the brutal Munlef civil war and crushed the terrifying demon Fia, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that she is a legendary cosmic force. Spreading his palm open, his shimmering golden holy magic radiates through the air. The religious leader declares that anyone who aids the Holy Saintess is automatically considered an honored benefactor of the entire Grand Temple itself. Reaching across the dessert-laden table with a warm, benevolent gesture, the Pope offers total sanctuary backing, inviting the little dragon to call upon the Church's vast power whenever she desires. Asil's big pink eyes sparkle with pure astonishment as she gasps in awe at the endless potential favors. Host commentary time. Giving an unhinged, food-obsessed dragon unlimited holy authority? What could possibly go wrong? With a firm, solemn grasp, the tiny dragon paw clasps the religious leader's hand. Ancient imperial lore dictates that receiving a direct handshake from the Pope serves as the ultimate official recognition of a genuine, high-ranking divine beast across the realm. In her glowing imagination, Asil visualizes herself sitting high upon a glorious golden throne with velvet cushions, sporting a shiny holy medal attached to her white neck scarf while striking a dignified, heroic pose like a true emperor. Snapping back to reality, Asil happily pumps the Pope's hand up and down with an adorable grin as bright yellow blossoms bloom in the background, officially sealing their holy alliance. Standing tall as Asil casually balances right on top of his golden hair like a cute living hat, Duke Munlef prepares to take his leave, while the Pope bows gracefully and bids them a harmonious farewell until their paths cross again. The heavy, carved wooden doors of the inner sanctuary click firmly shut behind them, isolating the sacred hall from the long marble corridors outside. Stepping into the outer hallway, they're immediately confronted by two stern-looking high priests representing rival ducal territories, the arrogant religious representatives of House Starapit and House Skaya. The two arrogant priests offer a fake, condescending congratulations, snidely muttering under their breath that getting a blessing doesn't magically create nobility legitimacy out of thin air. But before their petty insult can settle, a booming voice echoes down the hallway, clearing its throat to demand who dares question Munlef's honor. Host commentary time? Oh boy, here comes the ultimate verbal smackdown. Petty side villains never learn when to shut up. Striding forward with absolute confidence, the blue-haired high priest of Munlef calmly dismantles their pompous rhetoric, coolly declaring that true legitimacy isn't granted by title, but earned by holding ground over centuries. The rival Starapit priest grits his teeth in pure annoyance as his petty slander gets utterly neutralized. With a suave bow, the Munlef priest offers to escort the young duke back to his carriage in grand style, causing Munlef to sweat drop slightly flustered at his over-the-top zeal, while the rival priests boil with silent rage in the background. Perched atop the duke's head, little Azil turns around and pulls the ultimate disrespect, smushing her cheeks and sticking her tiny pink tongue out right at the furious rival priests. Completely losing their aristocratic cool, the humiliated high priests let out a collective rage-filled scream that echoes straight up into the open sky, labeling the mischievous little dragon a total monster. Flipping completely upside down on top of Munlef's hair, Azil wiggles her little tail and keeps teasing them with adorable raspberries as they casually stroll out into the bright sunshine of the temple courtyard. The story transitions to a breathtaking aerial view of the magnificent Munlef ducal estate, showing off its towering white stone castle, lush manicured gardens, and sparkling courtyard fountains bathed in warm afternoon sunlight. Inside the grand manor, Azil and her little white rabbit companions stand proudly with hilariously exaggerated Pinocchio noses, gloating over how their social status has skyrocketed since Selena became the official saintess. Meanwhile, poor pink-haired Selena stands in the corner sweat-dropping at their massive ego inflation. Host commentary time. Look at those smug little faces. Give a pet dragon elevated status for 5 minutes and she turns into a full-blown aristocrat. As Azil and her bunny strut down the plush red-carpeted hallway with maximum swagger, a line of household maids bows deeply in perfect unison, respectfully greeting her as Lord Azil, which the tiny dragon accepts with a proud chest puff. Peeking her head around the corner of the office doorframe, Azil thinks to herself how she can finally live as a grand, imposing black dragon and can't wait to show off to her husband. Only to stop dead in her tracks when she sees Duke Munlef sighing heavily at his desk. Sitting behind his massive wooden desk with a deeply troubled expression, the young duke rubs his chin in frustration, questioning his blue-haired aide about an absurd 500-year-old promissory note that was suddenly delivered to their estate. Fluttering her tiny bat wings silently through the air, Azil hovers right over their shoulders, tilting her head in complete curiosity as she tries to figure out what on earth an ancient promissory note is. Floating right over the open red velvet box on the desk, Azil squints her big eyes at the faded parchment inside, struggling to read the blurry ancient script promising to grant as much of that as desired. Surprised by the sudden floating dragon, both the Duke and his aide jump back in shock. Host commentary time. Sneaking up on top-secret estate meetings like a ninja dragon? Azil really has zero sense of personal space. Quickly regaining his composure, the polite aide bows respectfully to the unexpected guest, while Duke Munlef sweat drops, asking his little companion exactly how long she's been floating above his head. Ignoring their surprise entirely, Azil points her little claw directly at the mysterious old letter resting on the velvet lining, demanding to know what important secret is written on that ancient piece of paper. In a split-second panic, Duke Munlef slaps his hand down onto the lid, slamming the decorative red box shut with a sharp click to hide the contents from view. Crossing his arms and turning his head away with nervous sweat beads rolling down his face, the young duke feigns total innocence, insisting that it's absolutely nothing important, while Azil hovers right behind his shoulder, giving him the ultimate suspicious side-eye. Refusing to let him brush her off, Hazel flies right up to his face and grabs his cheek with her soft little paws, forcing the stoic duke to look directly into her eyes. Holding his face gently between her claws, the sweet little dragon looks at him with unwavering determination, softly asking him to look at her and let her help share his burdens. Host commentary time. Oh, my heart! This is genuinely the most wholesome scene ever! How can anyone resist those big, sparkling dragon eyes? With vibrant golden blossoms blooming around them, a seal delivers the most heartwarming speech, reassuring him that no matter how difficult the challenge, doing it together will cut the hardship in half so he doesn't have to carry the fatigue alone. Hearing those extraordinarily sweet words from the creature he swore to protect, Duke Munlef's purple eyes widen in utter amazement, his guarded heart melting as emotional warmth washes over his stressed mind. Floating gently in the air, a seal softly presses her dark forehead against his, sharing a quiet, tender moment of total trust and unspoken affection that completely dissolves the tension in the room. Cradling the tiny dragon tenderly in his hands like a precious treasure, the young Duke lets out a soft sigh and gives in with a gentle smile, agreeing to reveal the entire truth behind the troubling situation. Setting Ossel down gently on the polished wooden desk, Duke Munlef begins explaining the predicament, revealing that they recently received an official demand letter from the scheming Duke of Skya. Unfolding the ancient document, he reads the exact terms, a 500-year-old pact between their founding ancestors, promising that whoever presents this note must be granted as much of a specific resource as desired, and Skya is demanding full fulfillment. Clutching his head in deep frustration, Duke Munlef explains the catch. Skya is demanding 500 units of a rare ancient ingredient that went completely extinct centuries ago, making it impossible to acquire regardless of how much gold they offer. Host commentary time. Skya really thought they pulled off the ultimate political checkmate. They dug up an ancient loophole just to corner Munlef. The blue-haired aide adds with disgust that Skya generously offered to let them repay the debt over generations, which is nothing more than a disguised extortion tactic to force House Munlef into eternal political vassalage over a playful ancient bet. The aide also chimes in saying that the ultimate resource, dinar, only pops up where those ancient beastkin tribes hang out, in super-specific magic spots. An illustrative flashback shows cute cat-eared and bunny-eared beastkin children happily picking glowing blue fruits under a lush tree, explaining that ever since the beastkin were driven out of the realm, dinar became completely unobtainable anywhere on the continent. Pumping her little chest out, a seal casually blurts out that she actually has tons of that stuff. Duke Munlef automatically dismisses it, nodding along until his eyes suddenly snap wide open in utter shock as her words register in his brain. Standing tall on her hind legs with her little claw raised high in the air, a seal beams with absolute confidence, looking like an adorable proud savior ready to solve all their financial problems. Acute memory reveals that back when a seal lived alongside the beastkin tribes, those legendary priceless blue fruits were literally just everyday snacks that children devoured by the handful. Host commentary time. Imagine an ancient priceless treasure being treated like cheap popcorn. Skya is out here plotting grand political schemes while a seal was eating them as casual afternoon snacks. Walking behind the Duke's chair with a secretive little waddle, a seal giggles to herself, deciding to quietly reach into her dimensional subspace pocket to pull out a stash. With a cheerful sparkle, a seal manifests a heavy, bulging burlap pouch tied tightly with string, holding it high above her head with a triumphant grin. Waddling over to the stunned Duke, a seal hands over the massive sack of priceless extinct dinar berries with a sweet smile, leaving Duke Munlef utterly speechlessly grateful as he receives the magical pouch that just saved his entire lineage. Pulling back the string of the burlap pouch, Duke Munlef peers inside only to find fine, shimmering dark blue powder instead of intact fruits. Duke Munlef blinks in complete confusion, pointing out that this is clearly ground powder, but little Asil stubbornly insists that it really is dinar fruit. Sitting proudly on the desk, Asil explains that if you mix that magic powder with water, it makes a super filling meal. But Munlef shakes his head, because Skya specifically demanded whole, fresh berries. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off over the blue-haired aide's head. He points his finger up with a sly smirk, suggesting that since Skya is pulling a stunt using a 500-year-old document, House Munlef should just hand over the fruit that naturally turned to powder over 500 years. Host commentary time. Genius! Using ancient petty logic right back against them is peak malicious compliance. Duke Munlef turns to a seal with a warm smile, asking where she even obtains such rare stuff, to which the tiny dragon puffs her chest out mischievously, claiming she's a wealthy dragon who owns everything. Looking out the sunlit window, the Duke chuckles to himself, amazed, realizing dinar only grows in lost beastkin lands, proving his dragon companion truly holds unimaginable treasures. The scene transitions to a grand horse-drawn carriage clattering through the cobblestone streets of the bustling capital city. Inside the plush carriage interior, tiny leather boots swing back and forth rhythmically beneath a lovely pink ruffled dress while a sweet humming voice fills the air. Host commentary time goes, "Look at those tiny boots swinging." Assyria in human child form is literally peak cuteness overload. Fluttering her eyelashes happily, little Assyria sings to herself, excited about going to tea time with the human princess to learn all kinds of cool adult things. Sitting across from her in the carriage, her handsome guardian asks what on earth she expects to learn, and Assyria beams with confidence, declaring she wants to master how to be super fierce and cool. He teasingly points at himself, asking why she doesn't just make her awesome daddy her role model instead, but Assyria casually mentions she also wants to learn high-level magic from Mr. Raising her arms high into the air with sparkling excitement, Assyria announces her dream to manifest her dragon form and human form simultaneously. Hearing this, her dad rubs his chin, acknowledging that dual body manifestation is an extremely high-tier spell. Host commentary time. Gasp! Imagine being a toddler dragon aiming for dual existence spells. Her ambition is completely out of control. He gently explains that split transformation is far more complex than standard shapeshifting, meaning she won't be able to pull it off until she reaches adolescence, causing Assyria's eyes to snap wide open in utter horror. Clasping her head in total distress, Assyria panics over the delay, while outside the massive Imperial Palace gates, her inner dragon furiously vents that learning magic is way more urgent than sipping tea with a human princess. Inside the quiet, luxurious library, a stern blue-haired noble girl instructs Assyria to sit down and wait patiently while she finishes reviewing her documents. Sitting awkwardly on the lavish sofa, Assyria's brain goes into overdrive as she desperately tries to invent an excuse to skip tea time, wondering if faking a sudden cold or begging Mr. for a rescue mission would work. Host commentary time. Social anxiety hits hard when you're a 1,000-year-old dragon trapped in a kid's tea party. Panicking with dizzy spiral swirling above her head, Assyria clutches her face in agony, trembling, utterly overwhelmed by the daunting prospect of high society protocol. Fast forward a few minutes, Assyria is completely knocked out flat on her back, drooling onto the sofa cushion while the blue-haired girl stares at her with unblinking, deadpan eyes. Walking over with her arms folded, the blue-haired girl dryly remarks that she can't tell if Assyria came for tea time or a nap, making the sleeping dragon sit up with a violent gasp. Raising her little fist defensively, Assyria shouts flustered that she wasn't sleeping at all and was merely closing her eyes to think deeply, only for the blue-haired girl to call out her ridiculous lie. Realizing she got caught red-handed, Assyria sticks her tongue out and scratches the back of her head with an embarrassed little laugh. The stoic blue-haired girl gives a subtle sigh and turns around, motioning for the quirky little guest to follow her down the hallway. A grand decorative title card appears, announcing that tea time has officially begun as sunlight streams through the palace archways. As they walk side by side down the corridor, a lower panel reveals a filthy pair of small hands desperately clawing at the dirt out in the courtyard garden. Noticing the strange movement through the window archway, Assyria stops dead in her tracks with a surprised look on her face. Out on the manicured palace lawn, a ragged green-haired girl in a yellow dress is down on her knees, furiously digging into the soil with her bare hands. Host commentary time. Wait, what is she digging for in the middle of a noble palace garden? Is this another secret plotline dropping? Wiping sweat and mud off her forehead, the green-haired girl keeps digging relentlessly while Assyria observes in curiosity, noting that she's never seen this child around before. Suddenly, a snobbish blonde girl with ringlet curls and her smirking follower strut over, sneering down at the green-haired girl and demanding to know how a bastard managed to crawl into the palace. Whispering mockingly behind her hand, the blonde bully gossips that the crown prince is far too soft-hearted, constantly inviting illegitimate children to the palace under the excuse of lifting their spirits. To make matters worse, the blonde bully maliciously kicks a heap of dirt right onto the kneeling girl's body, covering her dress in soil while sneering with pure elitist malice. Host commentary time. Sarcastic. Oh, wow, a classic snobby noble bully picking on an innocent kid. How original. Someone please give this blonde girl a reality check. Stepping out into the courtyard, the blue-haired young lady snaps at the bullies, calling them absolutely insane for creating such a disgraceful scene on palace grounds. Putting on a fake polite smile, the blonde bully smugly claims they were merely teaching proper etiquette to the Skya girl who was ruining the prince's precious garden. Standing right behind them, Assyria glares with venomous rage, gasping, muttering to herself about how awful these humans are for throwing dirt on another kid. Walking straight up to the kneeling green-haired girl, Assyria kindly extends a clean white handkerchief, telling her to wipe off the dirt. Host commentary time. Assyria dropping her sassy dragon persona to be a sweet, protective bestie is so wholesome. My heart can't take this. The green-haired Skya girl looks up in shock, her eyes wide with gratitude as she stammers out a soft thank you while accepting the cloth. But before she can even wipe her face, heavy footsteps come charging down the hallway as a green-haired boy shouts Lilibet in a full-blown panic. Jumping to conclusions, the green-haired boy lunges forward and violently shoves Assyria backward, knocking the little girl off her feet. Assyria tumbles onto the grass with a sharp yelp, landing flat on her rear with an outraged expression. Host commentary time. Bro ran in like a wild stallion and tackled an ancient dragon disguised as a toddler. Talk about suicidal instincts. A dramatic close-up reveals the green-haired boy's fierce red eyes burning with protective anger. Standing like a protective wall in front of his sister, the green-haired boy glares down at Assyria, foolishly accusing her of being the bully who attacked his sister. Close-up of his sharp crimson gaze glaring intensely at the innocent fallen girl. With his arms outstretched, the boy continues standing tall, completely unaware that he just tackled a superpowered dragon. Suddenly, Lilibet jumps up and forcefully yells at her brother, loudly declaring that he's completely wrong and that the young lady was actually trying to help her. Hearing his sister shout, the boy's confident posture instantly shatters as utter shock and embarrassment wash over his face. Without wasting a second, Lilibet gives her brother a hard shove, telling him to get out of the way. A clean background transition panel over the soft green grass. Bending down with a gentle smile, Lilibet extends her hand to help Assyria up, apologizing profusely for her brother's brainless mistake. Taking her hand while puffing her cheeks into a cute pout, Assyria grunts as Lilibet scolds her brother for being completely out-representing his mind. Host commentary time. Nothing satisfies more than seeing an overprotective big brother get instantly humbled by his little sister. Sitting back, Assyria internally reasons that while being shoved was super sad, a broad-minded dragon like herself should show mercy and forgive an honest mistake. But then Assyria glances sideways with a mischievous glint in her eye, muttering a suspicious but that hints she's definitely planning a tiny revenge payback later. Assyria tilts her head in total confusion, watching Bryden awkwardly avert his gaze and refuse to make direct eye contact with her. Scoffs. She wonders why this green-haired boy keeps staring off into blank space the entire time, realizing he was doing the exact same thing when he shouted at her earlier. Bryden turns away completely and points his finger into the distance with a nervous shout, trying to justify his sudden arrival by claiming he was just trying to protect his little sister from whoever bullied her. Behind him, Assyria's inner dragon form looks utterly baffled, wondering on earth who this kid thinks he's talking to. A close-up of Bryden reveals a drop of nervous sweat trickling down his cheek as he stammers under his breath. Assyria narrows her eyes, wonderingly questioning if he harbors such intense hatred for her human form, Erzsebeth, that he can't even stomach looking her in the eye. Without waiting another second, Bryden reaches down and firmly grabs his sister Lilibet's small hand. Host commentary time. Look at him trying to make a smooth, dramatic exit after tackling a toddler dragon. Bro is speedrunning social embarrassment. Bryden keeps his back strictly turned toward Assyria while dragging Lilibet away, stiffly offering a reluctant word of thanks for her earlier help. However, he immediately draws a harsh boundary, warning Erzsebeth never to approach him or his sister ever again. Stumbling backward as her brother drags her off, Lilibet shouts at Bryden in pure frustration, shouting, loudly demanding to know what in the world has gotten into him. But as Bryden attempts his cool, dramatic getaway, his boot catches against a sharp stone embedded in the lawn grass with a sudden trip. Losing his balance completely, Bryden tilts forward into midair with a terrified gasp, his entire body pitching toward the hard dirt. Just before his face slams into the ground, a hand reaches out and violently snatches the back of his heavy coat, arresting his fall in mid-air. Bryden spins around with wide, startled red eyes as Lilibet yanks him back, marching right past him to take the lead. Host commentary time. When your little sister has to save you from face planting after you tried to act tough, your big brother privileges are officially revoked forever. Puffing her cheeks out into a cute pout, Assyria crosses her arms and huffs, shouting back at their retreating backs that she's more than happy to go her own way. Lilibet looks back over her shoulder while walking away, her expression softening into a gentle, apologetic gaze toward the pink-dressed girl left behind. A sweet close-up reveals Lilibet sending a silent, heartfelt thank you in her thoughts, softly almost whispering, forever grateful for Assyria's kindness in the garden. The green-haired siblings continue their trek down the polished stone hallway, heading straight toward the massive carved white doors of the palace. Standing side by side under the sunlight, the blue-haired noble girl and Assyria watch the siblings disappear in the distance. Looking up with wide, innocent pink eyes, Assyria asks her companion if she did something wrong to make that boy act so incredibly hostile. Host commentary time. Poor Assyria has no idea the guy is actually having a full-blown existential crisis because he tackled a high-ranking noble girl. The blue-haired young lady lets out a small breath, dryly reminding Assyria that if they linger any longer, they will genuinely be late for tea time. Hearing this, Assyria's inner dragon flaps its tiny wings, eagerly urging them to head over together. The scene shifts to a breathtaking glass garden conservatory nestled amidst lush floral hedges, causing Assyria's jaw to drop in total disbelief, gasp, with an outraged squeak. Sitting serenely inside the sunlit gazebo is the handsome blonde crown prince, gracefully sipping tea from a delicate porcelain cup, as if he owns the entire kingdom. Recognizing the boy instantly, Assyria blurts out a shocked gasp, accidentally whispering husband under her breath. Beside her, the blue-haired young lady diggles behind her fan, thoroughly amused by the prince's startled reaction. Host commentary time. Dropping the H word in front of the crown prince at age 4 is absolute comedy gold. Her dragon brain has zero filter. Sunlight sparkles across the ornate wrought iron table, showcasing a mouth-watering array of frosted layered cakes, berry tarts, and sweet delicacies. Assyria sits rigidly on her chair, nervously sipping her teacup with tiny drops of cold sweat forming on her forehead, trembling. A top-down view of the elegant tea table captures the heavy silence between the three children as Assyria internally panics, feeling that something about this setup is extremely bizarre. Thought bubbles surround her head as she recalls how she managed to maintain perfect, refined manners while drinking milk earlier. Her inner memory flashes back to her happily stuffing both cheeks with delicious jam cookies, munching away with pure childhood bliss. She remembers chattering away animatedly with her blue-haired friend, bonding over sweets and books during their earlier meetings. Host commentary time. Wait, notice how Assyria turns into a complete adorable foodie the moment real dessert appears on screen? She's a dragon of culture. But right now, the blonde prince lowers his cup slightly, locking his sharp purple gaze directly onto Assyria without saying a word. Noticeable crumbs sit right on her soft cheek, and Assyria pokes her face with a small finger, suddenly realizing the prince hasn't taken his eyes off her for a single second. Dangling her tiny boots beneath the table, Assyria sits frozen under his intense, unblinking glare, while the prince silently sips his tea. Assyria's eyes snap open in utter shock, her mouth hanging wide as cookie crumbs scatter across her chin. Dizzy spiral marks twirl above her head, panicked, as her brain short-circuits, frantically wondering if this prince somehow figured out her secret identity as the ancient dragon Asyl. Host commentary time. Gasp! Imagine hiding your true dragon identity for centuries only to get exposed because you ate cookies too fast. The blonde prince lowers his teacup with a soft exhale, his expression unreadable and calm. Snapping her blue lace fan shut with a sharp click, the blue-haired girl stands up, dryly declaring that the prince's joke has gone way too far. She announces tea time is officially over, asking the prince to escort little Assyria out. Overhead panels show speech bubbles glowing against the sunset sky as Assyria frantically stammers that she can walk out by herself, only to be warned that if she wanders into the palace maze alone, she won't find her way out until tomorrow morning. A close-up of the prince's embroidered coat sleeve reveals him stepping forward, stating calmly, "It's far too dangerous for a little girl to roam the grounds unattended." Glowing floral patterns frame his firm declaration as he offers to personally walk her back to the main entrance gates. The blonde prince stands tall beside Assyria's chair, while the tiny girl looks up at him with a bewildered, wide-eyed expression. Host commentary time. Oh, sure. The crown prince offering an escort sounds super sweet until you realize he's basically interrogating a disguised dragon toddler. Soft white blossoms bloom across the screen as the prince brings up the past banquet, thanking her for her advice because he successfully ate 3 delicious dishes just like she suggested. Walking side by side down the stone garden path lined with vibrant red roses, the prince nods in satisfaction, asking if the lingering pain from her fall earlier has subsided, to which Assyria shyly nods yes. As their boots clatter against the paved stones, the prince explains that to express his full gratitude for her past help, he wants to set up an official meeting between her and his legendary divine beast. Assyria's eyes go completely blank with terror, and she frantically shouts a firm rejection, blurting out that she doesn't want to meet any divine beast at all. A close-up of Assyria shows dizzy spiral eyes as giant droplets of sweat pour down her trembling face. Host commentary time. Haha, a divine beast meeting another divine beast is basically a territorial gang war waiting to happen. No wonder she's sweating bullets. Desperate to cover up her panic, Assyria clutches the prince's sleeve and blurts out the first excuse that comes to her mind, yelling that she absolutely hates lizards.
The prince blinks in quiet thought, humming aloud as he processes her sudden, aggressive hatred for reptilian creatures.
Assyria quickly puts on her cutest, most innocent smile, claiming she much prefers fluffy little rabbits instead. Over her head, a fluffy vision of her dragon self hugging a cute white rabbit appears, while a close-up of the prince's eye glints with suspicion. The prince turns his gaze toward her, noting with a subtle smirk that it's quite fascinating she loves rabbits, considering his own divine beast happens to have a rabbit as its best friend too. Floral frames surround the prince's sharp, calculating face as he openly ponders aloud whether all these endless matching details could really be a mere coincidence. The two walk together against the golden glow of the setting sun, while the prince's inner suspicions deepen with every single step. Sweat trickles down Assyria's face as she stammers helplessly, completely trapped in her own ridiculous web of excuses. The chapter concludes on a thrilling cliffhanger close-up of the crown prince glaring down at her with sharp, piercing eyes. Host commentary time. The prince is 100% onto her. Next chapter is going to be absolute peak cinema. Watching the green-haired siblings walk away, the manservant reveals to his master that Assyria is actually Lady Elizabeth in disguise. Bryden continues dragging his sister down the gravel pathway, keeping his back firmly turned. With a polite bow, the manservant adds that their carriage is waiting to depart. Nearby, the blonde crown prince gazes silently toward the horizon, his calm purple eyes lost in deep contemplation. As his polished shoes tap against the garden stones, the prince casually mutters for the young lady to pay it no mind. Host commentary time. Notice how he plays it super smooth, but you just know his brain is running a whole background check on her right now. The crown prince strolls away down the sunlit rose path, leaving the manservant and the young lady standing together in the courtyard. Left alone, Assyria lets out a long sigh of relief, placing her tiny hand against her chest as her heart rate finally settles. The wooden wheels of the luxury carriage clatter against the cobblestone streets, carrying the children back toward their estate under the fading evening light. Sitting stiffly on the plush velvet seat, Assyria folds her arms into a tight pout. She panics internally, wondering how much longer she can keep hiding her secret identity from everyone. Host commentary time. Girl, you literally dropped the H word on the crown prince. Your secret identity is hanging on by a single thread. Her thoughts grow heavier inside the dim carriage, realizing deep down that she genuinely hates lying to the people who care about her. A sweet, colorful daydream fills her mind where she happily twirls in a gorgeous pink gown before the prince, eagerly bragging about how wonderfully her dragon form transformed into a human child. In her vision, the blonde prince gazes at her with total warmth and affection, his face framed by bright golden blossoms. He gently pulls her into a soft, loving embrace, holding her close against his chest while flower petals float all around them. Host commentary time. Look at this absolute masterpiece of a romance delusion. She went from hiding her identity to full Otome game finale in 5 seconds flat. But back in real life, Assyria sits frozen in the carriage seat, her eyes turning completely blank and lifeless as the romantic delusion shatters into dust. Over in her mental realm, her inner chibi dragon Asil collapses flat onto the floor, completely overwhelmed by dizziness and shame. Hugging her knees tightly against the carriage wall, Assyria gazes out at the passing sunset cityscape, feeling a genuine ache in her chest. Meanwhile, high above the noble district, a letter arrives at Duke Skaya's grand mansion, detailing the search for ancient treasures across the realm. Sitting beside an official document, a small tied cloth pouch rests on the wooden desk, containing nothing but worthless gray dust after 500 long years. Veins bulge across Duke Skya's forehead as he clutches the pouch in utter fury, realizing the ancient currency he spent a fortune on has crumbled into useless powder. He slams the pouch down onto his desk in rage, while his wife rests her head in her palm, letting out a frustrated groan. Host commentary time. Imagine waiting 5 centuries for a legendary treasure chest, only to unbox a bag of ancient dirt. Ultimate scam of the decade right there. Walking across the lavish study, the Duchess fumes aloud about being humiliated, scolding her husband for agreeing to send the promissory note to Assyria in the first place. Her eyes flash with dark intent as she firmly declares that their only choice left is to murder the twins and eliminate them forever. Standing right outside the heavy double doors, Bryden listens in complete silence, his hand hovering inches away from the golden handle. Dark shadows fall over Bryden's face as the horrifying reality sinks in. The very relatives who took them in after their mother passed away are now plotting their cold-blooded execution. Whispers. He remembers how the Duchess slowly poisoned them over time, ruining his eyesight until everything before him turned into a blurry fog. Host commentary time. Wow, the mood shifted fast. Seeing this poor kid realize his entire family life was a slow-motion murder attempt is genuinely heartbreaking. Deep ripples stir in his mind as he helplessly questions where 2 unwanted twin orphans could possibly run if they flee this household. Knowing time is running out, Bryden grimly resolves to prove his usefulness to the family before they send assassins after them, right as a servant pushes the study door open. The Duke and Duchess spin around in surprise, asking the servant what could possibly warrant such an abrupt intrusion. Fast footsteps echo down the polished wooden hallway as an unexpected visitor approaches the study. Duke Skya immediately throws his arms wide in dramatic welcome, throwing on a fake polite smile for their prestigious guest. Sitting comfortably on the velvet couch, sipping tea, the silver-haired crown prince offers a polite smile, dryly apologizing for dropping by without prior notice. Bowing respectfully before the prince, Duke Skya offers a warm greeting while his inner thoughts scream in disgust, feeling his skin crawl in the prince's presence. Sweat trickles down the Duke's neck as he observes the silver-haired boy, knowing full well that beneath that gentle aristocratic facade lies a dangerous monster. Host commentary time. Hold on. A silver-haired crown prince? Wait, is this the official crown prince while the blonde kid from earlier was a high-ranking royal too? The palace drama is getting wild. The silver-haired prince takes a slow, elegant sip from his porcelain teacup, remaining completely unbothered. Behind his pleasant smile, a dark image reveals his true nature, smiling calmly while impaling a defenseless goldfish with a bloody dagger right above a glass bowl. A hilarious internal graphic shows cartoon fish swimming in fancy suits, proving that the gullible public completely falls for his saintly reputation. Host commentary time. Look at those dressed-up goldfish singing his praises. The contrast between his public image and his psycho hobbies is hilarious. Setting his cup down with a soft click, the prince gets straight to business, announcing that he requires an urgent favor from Duke Skya. He smiles sweetly, instructing the Duke to secure a higher placement than House Munlef in the upcoming Imperial Palace hunting festival. Duke Skya's face turns pale as a cold sweat breaks out across his forehead, trembling, stunned by such an unreasonable command. The Duke desperately argues that House Munlef is a legendary military family, whereas House Skya specializes strictly in scholar arts and doesn't even wield swords. But a sudden chill runs down the Duke's spine, reminding himself that angering this ruthless prince means instant destruction. Forced to comply, Duke Skya lets out a nervous laugh, cautiously asking why the prince specifically wants to crush House Munlef at the festival. A flash of the battlefield appears in the prince's mind, explaining that Duke Munlef opposes the war against the Beastkin due to his sister's foolish influence. Gazing into his teacup, the prince notes with a subtle smirk that even though Munlef's influence has declined, their stance still sways the noble faction on war policies. He chillingly explains that if Munlef is humiliated at the festival, their authority will crumble, making it effortless to launch the war. He then glares down at Duke Skya, asking if he can deliver. Trapped with no way out, Duke Skya sweats profusely, stammering under the intense pressure. Host commentary time. Oh man, the Duke is caught between a psychopathic prince demanding war and a martial family that could snap his neck in 2 seconds. With a forced, trembly voice, the Duke blurts out his absolute obedience, promising to carry out the task. The second the prince leaves, Duke Skaya collapses onto his knees on the carpet in pure despair, clutching his head in panic. Grasping his face in terror, he panics about how a family of scholars could ever hope to defeat master warriors, until a sudden memory flashes in his mind. He frantically rushes over to Bryden's wooden artifact chest, digging through books and old relics. A devious smirk spreads across his face as his eyes lock onto a glowing golden compass sitting atop ancient text. Post commentary time? Wait, is that magical compass gonna let him cheat during the hunting festival? This guy is about to pull the most dishonorable play in manhwa history. Raising the ornate golden compass high into the light, Duke Skaya cackles in triumph, confident that this artifact will guarantee his victory. As Duke Skaya maliciously declares that House Munlef will never be allowed to claim victory at the upcoming hunting festival, the young master of Munlef stands tall and unfazed with his hooded father watching over him. But down below on the flower-draped red carpet, little Dragon Asil couldn't care less about dirty noble politics, as she happily prances along right behind a tiny white rabbit. Host commentary time? Look at Asil just living her absolute best life and skipping around while the adults plot high-stakes sabotage. She's out here treating a deadly imperial rivalry like her personal cute pet parade.